Realm, what's going on? A couple minutes to show time. Just want to do a little mic check, make sure things are good. I see levels on my side. Let me know what's going on. Let's see who's up in there already. Michael Jean, what's going on? Salute, Zach Riley, what's up? Lydia Master, what up? ILP Sunday, let's do this. Yes. Midnight Joy, you better relax. Dante, what's going on? Austin Peterson, Attic gotta be Wario. Attic is nothing but grateful. Yo, I kinda like that. Just kidding too, what's going on? Y'all go buy Switch 2 or not. We will discuss. Thank you, Lydia Manson, for the levels. You know what I'm saying? Attic, talk to the people.
Hello.
So we good in the building right now. Zoom's still acting crazy, but at least OBS is behaving today. So that's a W. But waiting on the king, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get 14 up in here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, good to see y'all. We're gonna leave y'all with some beats. We be back and get the show started in the field. Talk to y'all soon.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O.
Yeah.
You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
We're making sure the mics is right.
Yeah, I made it her birthday weekend.
Yeah, right,
so it was Mexican on Friday, and I was kind of pissed off with that because we went to go get the burrito bowl. When I walk in, I saw the burrito bowl being made. It's like in a giant tortilla, and all the stuff is put inside. I said, I want that right there, just like that. That's exactly what I said. I said, give me 2 of those with everything. Put some shrimp on it. No meat. All right, cool. Then I said, also give me 2 shrimp tacos. Yeah, dope. Then we got the whatchamacallit. They got sangria, not sangria. Because Mexican people don't do sangria. Whatever their beer was, we got that.
All right, or something.
Yeah. So we got that, but it's an authentic joint.
Okay.
I come in. He said 8 minutes. I said, all right, cool. Yeah. Come in. My bag is already made. Grab my joint. Go home. Set up the table. Me and wifey getting ready to watch that movie. Whatever. Anyway, it's on Amazon Prime. Tell me why I opened the bag.
You ever watch that Gorge movie?
No. I gotta.
That movie's amazing.
I know you told me. I gotta get Apple.
So you open the bag.
Told me I open the bag. All I got is burrito guts.
He threw guts in the bag and told you to keep it put. Yo, but how the bag wasn't messy though,
bro? No, it was in
like in foil, the containers and all that.
Yeah, it was in a container. It was beautifully wrapped. The food was immaculate.
But you did say bowl.
I said but okay. I said that right. So we call them on the phone. I spent $67, B.
Yeah, so, I feel that part.
I call him on the phone. I'm like, yo, and that was all the way up in Yonkers. I'm like, I ordered X, Y, and Z. Yeah. She said, yeah, you ordered the burrito bowl. If you wanted the crunchy burrito bowl,
that'll be $35.95.
I said, nah. Actually, it was just like $2 more.
Oh, man. So they gave you the butt naked joint?
Exactly.
They do raw meat and rice and all that and
beans and salsa.
Yeah. Because that's how I get it for my stomach. So I have to specify I want the bowl without the tortilla and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So they did you like me. Yeah. He's like, he's got stomach issues. He's trying to watch his carbs.
I said, cool. I'm not gonna drive another hour to you. Okay, got you.
Yeah, I feel that part.
I went straight to Yelp.
No.
Yelp, yes. Yes.
You stitched on the performance.
Yes. I told and I gave the whole joint. Because I was in my feelings. I
feel like, you got your heart set on something.
It was wifey's birthday. I was trying to do a nice thing.
I feel that. Anyway, let's get this thing started. Hear ye, and we are live. Xbox Expansion Pass, I see you. Benjamin Amaru, I see you. Country Big, I see you. I'm seeing some faces. Fiat Marie, all right. See some faces I ain't seen in a minute.
Get them Crocs ready.
We going to have some fun today. Get the likes up, by the way. And welcome to the iLords Podcast, LLC, and LordsOfGaming.net, episode number 395. 395, I-95. Another glorious Sunday, and we are back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, we've got South of Midnight reviews, switch to direct and hands-on. We got some hands-on action. And Mario Kart World and $80 games. We are here. We are here.
Let's go.
and the Xbox ROG Ally handheld tease to discuss. So we gonna get right into
sir,
it. Yes, sir.
We ain't gonna talk about.
No, we got you.
Oh, so it's all incumbents.
Yeah,
right?
because I apologize because your topic technically is Switch and battery life specifically. I remember.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, technically, we could just wrap it all up. And
yeah, so I got you. I'm gonna break them down in a second.
Tariffs.
Tariffs. We got all that. We got all that.
That's how the king be.
It's a
98% right. Tariffs.
You out of control. I already know. Me and Addict know what you think you doing. So let's introduce the original gaming nights in the room here at the round table. My co-host with the co-mouse, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the How of the Young Wolf. My man, Lord Addict, back to back. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. One thing I want to bring up is GameSire sent me a controller, and I've never seen a controller like this ever. Like, this thing has like an interchangeable front onto it. Like, you can make it multiple different colors.
This GameSire? All right.
Yeah, I've never seen a controller like this.
The face switches? What we doing?
You got face plates?
Literally, it comes off. It's magnetic.
That's clean.
It's magnetic.
I like that. That's clean.
Yeah.
We like that. We like that. Yeah.
It's interesting. I've never seen.
So wait,
like this.
so it's just fashion. It's not functional. It's the plates,
fashion.
right? It's just more for fashion, right?
What do you mean the plates?
The plates. It doesn't do anything like I don't know.
No performance and boost and stuff.
Yeah.
Just more just hey, you want to change.
Oh no, it's got like back pedals on it.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking about specifically the face plates. But can you get any face plate you want? Are they customizable?
I am unaware if you can or not.
Yeah. Right. What about that charging dock though?
It's got like a.
Let me show that light up.
It's got like a little cool.
I like see that light up. Ooh, that light up is clean. I like that.
Your camera is giving you a good angle. I wish I had that camera.
Yo,
no, this is the camera. I'm using the camera you're on.
I like. That's clean. That's clean. So what's they called? Who them? Sire? What they called?
Yeah, GameSire. GAMESIR. Now this isn't an Xbox controller, unfortunately.
Okay.
But you can use this on the Switch. I would like if they use these. If they had these for an Xbox, because I feel like this. It kind of looks more like a. It looks more like a Switch controller than anything.
Yeah.
Because I'm wondering if this would work on the Switch too.
Oh, you're looking. So it looks like the Switch Pro controller like this.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, if you look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got pro control energy. It do got
does.
pro control energy, no doubt. So besides the controller, what you been playing? What's been going on, man?
I didn't really play anything this week, to be honest with you. All I did was watch. I've been watching the 100 again.
Okay.
So I've been watching that. I don't know. I went from game to game to game to game to game to game. I was like, I need like a break.
Your mic sound crazy.
Yeah, somebody sound like.
He said the
How does it sound now?
It sound way better, but before you was on Tron mode.
Yeah, he was on Beastie Boy.
Intergalactic. My brother-in-law was over here, and I was showing him my mixer, and I was pushing buttons, and I forgot to turn those buttons on.
Oh, so you got a special robot button.
You good, sir? You good?
You could sound like that all the time if you wanted to.
Yeah,
is that a feature?
That's when he's gonna be in those Switch 2 lobbies.
You know?
He gonna be in those Switch 2 lobbies with the robot voice.
He gonna be getting kicked out the Switch 2 lobby sounding like that.
Remember, Yoshi loves you all, even knowing Nintendo decided to pull the carpet from all underneath us. But it's gonna be okay.
They pull the carpet underneath you. I knew they was gonna do what they was gonna do. Shout out to me.
No, so that's what they're Addict.
Yeah, that's about it. I've been watching the 100.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Solo Leveling is over.
So how far did you get in the 100 so far?
What's the 100?
Season 2. It's about the world's ended.
Is it anime?
No,
it's sci-fi.
It's sci-fi. And 100 years after the world ended, they sent 100 kids that were pretty much like on trial for adults.
That sounds wild.
The worst of the worst.
That sounds wild.
They sent. See, here's the thing, and this they're all on a space station.
Yeah.
Earth is not inhabitable anymore. So they're all in this space station, and they call it floated, King. If you get caught taking extra food, you get floated. And it's death. So like
what? They shoot you out the airlock?
Yes, they shoot you out the airlock. First time
it happens in episode. It happens in the first episode. They show somebody get floated. I was like, yo.
So
that's how we do it.
Instead of floating the kids that are doing it, they put them like essentially because the kids don't get floated immediately. They actually, okay, you're a minor. We're willing to be a little bit more lenient on them, but they're having serious.
Can't be floating the children.
Hold up. That's nothing. You can only have one kid. And then there's parents that had 2 kids.
And just got a float.
They got population.
They hid the second kid under their floor for 16 years.
So what's supposed to happen when he pop out? Like how is
he get floated?
Is a new citizen that nobody?
Nah, he get floated. They float the mom.
They float the mom.
I don't know if they float both of them, but they'll float one of them. What do you get?
You gonna lose? You gonna lose a parent?
Yeah, you gonna lose a parent. It's crazy. Population control at its finest.
That's population.
So essentially, what happened is that there's issues with the space station. They can only have air for a certain amount of time, and they're not telling anyone. So instead of like letting this go down, they're hoping that Earth is inhabitable again. Like you can actually get on. So instead of floating those kids when they turn 18 or letting them re-enter society, they float their ass to Earth and let them survive there.
What's the name of this? What's the name of this show?
It's called The 100.
The 100.
That sounds interesting. I ain't gonna front. I got my attention on this one.
You just like it because they float the kids.
Yeah, like I like that. I like.
I don't care that you're 9 years old.
I like that. Yeah.
Float his ass.
Float exactly. I don't care that you're 5.
Float him.
Float him.
See, the whole point.
You took that Snicker bar out of here.
Exactly. It's really
the
history.
The whole point of the show is they need to go to Earth, but they don't know if Earth is sustainable for them to live on.
Right. So we got to watch these resources.
I like that. We shoot kids down there.
There's 100 kids that get sent to Earth. And then they find out there's people still alive. Like it's crazy. Like it's kids. It's a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
So they send a bunch of petty thieves.
And they're sitting down there. You can ask Forte to full-blown killers are with them.
Wow.
Oh, they got the
so they send a dude who stole tube socks down there.
No, they sent the kid with the dude who stole tube socks.
Wow.
Crazy business.
And then they're like, there's all these little interconnection thing going, and they have like these little bracelets on to give the vitals to their kids. So they rebel. So what are the first thing they do? They break the things. So they think they're dead.
He said I'm dead.
That's lit. So where this is on? What show? Where is that?
It's on Netflix.
Oh, it's on Netflix. Got this? Okay.
Yeah,
it's like 8 seasons though.
Anime joint.
Oh, 8 seasons. Whoa.
Oh, see.
Oh yeah, it's one of those shows. It's one of those shows.
Whoa.
I thought this was the new.
No,
we could be at the same time.
This ended like 5 years ago.
Okay.
I can't do all that.
I've seen the whole series once already.
Yeah, you watch it.
Yeah, I did.
He's Lord Addict for real.
When you get to me, and I tell you what I've been doing.
Yeah, we gonna get to it.
That show is worth watching twice. I haven't seen it in a long time, but that show's worth watching twice.
So it's been it, sir.
Wait, you watched all 8 seasons and you doubling back?
Doubling back. He's spinning the block on 200 episodes.
I've seen Breaking Bad like at least 7 times.
What's the whole thing?
Lord Addict
at least
for a reason.
7 times.
Wait, so you gonna watch something that you saw before, but you know the ending, but act surprised?
Yeah,
I just recently watched Prison Break again, like the whole series.
I did too.
I watched Oz again. I haven't seen Oz in forever, and I watched that again.
Yeah.
Yo, you got the same 24 hours in the day that I do, right? Check this out.
I don't play Marvel Rivals.
In Fortnite.
Facts. But in your 24 hours,
yeah, his clock is crazy.
This guy has got a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
he done found the meaning of the Tesseract, and my behind is stuck on stupid. Can't get past 2 boards. This is wild, crazy.
The boy's beast, man.
It's because you know what it is. I have learned from Destiny that I cannot have a main boo anymore. Okay,
this is what freed you up. Yeah, this is what freed you up. Yeah. You get the shackles of Destiny, and things get accomplished in life.
I don't need no Fortnite holding my hand and demanding my attention every 6 months. I don't need Marvel Rivals with its crazy, we're going to drop 1 hero a month thing. It's over. If you a Marvel Rivals person, you done. You ain't doing nothing else. A rival, I mean, a hero a month is wild.
They just showed Daredevil yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, they showed Daredevil?
Yeah,
like,
back.
As a character?
No, it's a leak. And
they
I
get
retweeted
it's
it.
word? It's over.
Yeah, I retweeted
it. What are you buying, Lieutenant Hulk?
Yo, Addict Snowpiercer versus the 100, which is better.
100 better?
Snowpiercer is really good because Snowpiercer was a movie first. It had
I like the movie with Chris Evans in it.
And then the TV show's good too, but that 100, some of the best TV that's ever been on screen, except for the last season. It's kind of Game of Thrones-y.
I thought I would hear about kids being floated until today. I found out today that there's something I need to watch, but they 8 seasons in. So you know, it must have been wild successful too.
It was. That's just the beginning, man. You that like the amount of you find out that certain people in the world bleed black. And you have to find out why. Like, it's crazy.
It gets pretty deep once you hit season 2.
Where did it start off at? Because it damn sure ain't start off on Netflix.
It started off with it was a CBS, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they got the license. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, okay, now I know damn well I'll be on my Netflix.
Yeah, there's no way that would have said marketing.
It's got a lot of Lost vibes to it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got
I like Lost.
I like it. In the beginning, Lost was lit.
I like the first season.
Yeah, Lost was
lit. And after that, they lost me.
Lost
they lost
one
us.
Of the best suspense movie TV shows that's ever been put into place.
It was the biggest.
24.
True, but
facts.
24
was fire. Oh, remember Kiefer?
Listen.
Somebody compromise CTU. CTU's been compromised.
I think Lost tremendously went downhill when they finally got off the island.
Let me tell you.
What happened? Go ahead,
So let me tell you.
Let's go.
I'm on my third watch through a 24 as of right now.
What?
Third time through.
President Palmer.
I watched it.
Chloe. I can do that with the blacklist, but I can't do that.
I watched it initially. I watched it initially week to week when it first came out. Greatest freaking thing ever.
Bro.
The clock. Every episode being an hour.
You be like, you can't end the show like this. Yo.
Like literally, like you know by the episode count how many more episodes you got before you get to the end. And it's only 24 of them.
Facts. 24 was the wave.
Dog, listen.
Keith Sutherland was the man in Hollywood for a minute.
I was watching Designated Survivor, and Keith Sutherland is the head of that. And after I got through watching that through, I was like, you know what? I feel like watching 24 again. And I'm like watching the Keith Sutherland got blonde hair.
You see how the back of the day.
And then like you said, it's crazy when you kind of are watching something that you already know what's going to happen, like Nina Mars and everything that happened with her and all this.
You see the whole
with Tony Almeida.
I remember when they thought they can do it without Kiefer.
Yeah,
remember that?
24 Legacy.
Legacy.
And the views went down. It was like, bring Kiefer back.
You got the 24 Redemption movie.
Facts.
You can make the argument that.
Yeah, but I've been going through that because so I started from season 1 again. We all know about the tragedy that happens in season 4 at the very beginning of it.
Oh yeah.
But listen, I almost lost my mind when that went down to season 4, episode 1.
Yes,
but
sir.
so when we get there, so what I've been doing that, and then going back and forth, putting my Pokemon binder together.
All right.
Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, this is the most addictive thing I've ever done in my life.
Ooh,
it's even more addicted than playing. It's even more addicted than playing Destiny.
Oh yeah, I know about that Pokemon life. I heard about it.
You only talking about the ones that you found in the street?
No, the one. So the new set just came out last Friday.
New set
Journey
of what?
Together. So I'm doing my master set of it. So I'm
Oh,
trying to
you
get
talking about cards?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
cards, not the game.
Oh,
Not the game, talking about the
I
cards.
thought you like had a little journal that you was putting together, and you had Pokemon Go and all your little Pokemon.
Oh
that
no,
you
no,
caught.
no.
He's just
I
describing
drawing
it.
on
You
the
got
corners.
Listen,
Drawing on the
listen.
corners.
I got over 8,000. I got
Pokemon
over 8,000 Pokemon in my
Put his feet
Pokemon
up
Go
in the
account.
air
Oh,
while he's
shit,
looking
is
at
that what
his-
it's serious?
I'm dead.
Wait, hold on. I listen. We all about showing facts around here.
Nah, you ain't got to do all that.
Fact
That's
checking.
crazy. Yeah, he wild
No.
crazy.
See,
Keep
focus.
that for a second, because the focus. Yeah, all right. Let me pin that. All right.
So you one of those dudes
Wow,
You one of those
14.
dudes that
Wow, that's
take
crazy.
a flight to go catch that Bulbasaur over in New York City?
That's wild.
I
Crazy.
actually went to New York. I actually did come to New York 2 years ago for Pokemon Go Fest. It was,
Wow. He bought that life. He bought
Yeah,
that
it was-
life.
Well, you got to listen. It's one of those things you got to do once. It's like it's super.
They say there's a lot of things you got to do.
Yo,
I
Iron
will-
Rook said you got 8,000. He said you got the population of a small town.
Listen, I do. But no, the funny thing is, and let me tell you, it's been so, we all play games, and especially me working in the game store.
Yes, sir.
You get a chance to have those interactions with people like live when they come into a store and they're talking about games they got
Hell
to
yeah.
play.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I had conversations like that, because it's like digital's a thing. A lot of people are buying.
it's a good
So it's
point.
like you don't really have when you do have them, they're super meaningful.
Mm-hmm.
But let me tell you, like Pokemon people,
Oh, it's a different. It's a different breed.
it's a
different
dog.
It's levels to this.
It's levels. I'm like, you start, especially once you start learning the terminology of it, and
You get into the culture.
like you get into the culture, bro.
The whole language.
It's like battle rap.
I brought my binder
Yo,
because I brought my
chokers
binder.
all
Black.
can't beat bleachy bleach.
Brought the binder.
Easy to block Pokemon.
Easy to
Yes. Brought the binder to work. And let me tell you how many I
Who's
did not
Lux?
read. They said, "Oh, you got your binder?" I said, "Yeah, you can look through it." And they said, "Oh, I got mine too." I literally see more people with binders in their backpack, in their purse. They're showing off the stuff that they collected. They're talking about the places they've been, their favorite.
We're gonna run
Pokemon
down
and
on
everything.
Forte and say, "Stick them up. Give me your binder."
Yeah. You gotta be careful,
It's-
bro. Running around
It's
with that
wild,
binder
but
like
that was but I ain't gonna lie, that's the main reason that made me start watching, because I needed something passively to do while I
Yeah.
was organizing cards. So
Yeah,
that's when I
that
said,
does
I'm
not
gonna
sound
watch
passive.
24 again.
Why you doing
and
it?
So now I just hit season 3 because the nuke just went
nuke
off.
went
and
off.
we going crazy and stuff, and people like shooting up people in convenience stores is wild. But
he in the fight. He deep in the game. He deep in the game.
we deep in the game.
I
But
feel that.
but yeah, I missed you guys last
Missed
week.
you, man.
though,
Missed you too, bro.
Yo,
Missed you too.
last week was wild. We had some new revelations. Like, you wasn't here, so Kart got a collar, and he got matching bangles, son. Like, and he got armbands to go with it. But the best part about it, he has a crown as well, right? So, because I got my Glizzy costume here, so my costume, I'm gonna be King Glizzy, and he's gonna be King Koopa. But
But
the difference is, if he act up, I'ma yank his chain.
Hey, yo, pause. Hey, yo, I don't like that.
You gonna be
That was wild disrespectful.
You gonna be walking Bowser, basically?
Yeah, because I don't like the
Yes.
Bowser suit they pick. Like they pick some joint and it look like some sexual thing going on with it. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, yo, why is my joint got a collar? Then they start putting collared cog, collars for cog and all this nonsense. It was
And he gotta go
Fonzarelli. He's supposed to be my man. He did all that.
You gotta see it. He goes raw.
Yeah, and you gotta see the
raw.
image of the character.
Yeah.
The guy, it look wild.
Yo, so
crazy. The
have
guy
you
that's
been
in the suit.
No, I'm talking about, have you been practicing Peach? You so cool.
You talking about playing peaches?
Yeah.
It's all right. I got y'all. I got you. I'm just waiting to
'Cause
see.
you know, it ain't no Glizzy song. So
Yeah,
you
it's
got
cool.
a
It's
song,
cool. Well, you got the Glizzy.
You got a song.
You're gonna be between the
You
two
got a song.
buns with the sauce in your chest.
Yeah, but you
that's
got
cool.
Yeah.
But today is Addicts Day.
Yes.
Today is Addicts Day, so we'll get there. So luckily he keep it quiet right now because I'm waiting to see if he pop off.
Yo, he was open.
He had his head down. He had his head down.
Yeah.
He's gonna pop
I
off.
don't care.
You gonna care what I say?
But
Y'all
anyway,
done already embarrassed me
we gonna
already
get-
for the last 2 months.
We gonna
Nah, he
get to
wasn't
the
embarrassed with that.
We gonna get to RoadToTokyo
No, I
stuff.
know.
We just got to get the midnight.
What are you buying?
Hashtag collared cog.
See, you supposed to be my man. You supposed to be my man,
Kelly
Jordan.
with the 2-month member chat. Blessed day, Rome. Can we please cool on the ILP After Dark stuff? It's too much sometimes. Have an $80 game kind of day. Well, it's
you too late, brother.
We don't do the ILP After Dark. It's you guys that do it.
Yeah, we don't do none of that. But if we're talking about actual facts, Cog is wearing a collar.
Yo, you better stop that nonsense.
And he's gonna like it.
You gonna see?
And he got bracelets. He got bracelets and armbands.
I got you. I can't wait to the road to Tokyo.
Does it come with a belt buckle? Do you have like a big belt buckle?
It's all that. I'm gonna be all that.
Like Elvis.
All that.
You looking like Elvis? Like
Elvis. King Cooper in the building. That's what I'm doing. But anyway, shout out to my man Mahmoud in the building. Salute. You already know. And of course, now that we got through Fuente's intro, he introduced himself. Good to see him. And we got the incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the ascendant one of the Xbox platform movement. Ooh, beloved Lord King, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing better than them Nintendo fans. Oh God, and them.
Slander.
Born in the USA. I was born in the USA.
Do a lot of talking.
Ha! Yeah. How you like me now, right?
Yeah, you better watch out.
Better watch out. Popping bottles is gonna affect a lot of people out here.
Me personally, I had a good conversation with Bill Gates over the weekend.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I pulled up on Bill because he was out there doing his mosquito thing because it's mosquito season. So he was out there, crossbreeding mosquitoes, doing his thing. And I'm like, yo, Bill.
Say crossbreeding mosquitoes.
Yes, he did.
I got a question for you. These tariff things. He said, "Oh no, I got enough money to fund the nation."
Oh yeah.
So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna build a warehouse. Where would you like the warehouse at? I said, "That's cool. Would it be stamped made in the USA?" He said, "Yeah, we're gonna get right back to that." I said, "I appreciate you, Bill." He said, "Listen." Xbox is gonna be the home of the brave. I can't wait, Bill.
And then when King walked away, Bill Gates called security.
Then I woke up and
that part.
Then I woke up. So what I was playing this week, I was playing well, I did my SouthofMidnight stuff, and we got a chance to talk about it on Tuesday. And I did put my review up for my members on my channel. Absolutely. So if you want spoiler free, very in-depth, passionate take on that. Because listen, I have to be cognizant of when us as ILP, we do our reviews because we bounce off each other.
Yeah.
But a lot of stuff that I did have in my notes and stuff like that, I did, talk to my audience about that and stuff like that because a lot of my family from my father's side is from North Carolina, and we do have ties down there. So, but I just want to say this, right, and just really quickly on that because I know we have the topic. For those people thinking it's like a black game, and I'm seeing a lot of people yell out like Black Pride and stuff like that, that I know you didn't play the game yet, because actually the South is made of many different colors, black and white, together, but it's really a game about classism. It's about rich and poor. So it's really not about any of the stuff that you may think it's about. So I highly recommend you guys actually go out and check it out before you making assumptions off of something that you've seen or may have heard. Because I had somebody tell me, because I tweeted it out, and he was on my tweet. He was like, I don't want none of that woke propaganda stuff. And I was like, I would never tell you to do something that's racist. Well, he kind of said racist. I said I would never tell you to do anything like that. If I can recommend something, I'm going to tell you to go check it out. And I think that conversation needs to be had. But this week I found out Marvel Rivals is on a tear.
No.
And they have direct competition with Fortnite. They took a screenshot head up.
Wow, that's rare.
They disrespected Fortnite. Go
I actually feel like the decisions they're making is going to hurt them more than help them. It's going to be extremely hard to
going at the champ
balance a game with
all those characters,
with a hero every month. Like,
yeah.
Wait, it's official. They say they're doing a hero every month.
every month. Every month.
I think for season
they're
3
doing
though.
a season. No, they said that they've adjusted. There's going to be season done every 2 months, and every month you're getting a new hero for at least this year.
Oh, that's cool.
All right.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, well, got a couple of months left.
Yeah.
But all right, so they showed Emma Frost, right? Let's listen to this.
As the days rolled by after the day of the Switch 2 premiere, I found myself more annoyed by all the penny pinching doings by Nintendo.
We will discuss.
Opening parenthesis.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
We got you, Oscar. We're gonna get into that. A lot to discuss there. Go ahead, Gig.
Yeah, so they showed a picture of Emma Frost from Fortnite.
Oh.
And then they showed Emma Frost from Marvel Rivals. She's a character that's coming out next month.
Right. Yeah.
Ooh, she looked like a Temu version.
Yeah.
Fortnite looked like the Temu version.
They stepped it up on it.
And they said, who would you rather be?
Wait, they said that in the advertising?
Yo, they
go for the champ?
I'm with it. With it.
That's crazy. You don't go at the champ.
Yo,
like that.
they put both of them. And they tagged Fortnite. They tagged Fortnite.
Oh, that's friendly. That's the home.
No, it ain't friendly.
Because they collabo. I saw the joint.
They got no beef. It's get down and lay down type of energy. I will give you,
it is wild disrespectful to show they versions back to back and say, who would you play with?
Yes.
Pause. That's crazy.
Well, to be fair, they're going to put more effort into Emma Frost and Marvel Rivals because it's an actual character than a skin in Fortnite.
You're right, but they had to denigrate them dudes.
I'm for it.
That's wow. That's a headshot.
I'm for all of that smoke.
Yeah, I'm for all that too. And I also know that all of Epic works on Fortnite. So if they really want to turn the heat up and make that skin look, they
can't. You know what? What I noticed
turn
is
it around real quick if they want to.
I know who got an injury and who don't.
That's true.
I know that they better be careful. Stop playing. Don't get too cute, and you'll be up out of here.
That's true. But I think it'll be a tough fight because if they start taking all your skins that you got and they have as well, and they start putting it up against each other, I think you're gonna start seeing a drastic shift in populace.
They looked at like the Emma Frost that was in Fortnite. I was like, take that design, but make her look thick.
Yeah, put the
thick. So right now, I'm playing an NDA game.
NDA game.
Yes. Yeah. So again, I'm back to being a baby boy. Yeah.
It's good to see you twerking, man. You haven't been twerking. You twerking this year a lot. I like that.
My Backstreet. We don't twerk on our
Go King.
We don't twerk.
Go King. Do the thing.
Emma Frost is jiggling in all the right places. Ton out.
Facts. Well, what we do the side step spin. We don't do no twerking over here. So we good with that. We leave that to them college folks.
Do the
Don't come for me unless I send for you.
Y'all on it with that. I give it.
He wants to act like he's in college and all the other places, but here he's like, nah, we ain't touching that.
Continue, sir.
So I'm doing my NDA stuff, and I kind of like it. I like it. I was really standoffish from it from before. I don't like that. But I got it. Well, the guy did reach out to me. So he hit me in the DMs, and I asked for it, and he was like, "Oh, you sure? Cool. Here's another one." I'm like, "Oh, damn." I'm like, okay. Let me finish this up. So now I feel like addict, and I feel important now. So it's kind of cool. I hit up one of the people that I look at as a true leader of men this weekend, and I just shout him out, and I say, "Yo, man, thank you for saving something that I love. I know hard decisions had to be made on certain things."
On the NDA thing or something else? What are you
No, something else. Okay.
They base Emma off of Sarah J. Eyes.
That true? I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Angry though.
And angry though, clearly.
I don't know who she is.
He clearly following whoever Sarah J is. He on it.
Googling this.
Yeah, you look at you. He want to know who that is. Continue.
So I said, thank you.
I could see it.
I said, thank you for saving something, that I appreciate.
That's what's up.
And I just wanted to let you know, the moment I shook your hand, I knew you was that dude.
That's what's up.
And he hit me back. He was like, it was a team effort, but also it's community and stuff like that. And we need leaders like you in the community to continue, this, that, and the third. And I'm just like, yeah, see you in June, type of thing. But
what are you buying?
When is that cog skin coming to rival smirk tongue out?
Yeah, I'm messy with this.
I think we're gonna get King Cooper soon in a second.
Yeah, I'm messy with this.
Do you want King Cooper collar off? Do you like him collar off or collar on?
You have a lot of fun with this.
I'm a collar on type of dude.
I can't wait. It's all fun and games until you in that glizzy suit. You're gonna have your run.
Nice. Well,
I already know whose worst nightmare this is.
The best part about it is when I look through the camera and I see you.
Yep.
You staring right back at me with a collar on.
Yep. And you're gonna be standing right in King Glizzy.
Have somebody dressed as Mario grab Koopa Cog by the tail and throw him onto some black balls until they bust.
Whoa!
So long, gay Bowser. Black circle, black circle, monkey.
Who it sees him? See, who is this?
Yo.
Switch to terrible pricing. Still sells 4X Xbox.
We're gonna talk about that.
That's Apollo Dingo.
Yeah, shout out to ROG. Yeah, King is laser focused on a specific 0.5% of the costume. No, nothing about Cooper. Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't care. I just care about the bangles and the wristbands and the stuff. I like the accessories.
Yeah,
the accessories.
The way King's talking, he would be okay with nothing but the accessories.
Yeah, like clearly, there's no Cooper involved.
Let me tell you right
version
now.
Of the suit.
Listen,
there's no
let me
Cooper.
tell you right now. There's a segment of our community.
Oh, you trying to?
There's a segment.
Oh, you trying to get to the broader demographic?
There's a segment of our community that was super chat for that. But me, I like the full costume.
Sure. Anyway, has that been it, sir? Because I feel your time has been long.
I do apologize, but
no, you don't.
Nah, that's all I've been playing. But I just can't wait to get to Addict stuff today.
Yeah, it's fun, and of course we got the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spread that rose to the rubber, the ILP. Tell you what you want to hear, what you need to hear. Shout out to my man Matty, who's doing it, the Finally New Thing, talking South to Midnight as well. What else we doing for me? Obviously, South to Midnight finished. We have the review up. We will still talk a little bit about it today because we got to talk to 14. Got to see his thoughts off or what he's played, all that good stuff. A little bit of KCD2. I can say I'm playing Towerborn. I can say I'm playing that. Shout out to Xbox and that, but I'll have thoughts much later in depth. And actually snuck in a little Destiny. 14 snuck in a little Destiny. You know what? You know why? My man Astrocross. Our man Astrocross got me hyped on just a specific Hive story. Whatever they're doing with the Hive right now is really cool. And I want to see where that's going. And then, when Bife's making videos again, and Bife's excited about just lore. Because we got to admit, Hive lore is the best lore. That's just, but yeah, it's really cool, that part right there. So I just want to see where that little story goes. They brought somebody back that we love, and I'm like, I like this.
You know that meme where it says, when in doubt, and it says, like, bust out the glass?
Yeah, Hive.
Like, there's this Hive.
Hive, Savathun, all that. Yeah, Hive. So I was like, all right, they hit that emergency Hive glass. I'm with this, and I like what they're doing. So I just want to know where that goes. And but enough about that. We do got a couple things we got to do to pay the bills. We got a couple things. Actually, so King, I'm actually putting it on you first. Should we do our Road to Tokyo challenge for Addict, or do we do our little special thing that we got?
Oh, dude, let's. All right, we got a super chat coming in. Super chat.
Forte when 24 was on my kids' new leave dad alone. He's in his bag. Jack and Palmer relationship was top tier.
Facts.
We are running out of time.
We're running out of time. We're running out of time. He always yelling. Yeah. We're running out of time. I like Maniac Jack Bauer.
Where's the bomb?
Where's the bomb? He's such a psycho.
Hey, I'm gonna need to watch this 24 show.
Oh, bro, you never watched 24?
Yeah, you tripping.
Oh, we gotta do a reaction. We gotta do a reaction with you. Yeah. You would love that show.
Wow,
oh my God, it's so crazy.
We give you a whole new addiction right now.
That's a whole Patreon right there. What?
That's
like me
crazy.
reacting to?
Yeah, you go get the whole gambit of feelings. You gonna be like, I hate this character because how in the heck? Like, it's certain people that are super annoying in that show. When I watch it. And
You
I'm
ain't
like,
never
wow.
watch it too? Oh, that's crazy. But anyway,
Dip Down don't watch anime.
I forgot.
Hello?
Yeah. What's up? We hear you.
Can you? How many seasons there, Forte?
9.
Oh yeah, I ain't watching it. Too many seasons.
No. Listen, you only really have to watch at least the first 4.
4. Yeah, about first 4. That's about it.
You watch the
Too
first
many
4.
seasons. 9.
First, wait, did you just say? Wait,
that's
This
hold on.
man
too
just
many.
watched.
Wait,
Yes.
hold on. You
Get
just
him,
watched
Forte.
8
Get him.
episodes,
Get him.
8 seasons
Get him.
of freaking Lost in
Lost
Space.
2 times. Breaking Bad 5 times.
I'm just shaking my head.
Beat 280. This man played Metaphor. Beat it again. A 100-hour game. And just to do some special editing. I don't want to hear about he ain't got time.
You can literally finish. You can literally
talk about the old
4.
me. I've matured.
Nonsense.
Not enough.
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday he matured. Oh my God.
I was making mistakes.
You realize what went wrong.
Mistakes that could get you floated.
Anyway, so King, I'm gonna leave it on you. We're gonna do our little
That's
special
exactly
thing.
how they say
Or we're gonna
it,
get
too.
to the attic.
Yes,
Oh,
let's do the Road to Tokyo thing, our tribute to Solve, and a special shout out to Spoonie Love, one of the members, one of the founding people from the realm that's been here since we had like 20 people in the chat.
Facts.
Spoonie Love from up above.
Love
He's
up above.
in Japan right now. So let's check this
Let's
stuff
check
out.
this out, y'all.
Need to see this.
Straight from Japan. Got people out there that love you that can't wait to see you.
Yeah, I gotta see. Yo, this is amazing.
Yes.
Wow.
That's straight from Japan. That's Spoonie Love from up above.
Shout out to Spoonie.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard this. There's great things about this. I've seen it. People playing it on YouTube.
Yeah.
This is awesome. Oh my God.
He said
amazing.
he
Shout
said
out to
he's
Spoonie.
he
Thank
said he's
you,
sorry
man.
about your pops.
Thank you,
He
man.
said he wants you
Appreciate it.
back. He wants you back, game, and he can't wait to meet you in Japan.
Yo, shout out to Spoonie. Thank you. Now, a funny note, and I'm gonna say this: I have to get my disc drive because the one that I purchased, I gave the king. So I gotta get on PlayStation now and order that right now. But this will be getting played probably more than the show this year because like I said, I heard great things about this. I heard the hitting is something special. I want to really try that. So thank you, Spoonie. I appreciate you, man. I can't wait to see you in Japan. Appreciate it, man. Wow.
We switching over. Yeah, shout out to Saul. Shout out to Spoonie Love. Oh, that's what's up, man. Baseball Jay, you pulled up on him. That's what's up. So Spoonie Love up in Japan, blessing the realm and sending some love to our brother.
Yeah, he hit me in a DM and he was like, "Yo, King, you think it's cool that I can send Solve something?"
Yeah.
And I said, he's like, well, who do I send it to? I said, you can send it to me.
Yeah.
And and he told me what it was ahead of time. I said, man, he gonna super love that right there. That's dope.
What?
Yeah.
Oh man, Lord, in the country. Shout out to Saul, man. Shout out
Because
to
Spoonie had lost his father as well.
Yeah.
So he was like feeling it. He just, we got some dope people. in
Abdul
our
says,
community.
King, how did you and Solve meet? He want history time.
Who, me and Solve?
Yeah, he wants history time.
All right, so I went to Cog's house and Solve was there.
Yes. Was the day of the karate flicks?
Well, we was always doing all of that stuff.
Because what it is, the funny part was like, can you recall we have a mutual, shout out to Jay, Mr. Ha. And then, he comes through, and then Saul was always used to hang out with me once in a while. So that was the first time y'all was there at the same time.
Yeah.
And you doing your 1-2. And one of King's funniest things is that we would watch karate flicks, but he do the voiceovers and do his own storyline about what they saying. So I remember something like, yo, who is this dude?
If you guys are digging AC Shadows,
What we got?
Shogun and Blue Samurai must watch.
I heard Shogun and Blue Samurai is a must. It's a
Shogun
must.
was good. I
Yeah,
watched
a
it.
shout out to Abdel. And yes, Iron Lord podcast history. We all worked at the same job at one time. We were all at Albert Einstein College of Medicine. We all worked at a job for it was like a good 1-2 year run. We were all together. That was dope. That job was bad fun.
Having lunch together.
Yeah,
remember when dudes was breaking the line for the when it was going on strike.
Yes.
It's like scab.
Scab.
That's why I found out what a scab was.
We found out what
I was
scab
like,
with
wow.
union politics was
you
real.
can't press that line, and you
Yeah.
got to go hungry for
Facts.
weeks. Like, yo, it's
Shout out to
crazy.
11.99 union.
Yeah, remember that?
Shout out to them. Yeah, so that's some deep lore, ILP deep lore right back in the day. So yeah, shout out to Sam, shout out to Spoonie Love. But we got to do some Road to Tokyo, y'all. Let's make it rain a little bit. Throw the cherry blossoms in there because it's summertime. You know, y'all had a lot of fun. What's up?
We should have actually had like a meme where we could just have not a meme, like an animation where you could push a button just to have the pedestals go down over and over again.
Over and over.
Instead of like the coins.
Yeah. Little cherry blossoms and all that. So
Yeah,
man. So now it's time. Now y'all had a lot of fun last week. Well, what Kai's gonna do? So again, so as of right now, Road to Tokyo. First of all, salute to the realm, man. This is tremendous. We are like so close to our goal because of you guys and all the foolishness you got us doing. Right there, exactly. So again, so this is the everybody stream, right, Attic? This is everybody's got to do something. We all gonna be dressed up as something, and with the physical challenge from in the sense of all of us being something. So right now we got King Glizzy, the man, the myth, the legend. You know what I'm saying? And we got King Cooper,
He actually
aka
got it. He got.
He got it.
The costume.
Got it. You know what I'm saying? Then we got Collard Cog, aka King Cooper. Something I'm discussing about. But we gotta vote round what Attic gonna be. So I got some suggestions. But what we'll let you jump on.
Do I get my first one?
You get jumping off. What you want to add?
So what it is all right, how it goes is I get my pick.
Before we start what?
I still want Hargy to pick the fourth.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Put in the chat what the fourth is.
Yeah, Hargy the nigga put the fourth.
So I get a pick. You get a pick.
Yeah.
Addy get a pick of his own, and then Hargeet gets the fourth pick.
Right.
All right. So my
I'll let
pick.
Forte pick mine. I don't think it's fair. I pick my own.
My pick is a baby suit.
Okay.
All right. So with a diaper and a binky and a baby bonnet. I want the baby bonnet. So they got it in Amazon. Hey, Addict, could you bring up adult baby costumes?
I cannot. Adult baby. I got my. Okay, you got your links. You gonna put it up?
Because he gotta have the bobos and all that.
You want the baby costume? Okay.
Yeah, adult baby costumes.
Baby costume. So Ram saying Geef Addict should be careful. Okay. They got suggestions.
He gotta have a baby bottle and all of that.
So you pulling it up, Attic, or you going, or you just okay? So you gonna share that to the rub and see what we doing. So we doing babies. That's what you want to do. I got my suggestion. Let's see.
We can make them float too.
What are you, boy?
All right, here we go.
Addict
Wow.
Mario.
All right, so go off for a second. Go off for a second, because it looked like you. Wait a second. Where'd it go?
No, he switching it up, right?
No, he posted it.
He posted it.
He
took your sharing off.
Yeah, he told me to take it off.
No, I
Why
said
does
go
everything
up.
Addict has to do involve freeing his nipples?
No, his nipples ain't gonna be free on that. You're gonna see. I'm gonna show you.
That's what we doing.
I'm gonna show you.
I'm gonna show you.
I'm gonna show you, man. I saw it and laughed in my car and almost crashed. I was like, oh man. I was like, that's too much joy. All right, so I think you went down too much. You went down too much. Go up. Yeah, okay, hold on. That's one baby. So go up again. The next level.
This is all.
There it is. There it is.
Which one?
There it is. Go down. Go down. There it is. That one right there. The one, right next to him.
This one?
Nah.
Which one?
Yeah.
This one?
Okay,
so you want this is your choice. This is your selection.
Yeah, because I like his little feet like that and that little diaper and that little binky around his head. So that way he ain't gotta have his nipples out. I
will say that I don't know how realistic it is for me to sit down with that on.
That's gonna be interesting.
Oh, so you like the other one with the diaper?
All right. So I'm
long as it's a baby costume.
I put it on. I don't care.
So Attic, I'm gonna send you something in ILP chat because I figured, you know what I'm saying, I got something for you. I was like, one thing that, you're a guy that likes platformers, you know what I'm saying? And you always clamor for platformers to come back, but I want you to get another platform. I think this would be perfect for you. So blow that up. I put the link in there. I want you to let's show this one. Let's show this. Show this for the people. Yeah, I think this would be good for you. I think, you know what I'm saying? Because you was really into it. You was doing your little rah-rah like a Dungeon Dragon. So how about we get you literally as Spyro the Dragon? Like, look at the head. Look over there. That's where I want you. I want you just like that. I want. Yeah. With the tail, you get it. Keep it when he get low. I like the one where he. Yeah. That's how I want. Spyro. Your Forte laughing. I want you, Spyro, son. That's how I want you, baby. You down with Xbox? Because they said you not down with Xbox. Or if that is, it's a second option, backup option for the realm. Because a lot of times people were happy with you during the the whole Xbox putting their games everywhere. So Spyro's the number one choice, but I want to get the realm options. So check out this one I'm about to send you.
No.
You only got one. I know, but they get the vote. They get the vote. My choice. They get the vote. Can we just show them this one?
You pick one.
All right, fair enough. But I just want them to see this. I just want them to see the second one. Just to see the second one. Share this second one. There we go. Share that to the joint and then to the left. Just so we can have options. But I think number one definitely is gonna be Spyro. That's what I picked. You know what I'm saying? But you have been deemed the mustard heart. And I think also that's the other option for you, option B. You know what I'm saying? Just in case.
Spicy
because you're real spicy with your mustard heart. You know what I'm saying? But so I leave it to the realm. Do as you must. Do as you will. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all like that Spyro, he can get raw, he get low with it. You know what I'm saying? Or if y'all feel he a mustard, whatever y'all want to do, I'm just putting out options for the realm just in case we got
What are you picking, Forte?
Yo, Brooks says Spyro's getting my for him. He's muted.
Yeah, I'm down for Spyro too.
Everybody says Spyro. It's all right. Spyro for the run was Spyro out of my choices. Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, 14.
Kart is really thinking outside the box. Like I thought some rudimentary stuff.
Yeah. We gotta get him. He was laughing too hard at me, and I really had to put some thought. I think Spyro is the go. I do think Spyro is the
wow. Let me see if they got a Crash Bandicoot suit.
Yeah, son. So the Rub try to help you. Oh, they say it's Zangief. I'm seeing a lot of Zangief folks, Forte. A lot of Zangiefs. You know what I'm saying? But I do want him to get low, get rah like a Dungeon
listen,
rah,
that
like
Spyro one.
It's it. That's it.
He got him like.
I want to be giving because I like angry addict, and he can get angry. Like I said, that's him. And get his back to the
those are both good ones because the mustard art is on brand. It's on brand. Like he can have like jars of mustard on the counter behind him.
Put it on a drink. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I think he'll lean too heavy into that. I like the Spyro.
Yeah, because Mustard Heart, you're right. Mustard Heart, he would own it. And he'd be like, I'm the Mustard Heart. I'll do that.
I'm the general of the Mustard Heart Army.
Exactly. Spyro, we want that. Spyro it is for me. All right, so there it is. So what is it, Forte? What you want?
Jesus, I didn't even think about this that hard.
You can take the mustard as a second if you can't think of that.
No, like I said, but that's easy. Like adding, you get a wild card. So what? It's not like that. It's not like it's gonna win.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, since Forte can't pick, whoever drops a $20, I'll take whatever that is. $20 super chat. Careful, they'll get crazy. You can choose what that's gonna be.
Better be careful. They get crazy.
Oh
20.
Man, you
get around 20.
You know what? Let me go scour the internet. Real quick.
You know how that goes.
Better because it's either you say something first or a 20 pops up.
Shout out to Darren, one of the buildings. Salute. You already know. Tip down. Addict should be what? Boo and King can be Mr. Popo from DBZ. Wow, that's crazy. Shout out to Iron Rope.
Wow, that's super racist.
The costume episode of ILP is shaping up to be a low-budget round of Super Smash Bros.
Right.
I'll show you.
That is kind of true.
He said he wants me to be Super Boo or Kid Boo.
Kid Boo, I think.
He want me to be that racist character.
They said collard glizzies with the mustard and a sparrow dragon. I cannot. They are out of control. So look. Don't worry about it. We got the three. We just got to get Hargeet, right? If Hargeet's in there, or he not in here today.
Yeah, I don't think he's in there.
I was in there. So look, it looked like Spyro is winning. So we get some votes in, or we gonna wait until we get more. We have to hold it off until we get the official 3 to 4 choices.
Oh no, we need 4 choices.
Yeah.
So if Hargeet's not there, then we gotta hold
on. So, but y'all know my vote then. So one more week. Y'all got my vote, so Spyro for y'all for him. We're gonna let him get.
No,
low.
we gotta vote it today.
Yeah, we gotta vote it today.
So then, all right, but then what we doing because Hargeet ain't there?
Well, I told Hargeet last week that we were doing it, so it's not my fault he's not here. I can't.
All right, cool.
I should text him, right?
So King, what was yours? We got
the baby,
the baby, Spyro, and then we just make it a 3-choice on him. Let the round pick.
Yeah, let the round pick something.
Round. What should be the third suit outside of baby addict, Spyro addict, and one more addict? We need one more, and then we put it to the vote. Let's see what y'all got. Come on. All right, Zangief. Somebody said Uncle Ruckus. I don't know what y'all messy with that.
Wow, that
Uncle
is
Ruckus.
mad
I don't even know
racist.
if there's a suit for that.
You can't ask these people to do.
Country Big says Sailor Moon. All right. They like Sailor Moon. Homer Simpson.
Homer Simpson.
Zangief again. What else? Princess Peach. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Bad guy from the Popeye.
I think we should put him in the Sonic costume.
That the Robotnik from Sonic. Chugly. All right, here's the 20. Oh, it's coming through. They making it rain for Tokyo.
Ultra.
Addict is Sailor Moon.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, they got the Sailor Moon.
The
So
Sailor
Sailor
Moon.
Moon's a vote.
Oh,
And
we got two.
Zangief. We got
They
two
came in-
20s.
They came in instantly.
Darren one got
You
Zangief.
know I said whoever did it first.
But that's a fourth
They came
choice.
Oh, okay. Then we'll do both.
Now, we got it. That's the fourth
Here's
choice.
the $20. It's gotta be Zangief.
All right, so
All
Zangief,
right, so we got-
Sailor Moon, Baby,
They stay
and
wanting
Spyro.
your nipples out, bro.
Yeah, they want his nipples out. All right, we
Baby
got the
suit.
4 now.
What is yours again called?
Spyro Dragon.
Spyro.
Rah, like a junkin' dragon. Low.
Yo, you know what's crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Check this out. I'm scrolling. I went for the Crash Bandicoot costume
Mm-hmm.
on my Amazon Prime, right? Tell me why they got Spyro the Dragon just pop up.
Yeah, it's your mere hands that do it for me, son. We gotta get him like that.
First, I want to know what the hell were you doing that you came up, because the only reason why that thing popped up right now is because he heard me talking about it. You know how the AI
Yeah, the AI do. You know how the AI do.
I say Spyro costume and be like, yo, I got you. Like, nah, you too eager, bro.
What it was is they got it when he put it in the chat.
Yeah, we all linked together.
We all linked
It's all
together.
ridiculous.
Facebook Reddit.
All right, so we got the poll going.
What does call? Where?
Better hope that you don't get none of that King After Dark stuff. Like, what the hell is this on my timeline? Be
All
careful.
right, Baby Suit, Spyro, Sailor Moon, Zangief.
And
There
I'm
we go.
also going to put up I'm going to start 15 because we had a couple 20s already.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's right. Hold on, damn. Let's see who jumps. Sailor Moon jumping out crazy. Yo, Spyro, damn. Come on, Spyro.
Now that Sailor Moon is beast.
Zangief is rising 20 already. All right, yo. This
I
is
tell you,
crazy.
you guys pick whack stuff. I'm sorry, man. Like I knew for a fact all that stuff you guys talking about, none of that's gonna work.
Hey,
on
where
these
my Spyro people, son?
Nah, that Sailor Moon is out here gaining traction.
That's crazy.
What are you buying?
Nintendo seeing Xbox One levels of misinformation and FUD being spread around the internet lately. Lies won't be enough to stop the takeover.
He
Folded
holding it
hands, dark skin tone.
He holding it down. All right, there's no doubt. So Paul's gonna go through.
That ain't gonna stop you, but the terrorists will.
Anyway, everyone on this Sailor Moon joint, they not playing around, want what they want. But
You know what
anyway,
the Sailor Moon look like, right?
yeah, I see that now. I see it. I was like, oh, that's wild, crazy. That they gonna do, they do my man
I
dirty.
don't care.
That's crazy. They just try to embarrass the boy.
They need them pigtails. They need them
They need the
pigtails.
pigtails. They need the pigtails. So anyway, we gotta do a little.
Here's what the Sailor Moon looks like.
What we got?
I'd have to find one that fits me. I think that might be hard to find one that's for someone.
That
my
one right
size.
there with them pigtails,
That's
son.
nasty work.
Yeah, there
I
she
don't
go.
care.
Bad. Wait, go down. That one, go down.
That
That
one
one
right
right
there
there with the
pigtails.
boots and the red boots and the pigtails. Scroll up.
Yeah,
Go up, go up,
Go up
go up.
one. Go up
Nah,
one.
we ain't looking
Yeah, the
at that.
$49.99.
Yeah.
Get that
$11 through the
$49
$16
upper
costume.
left. Upper left. Yeah, right there. Hit
Fun
that.
costume.
$49.90.
That's
Yeah.
a costume.
What'd you say?
That's a kid costume.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
damn.
can
gotta
get
find
we can
something
get
for
you in that.
adults.
He like that one. He
We
like.
could get you into that.
See, all right. So what I like
Plus
about
size.
it?
Oh, they got plus size.
There it is.
There, hit the little things on the side. Hit the
There
thing
it
on
is.
the side. Yo, she got. Oh, they got a collar. They got a collar. They got a collar on that. Yeah.
Y'all gonna be the Collar Brothers.
The Collar Brothers.
Y'all gonna be the Collar.
Oh man, that's nasty work.
I think that's the dude off Street Fighter. Isn't it?
That's that. They said there's a plus side.
There's a plus.
It's on deck, son.
It's on. All right, Spiral's coming up in a second. Yo, Sailor Moon is winning by a landslide,
bro.
That's
the fishnet stockings was the problem. Yeah, he got
Had my man on the corner with the red boots.
No,
I actually don't think they have costumes for that dude.
Nah, we gonna find it. Don't you worry.
For Zangief, all he does is wear red underwear and his chest out.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know anything about these characters.
Anyway,
was it Street Fighter?
I don't play Street Fighter.
Okay. Anyway, look, got some LOGNET business we got to take care of. LOGNET time of the month. Salute to all in the realm that have contributed.
That Sailor Moon winning by a long shot.
Yes, winning by a long shot. We'll get back to it. Let me just take care of LOGNET Scribe above. So, yeah, man, first shout out to the entire team out here killing it, putting out good work, some great new additions to the squad. And, yeah, we got to celebrate one particular scribe who went above and beyond last month. Absolute tear. Thought-provoking pieces with the resurgence in the retro scene. And, the super chats are coming in crazy. Let me pause it for a second. It's going to be wild. Let's see what's going on. Give me a second, y'all.
I don't hear them.
No, I heard the because they're about to come. Trust me, they're about to come.
Yeah, here they come.
The member chat is what went off first. They'll be up next. I just paused it for a second. But yeah, he's been killing it with again talking about the retro gaming scene, live streaming culture, diversity in gaming, Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments and cards, and a lately updated Baldur's Gate 3 review from a 2025 perspective. Proudly present the latest winner of the Lord Dizzy LOGNET Scribe of the Month to community manager, LordsOfGaming.net own Chris Jones, C-Unit. So he couldn't be here, so shout out to C-Unit, but he did give us a little speech. So I'm just going to read it real quick paragraph. He said, once again, the MJ of LOGNET is back. Apologize for not being there and no video this time. A lot of things going on in the background in life. Great to be selected once again for Scribe of the Month. Trying lots of different types of articles and seeing what people like. Everything from Sweet in HD, Remaster Review, DEI in Gaming, Cozy Gaming, and the resurgence of retro gaming, plus much more. Look for more reviews and some cool stuff in the future. Everything day by day, right? But appreciate the team and all the support LOGNET and ILP has shown me. Shout out to the team and everyone. I'll see you again soon. I know we're going to get to all that other stuff. I see you laugh. We still got LOGNET stuff, so I'm ignoring what's happening until we finish the LOGNET stuff. Also, our secondary, no, we can't do it because we're not finished. And our secondary LOGNET award, honor of the wealth of my brother, kind of the nurture the talent, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the editors and everybody behind the scenes doing their thing on the site. He said, this is kind of like a nurturing award, people who teach and give the lifeblood of the site. So the editor is not only from our OG from the early days, but he's honest voice of the editorial team and our developmental plans. Also our Amtrak, a seller travel agent. We proudly present the winner of the Lord Dizzy LOGNET editor of the month to the video producer of LOGNET and communications officer, Lord Petey Leone. He has prepared a speech for the realm.
How you doing, everybody?
No, I didn't put it in.
Warlords of Gaming,
because
hanging out here at the Iron Lords podcast
1 second.
every single Sunday, watching the show and talking to the guys. I can say that the group of people that I work with is just leaps and bounds.
Be quiet.
I was going
so
to
many people,
it is not muted.
and we work to make each and every one of us better. So all I'm going to say is thank you so much for bringing me on here. I appreciate everything.
Good
I wish
for
I
you,
could
my
join
friend,
the team today.
They can hear
on
you.
your show,
You know what?
but family life is
Well, I know
crazy
they
for
can
me.
hear me. I'm not trying to
And
have
I
it
will
be
say
dead
thank
silent.
you so much. And if
Man's
anyone is
talking.
looking to join us and become part of our team, please make sure you use the link that Cognito will probably give you all to, ask to join up. Work on lots of articles, lots of videos, We do a lot of gaming news and information, videos, and things like that. And all I can say is that thank you from the rest of the team for voting me into the position. And I appreciate everybody for joining us and, having fun with it. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Lords of Gaming team. And thank you very much, Iron Lords Podcast, for, supporting us through our journey of growth. So, and thank you, all of you, for, participating and watching our videos and making our voices heard. So thank you so much.
No doubt. Shout out to Petey again. Apologies on that. OBS, of course, acting up, not doing what it's supposed to do when I've already tested it. But that is the life of live broadcasting. Anyway, salute to Petey. Salute to everybody in the realm. LordsOfGaming.net again. If you want to join the team, again, check out the site, LordsOfGaming.net. Check out the Twitter accounts, Iron Lords Podcast and the LordsOfGaming.net podcast. And we are looking for talent. We got a lot of things going on and always welcome new members to the team. So salute to everybody. Anyway. We are.
I thought you were saying that they couldn't hear and you was trying to fix it, and I was trying to fill in dead air.
No, OBS was definitely doing what they do because I tested it and then it's like, oh, well, we don't care. It's gonna not work when you want it to work. So shout out to OBS for messing things up on PD's behalf. Anyway, let's get back to it. So we got to get super chats, got things going on and funny stuff, and then we get into these topics to get it popping. All right, stuff should be playing now.
I don't know how I would do that. I'd have to look it up.
Always playing?
Yeah, it's playing. You can't hear
now I can't. OBS, bro, what is with this program, bro? It is. Don't even get me started. Again, so I should just mute it because I can't hear nothing. Y'all can hear it?
Yeah,
right, we can hear you. They're talking.
Dr. Strangelove, you got to do a Sailor Moon magic girl transformation into a costume live on stream. Daring one with the $10. How did Cog duck the Sailor Moon outfit last week? The image of a giant black man in an outfit meant for a tiny pasty white girl would have been amazing.
I was gonna choose that, but then I chose something totally different. Yeah. But regardless to what, it didn't win at all anyway because I wasn't gonna have. I would have never voted for Attic to be a girl character. Mm-hmm. I just think that's just going, stepping over the line. But you guys are weirdos. I'm just gonna let y'all know that.
No audio, apparently.
No audio
on me.
On all
They're
of us?
saying they don't hear anything. I don't know. Are you talking about the super chat?
The super chat. Okay, no audio for the chat. Yeah, I don't hear nothing either. Okay, cool. See, OBS messing with y'all too.
Yeah, that's why I read it because I knew they wouldn't hear.
So I'm just going to shut off.
Hear.
Yeah, what you go for? Because he acting up. I don't know what's going on with him. But anyway, okay, they hear us, but they didn't hear the super chat. Yeah, so we're gonna read them because they just bugging out. It's okay. Mm-hmm. Thank y'all for the run. Continue.
I don't know. See, part of the issue with like Cog doing the back end stuff is like if I was doing the back end stuff, I could like troubleshoot a little bit better, but I don't know what's going on his computer because I'm not there.
Yeah, it just don't work when it don't want to work. That's it. I test these
the only thing I could think of is they defaulted your system settings back to not to your headset.
Not to the headset.
So you would have to change the actual system audio back to the headset you're on, because that's the only way I could see that happening. That we can't hear, but we can hear, but you can't, because it defaulted your headset back to another one, like not on OBS or Zoom, but on your actual system. Like when you look at the bottom right, where it
my joint is fine. My joint is fine.
Yeah, so that's the only thing I can think of.
All my things are fine. The sources in OBS are fine. I'm pointing the correct sources. It is randomly not working. It reminds me of the era when we do the intro and the outro, and then it doesn't want to work, and the settings are correct, and then I just flip the toggles back and forth a bunch of times.
Sometimes, sometimes either you got to log out and log back in.
Yeah, log in, log out, restart the computer. It's that kind of thing. It's like when it goes from different scenes, it messes up before. Yeah, not a big thing. I just want to let y'all know it's not my fault. I am thorough. I test these things. This program sucks. Sorry, I got to give y'all the smoke, OBS. It's just y'all not consistent. But anyway,
most likely it's not even OBS. It's Windows. Well, Windows and OBS.
We ain't gonna let Windows catch that straight that you trying to throw.
It's them those, man. I'm telling you. Anyway, yeah, see, that messes with my settings. That said it sounds like it's Cog's fault. Anyway, did we catch up on those super chats? We good?
Yeah, see, every time I update Windows and I start having audio issues because it messes with my settings.
I'll never have that problem with Windows. Well, what's it saying? We caught up on super chats. I want to make sure we good on all the super chats.
Yeah.
All right, no doubt. We got the Darren, we got everybody. Okay, cool. All right, so let's get into this, y'all. We got a lot of show to talk about, and it is time.
No topics.
I know it's crazy.
So what one though?
What one? Oh yeah, what one before we start? Which one for Addict?
I mean, I could tell you now. It was
Sailor Moon. Yeah, 45.
It's not popping up on my thing.
See, yeah, I can see.
All right, so let me see.
Sailor Moon 45%.
Yeah,
Spyro Moon. 25. Third place was Zangief at 17, and Baby Suit was last at 14.
Yeah,
256. Yeah. So Sailor Moon, it is.
You guys picked. Here's the thing. They want to torture us, and you guys pick stuff that would be funny, but it's not torturing. That's why it's like, look, someone paid me $20 to put on a Sailor Moon outfit for a couple hours. Okay, do you want a response from me? I mean, I could go get a wig easy. Like that stuff don't bother me. Like,
you got a lot of non-hangups that is perplexing to me.
I don't care. Like I truly don't care.
I hear that, bro.
He said, I hear that.
Care.
He said, yo, Forte. He said, ain't nothing for me to go grab a wig. What?
Listen, I could go.
That's being comfortable.
You know what I'm gonna do the whole time during the podcast? I'm gonna get a brush. You just be brushing the wig or whatever.
Anyway, let's get this popping.
Wild business.
I can easily go upstairs to my wife's room and grab a wig if I want to. That don't mean I am.
Anyway, moving on. We got these topics, y'all. So we're gonna set it off, man. South of Midnight is here. Out. The reviews are out. Obviously, the Lords did a group review. Go check that out.
Yes.
On the channel, but we got some early impressions. Obviously, it's not the full release, not just yet, but it's an early access. And sitting currently at a 77 Metacritic. So I wanted to bring this to the realm, how we feel about the industry reaction, our thoughts, and then also future of compulsion. I want to talk about that as well, as far as the results and stuff like that. Let's start with Forte first, because obviously we did a group review, and I didn't know if you got a chance to play it at all.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Not a lot, but I got a chance to play it enough to a point where I got a little opinion about it.
Yeah, so what's your feeling, South of Midnight?
Dr. Strange said Addict's a proud white woman.
That's funny. I like that.
Hey,
that's hilarious.
Listen, clauses were invented for a reason.
Oh, don't do that to my boy. Don't do that.
Wow, crazy.
Let that man live. Let everybody live their life.
If he want his free flag to fly, let it fly.
Let everybody live their life.
Listen. It's great. You love it. I like it.
I don't know.
You like it. I love it. You like it. I love it.
I don't know, man. It sounds like you kink shaming.
Because Addict like to wear a wig in his part time. Let's do it.
You don't know what I do.
You don't know what he do.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you damn well for sure. I do not. You threw on those nipple tassels and just threw your shirt on.
He threw the shirt over though. That was funny.
Yo, that was bizarreness within itself.
He took it like it was a scarf.
And I'm thinking this, Forte. He gets up and goes to the store, and he's jingling, baby. And he gets a bag of potato chips and a drink. And the guy behind the counter, he puts his money on the counter, and as he says, "Have a nice day," and he gets a glint of what's going on under his shirt. And the guy's like, "That's my guy, Addict." They know about Addict.
Anyway, so Forte, South of Midnight. Your thoughts? What you playing? How you feeling?
Tassels right now, King. You don't know.
Hey yo, that was wild.
Listen, all we did was send it. We didn't say that you can only have a one-time use. I'm pretty sure those stickies have been
definitely ILP after dark. So let's continue.
I did realize that those wings on that Batman shirt are sticking out a little bit on the ends.
Little extra elevation on them. Continue. Let's get to South of Midnight.
No, I'm enjoying it so far. I haven't watched any reviews or anything on it because I want, especially since I got a chance to play it a little bit earlier, I just kind of want to have my own thoughts on it yet. But the parts I play, I feel like story's really good. It's kind of all over the place in certain parts. Like when you feel like there's like with character development and stuff, it's like they're not there. It's like when you're just, you know, haven't gotten far enough to see exactly how deep that actually goes. But for the most part, everything I played on it so far, the atmosphere, the graphics, and everything like that, I really, really, really like. I like how everything is separated when it comes to like the way the map is kind of laid out. Like everything has its own little territories and things like that. I think that's really, really cool. Not something that we haven't seen before, but it's been a while since I played a game that kind of structured it that way, which I really, really like. Combat, I will come back. The one thing you say about the combat is,
let's get to that.
I feel like it's good. It's just not enough. I feel like it's just not like, I feel like everything about this game that really speaks to me, I really like. It's just not enough of it.
Gotcha.
Or not enough time spent on it to make it bigger than it needs to be. It should be.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because I feel like the combat is really good, but it's like the tip of the sword. It's like
it's a foundational thing.
Like, where's the rest of it?
Yeah, like you could build on this. But I got you.
Can be like, I can see like this was like more like, in my opinion, it feels like this was more of, let's get the concept of what we want out there.
Right.
And then once the concept is out there, once we get all the art direction and everything, once we get the main focus of what we want the game to be, let's then build the game on top of that.
Right.
And I felt like they did that good. It was great. I just feel like it's a lot of things that I just wish there was more of. Like I wish there was like more, as of right, like I said, I'm like, 4 hours in. The conversations I had with some of the NPCs, some of the other characters in the game, I just wish it was more fleshed out.
Yeah.
I guarantee it gets a little bit more fleshed out because, like I said, I hear the game's like 13 to 15 hours, something like that.
Yep.
So there's definitely more time for it to do that for me. I know you guys probably have finished it and stuff already, but for the most part, I just find myself wanting more out of the things that I've come across already in the game versus, you know, normally, I'm not going to say normally, but usually the caveat of a game or the thing that brings you in is like, the beginning of it, like how they thrust you into it. I feel like they do that really well.
Yeah.
But then it's like this low where I'm like, you know, it's like gets repetitive for a little bit.
Yeah.
Where the combat's kind of samey. I enjoy it, but I wish it was more. I kind of put it like this: Hellblade. I love the first Hellblade.
Yes.
I love it.
Yes.
Senua's Sacrifice, I love it to death. The thing that propelled that game for me was just the emotional roller coaster you go on.
Yes.
With the character development and everything, where the combat is like a backdrop to that.
Right.
I was willing to be like, okay, the combat could definitely be better. I felt like that was just like the bare bones version of it, but the story and just the adventure of going through that with Senua was so good that I kind of propelled myself to get through it. And then I feel like this game's going to be kind of the same way, where people really enjoyed their time with it, but when they do another version of it or a part 2 of it, they're going to always say it's always going to be those things that they like. They just want more of it. Gotcha. And just looking at the combat itself, and like I said, games like this really, really, you know, depend on that combat the most, because the story is going to be like there, but I haven't played enough to really say how deep that story goes as you get into the game. I can just only focus on like the thing you do the most, which is the combat, and I just wish it was a little bit more
than that.
Fleshed out. I don't have all of the abilities yet. I know you get more and more stuff as you go, but for some people I talk to, they say, it kind of gets to a point where it kind of stops and it kind of plateaus, and you just kind of wish you had more of that too. And you kind of get that early in the game, because it's not like AC Shadows where you start out the game and you're like, you see what the potential of your character is, and then they pull it away from you. Then you kind of see the drastic difference in, like, wow, I can't wait to get back to that version of me. And then you kind of going through that. But as of right now, 4 hours in, I really, really enjoy the game. The story is really, really cool. I think the overall ambiance is really great. Yeah. The first thing I did when I turned that game on is I turned that freaking stop motion off.
You know what the autistic vision?
No.
You want that anyway in your platform?
Part of me feels like it doesn't turn it off for her. It just turns it off for the world around her. Like I still feel like you still kind of get that that jittery effect with her when she's like traversing through the environment.
And it's still on in the cutscenes, but it's only in gameplay where it's cut off. Yeah.
Gameplay where it's cut off. So that's the first thing I turned off. I was like, yeah, this got to go. I feel like I'm moving at 2 frames per second. We got to turn this off. But outside of that, everything else about the game is great. And, you know, I just don't, the thing for me is I don't want people to like look at this game as like, okay, it's a Game Pass game. And I think it's more than that. I think, you know, that's kind of been like an anchor for a lot of games, especially when people feel like it needs to be more to it. Yeah. And I think this game could fall in that, but I think they did a good enough job to actually entice you to want to be in that world and experience that world. It just needs to be a little bit more fleshed out the next time around that they do it. But we'll talk about it even more when we get to the spoiler.
What do you mean by it's a Game Pass game?
You know what people mean when they say Game Pass game.
No, actually I don't, because Xbox puts all their first party titles there. So if Diablo is in there, if Call of Duty's in Game Pass, if you know, so I don't understand it. Like, what does it mean? Is a banger?
No, so all right, so
all the dope stuff that everybody wants.
So let me tell you how I look at a Game Pass game. A Game Pass game is just a game that's in Game Pass to me. Doesn't matter. I don't care. If I ain't got to get Xbox, I told people years ago, if Xbox gives you I said, people was like, oh, it's a game. I said, listen, we can complain about if a game is good or if a game is bad. We're not going to complain about the fact that people don't want to pay full price for games, and you guys act like you guys do, and nobody really truly does.
Everybody's rich.
If that was the case, people wouldn't walk in my store every day or walk into retail stores every day and ask people like, hey, can I get a deal on this? No, because nobody wants to pay full price for anything.
But they don't say that they're premium gamers and they're going to buy everything in there?
No, screw that. Gamers? Nobody, listen, it sounds good on camera.
Oh, that's right.
I thought everybody
how about this? Do you got that used?
Yeah. See, that's also you said you deal with the real life people.
Well, listen, I want to, you know, people you hear, I want to support the developers, but then you want to walk into the store and not support the developers because they got it for $5.
So that's just echo chamber. That is social media. Okay, I got you.
That's all. So for me, a Game Pass. Yeah, Game Pass game is just a game that's in Game Pass. But
as the young kids would say, that's cap.
But the people that we're talking about that say Game Pass, it's always like, okay, this game, you know, for every 2 or 3 games that hit Game Pass that's like really, really good, you're gonna have like 3 or 4 that don't hit that mark, and they feel like it was something that they just wanted to rush out there. And you know, we're talking about games like, you know, they're going to say this game was probably rushed out there because it could have been a little bit more added to it, and that might be true. I just think that in general, a game is a game, and even if that game is a $70 game like Call of Duty or Avowed, or a $40 game like you know, South of Midnight, the experience is still the same, and it's about what you get out of that experience.
I got you.
And that's all that really truly matters. But we already know once this game hits mainstream, there's going to be sides taken on it, because we already see it when it comes to like just the conversation from just the small amount of people that got a chance to either talk about it and review it. But as of right now, I am enjoying my 4.5 hours in this game, and I will be finishing it. And definitely when we do a spoiler cast and we talk about we're going to revisit all this, and we're going to have a even deeper conversation about
I do have a question with you before I pass it off. I wanted to get, because obviously I know you just started pretty much getting into it, you're playing, but I do want to talk about obviously the Metacritic, right? The Metacritic right now is sitting at about a 77, right? So the talk is, and this is something that I think me and Maddie actually discussed in reference to compulsion, right? And you know, with this type of reception, right? What happens? Is it a situation where you think, you know, some people may be worried, like, yo, it wasn't necessarily a 90 Metacritic. People say it's solid, it's good, but it's not like great. At least that's what, you know, kind of somebody says. It's a good game. Not that it's a bad game, it's a good game. So the question is, what do you think happens? Remember, this is their first one underneath the Xbox banner. What do you feel like the future of compulsion holds? Will they be allowed to make a sequel? Do you think they get put on something else? Like, some people went as far as like, well, maybe And, it's a tango situation, and they're up out of here. Like, where do you think the future of compulsion is after this?
I mean, that's kind of hard to say. I mean, I don't think. Okay, so every studio has a number, not a number, but has a threshold target that they hit. Let me ask you this: do we think that's Bethesda made Starfield, and Starfield, Metacritic wise, didn't hit where they thought it should hit at?
Right.
In some people's eyes.
Right. But then they could say the commercial success for initially with remember they had they were doing very well with the early $100 edition, and I'm sorry.
But does that ultimately sales is the main thing that matters, and plus you're talking about, and that's what I'm talking about, the echelon side of it. Bethesda's one of those studios.
I got you. My bad.
Like Naughty Dog's one of those. We already know Intergalactic is probably going to sell really well initially out the gate, but what's going to be the tail of that?
Right.
Is it going to be something that's going to resonate with people long term? We see FromSoft with Elden Ring, one of the hardest type of games to get into, and we saw that game pick up steam just because of word of mouth.
Right.
So it really just comes down to the fact of how people interact with the game after it comes out. Are there going to be more sheep out there than there are people that are actually herding that sheep? Because if you're a person that's herding the sheep, then who really cares about what other people think about the game? It's a game that's available for you in Game Pass if you have the subscription, and you can just download it and play it for your subscription fee, and then give your own opinion on it after the fact. Versus what I think is going to probably happen for a lot of people, they're going to hear people probably talk negative about the game or something they don't like about the game, and then in general, it's going to come back to, well, you know what? The people that I feel like I trust and I talk to, they said it's not good or they don't like it, then I'm not going to play it.
Right.
So those are the things that you really can't, you can't comprehend of what's going to happen. I think in general, they're going to be perfectly fine.
Okay.
Because this is their first game out of the gate, brand new IP. We always want brand new IP. We want people to take, chances and stuff. But I also think now that they have the system in place, you're just expecting the next version just to be that much better.
Right.
And I think that's going to be the place that we are going in the future. The biggest thing is, if Phil is still the person that's around, because we don't know how much longer Phil is going to do it.
That's a good point.
We don't know how much longer Phil is going to do it. If we can keep the same hierarchy in place, then there's a good chance that stays the course.
Right.
We don't know what the future of
stakeholder situation.
We don't,
in a world where it's like, hey, we need
where everything is.
Me and I had this conversation. Maybe leadership or directions have changed, and hey, where my money at? Be like, can like we understand like a Call of Duty.
There's 2 ways you can make your money.
Right.
Well, there's 2 ways you can make the money back.
Okay.
We're still talking about $70 billion. And that was nothing to do with compulsion.
True.
Nothing to do with them.
But we do know the directives have changed, and I can interrupt you. Hi-Fi Rush, a very critically acclaimed platformer style game
that nobody purchased.
That nobody purchased was sent over.
So the ultimate thing the ultimate thing that's going to come, like you just said, though, for me, I feel like they'll be good.
Okay.
But like ultimately, $70 billion is still on the table.
Yes.
And there's 2 ways you can fix that number: more sales or cutting back labor.
Okay.
And if you cut back labor, actually, the funny thing is cutting back labor gets you to that number faster because that's less people that you're paying. Not saying that's something that we want to happen, but that's why you always see these industries when you see mass layoffs. It's because it's in conjunction that we're still selling product, but we're also cutting the end of the product that makes that literally contributes the most to the the dollar amount that is being made across that. So it's hard. I don't even like speculating about parts of that because you don't want to talk about other people's futures and stuff like that. But in general, I think as long as what we have now is still in place, when their next games come out, they're perfectly fine. But we're playing with a completely different Microsoft at this point.
No, and that's fair. And that's fair. And in your defense, I know I put a lot of pressure on you to answer that. So
I'll answer it. It's fine.
In fairness to you, the game's still not officially out right now. We keep forgetting. The game officially releases to 8. Right now, we're in the early access paid $5 mode, right? So we will see April 8th, right? What happens there? So wow, these super
because
chats
those are the people that matter the most, though.
Yeah,
you got to remember that. We are just the ones talking about it because we got a chance to play.
Right.
There's a whole 3 to 4, 5, 6 million
Correct.
other people that are going to get a chance to have their opinion on that. And this game is going to sway on that opinion.
Correct.
And that's all that really matters in the end.
Let me break protocol for a little bit because there's a couple of really relevant super chats that's going on. If you want to get into South Midnight discussion. So shout out to West Philly. I like that. West Philly. What's up with the ball? $5. You know what I'm saying? Young ball. What's up with the ball? South of Midnight is the first black surrealism video game. Similar to movies Get Out or Sorry to Bother You. Give Compulsion Games the HBO Lovecraft Country. All right. Then we got
I like that.
Yeah, shout out to my man
that's
DG.
really good
Not BG, but DG. Salute for the $20 super chat. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it. Save this for the Switch topic. With tariffs having an effect on the Switch 2, will this affect the plans of Xbox or the games industry of the upcoming releases to 80? Okay, all right. I'll bring it back. I'll run it back. So you want me to save that for that? We all going to talk about that, DG.
Yeah.
So does $80 games?
Start that with save this for the Switch topic.
I'm sorry. I know. I did start it. I messed up because I thought this was going to be relevant. I thought it was going to be some South Midnight stuff. But we will run that back. We got you. Richard P. $10 super chat. Let me make it rain for the $10 of Tokyo. I'll give more money if Addict says ooh, ooh with the eyes crossed to the camera every 15 minutes with the outfit, and he forgets. He says he has to say King is Mr. 98% right at all the time, and then hot dog emoji, hot dog emoji, hot dog emoji. How you gonna do it?
I'm down with that, son.
You had me until you said the King thing. That's where I did.
So he said he will wear a wig, do his cross-sided business, woo woo, but he won't say King right 98% of the time.
Because I only speak facts, not fiction. So.
You don't want to say 98% right?
Shout out to them tariffs.
Yeah, just say the smaller number. Say he's only 20% of the time wrong. It sounds better.
Sounds way better.
Sounds better than 98% right.
Here's the thing when it comes to like the South of Midnight thing and like the direction of the studio.
Yeah.
I don't know. It depends on because I do think there was a lot of variables that people don't take into consideration with the Hi-Fi Rush thing. You know, the person who started that studio left.
Yes.
Took a lot of the vets
Good
with
point.
him.
Good point.
I will say, even with that, in my opinion, that was their only Japanese studio. They should have just rebuilt and not shut down. But that's just my opinion on the matter. They shut down like Roundhouse Studio didn't even make a game yet. They shut down a bunch of Bethesda studios. So it's just like, I look at something like this. I don't know. It just depends on what Microsoft's expectations was for this project. If they were expecting, look, we would just like to make the money back we put into the game, no more, then I think the studio's safe. Here's the thing. They said last year they were shifting more focus on bigger AAA games. They said that about like Fallout, Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6. They said that last year. So it's just like, does that mean going forward, or does that mean that what was actually in development or what the plan was? Was there a plan of making a South of Midnight 2? Does that change if there was a plan to make a South Midnight 2 because they are doing different direction? Going multi-plat, does that mean they are willing to take more of those risks making those things? Because we got to ask too, is South of Midnight coming to PlayStation or the Switch? So I think it's looking better for the studio if those games do come. It's looking worse if they don't. Because if they don't, means it was so bad they didn't even want to spend the port money
to get a port
to get it to the other platforms.
I mean, we still waiting for a Hellblade 2 port that supposedly had happened and ain't happened. And we kind of got an idea that, you know, maybe financially, I don't know how well it done. They didn't talk about the numbers, but it is interesting that Hellblade 2, we not people have been saying it was coming and still we ain't hear nothing.
Well, I mean, Indiana Jones was announced like a month. So,
true. But I mean, we kind of got the inkling, and then obviously the Jeff Keighley thing or whatever. But no, I'm actually agreeing with your point. But what you were saying.
So I think if I were to put like a number on it, I would say it would be like 70-30. 70% chance they stay around, 30% chance they don't. Because I do think it's higher than like a 10% thing, but I don't think it's like. I don't think it's a 50-50 thing. I do think that Microsoft will take stuff into consideration. What kind of layout does Compulsion have? Do they do a South of Midnight?
That was my question.
Was kind of built from the ground up for South of Midnight. Like, I used to know a bunch of people at Compulsion. I don't know anyone at Compulsion anymore. So if they don't go with a South of Midnight, the studio's built for that type of game. So do they restructure again? Depending on where they go from there, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of variables that we just don't have. In my personal opinion, I think the studio will be fine, but it's also one of those things. It wouldn't surprise me in 6 months from now we hear that they've been the studio's been shut down.
Oh wow, okay. And I got a follow up question to you. If they, according to you, if they do survive, do you think? Let's just say I'm just gonna put out some fake energy. I'm just making stuff up. Let's just say it comes out and they still don't do nothing commercially crazy. Like, it comes out on PC and it's like, all right, middling numbers, whatever. If the studio is allowed to exist, right? Is it a situation, do you think, that they will be forced to kind of be like, yeah, all right, now we're going to put you on support, or you go to work on another type project that we think is a little bit more profitable, as opposed to this very, beautiful art style and, this very, Lovecraftian kind of experience. We want to kind of push you into the, more profitable style of a game kind of thing. Do you think that could happen? Or do you think they're allowed to just do whatever they want?
If they don't work on a South of Midnight, I do think they will be turned into a support studio. Okay. Because it's like I said, like, if you go from this to like a different type of game, people don't realize, like, especially if you change game genres, you have to hire people that's used to making games in that genre. Like, look what happened with the Fable thing. Like, they made a whole other team to make Fable instead of shifting the people already making Forza to Fable, because they knew that there are some people that's going to be able to cross make both games, but they knew they needed more people with expertise on making a style game like Fable, and that takes time. That takes a lot of time. So that probably takes a year of that anyway. I love
the chat.
Sorry, the crazy part of this chat is, like, the same people in here going to be saying doom and gloom are the same people when we talk about this Nintendo thing. They're going to be in there with W's in the chat. They're going to be in there popping bottles. I keep the energy on everything. Look, do I think South of Midnight's going to sell amazing? No. Do I think it's going to sell decent? It could. Because we saw Hellblade 2 didn't seem to do that hot out the door, and we had the same energy with Hellblade 2, did we not?
Correct.
We don't know what the future of... Because these are conversations. Stop acting like every week we don't see studios getting shut down.
At that time with Xbox, they weren't as this full steam ahead, no red lines Xbox when Hellblade came out. So with that thought process, you're looking at a different viewpoint when it comes to it, because, like, it's not apples to oranges, right? This year Xbox is not the same as last year's Xbox. Completely different. And I know dudes is gonna say, King, you just sticking up for the home team. Yeah, my home team. I don't know about you dudes. But I didn't want to jump in your segment. I just was saying that part at it, or Forte, whoever was still
it was
talking.
Attic. It was Attic.
No, it's like it's just a realistic, like, things like this happen, guys. I understand you guys want to, like, put your heads in the sand, but we're in a very trajectory, explosive industry right now.
We're in a results business, right? There's people make studios, they want to make money, right? I mean, we can't ignore that part, right?
And they spent a lot of time on this game. It wasn't a couple years. Sure, maybe full-blown production was maybe 2 to 3 years, because that's generally how that works. But they spent about 6 to 7 on it, and overall, that's money.
Well, look, fair enough. And again, in fairness to the chat, because they're a little upset right now,
I got y'all. Don't
in fairness to the chat, the game is not out officially. It's only out. He said this used to be fun. Yo, you're funny.
It's out for people that paid that bread.
That paid for the bread, right? Yeah.
Or reviewers.
Right. That's all we all talk about, the early access stuff, and then again, the game is not out yet. We will discuss. We will revisit. We just want to put.
And it can't get Compulsion ain't getting shut down. I literally said it was.
He said he's most likely not. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. But anyway, let's get King your thoughts. But first, before we get into the Compulsion part, the game. You know what I'm saying? Now that it's out for the early access. What are your thoughts on the game? Now you got a chance to marinate on it a little bit more, and then we'll get into the Compulsion part.
Okay, so after doing 2 reviews on the game and then sit back looking at my notes and then going back, diving back into the game again to get a greater assessment on what is there, what isn't there. All right, so my game of all time, everybody knows, is The Last of Us 2.
Yes.
Now, the reason why is probably one of my favorite games. It's my favorite game, is because it was a character that was introduced in the beginning that I absolutely hated, and they did a flippo changeo, and I wind up loving that character immensely in a protective way that I didn't want anything to happen to the character. So it got to a point where I was reluctant to even move forward in the game because the imminent danger that the character was in, I didn't want to see a result that resulted in that character's deletion. Now, that's a AAA title.
Right.
Budget bananas.
Yes. Super budget.
That's a crazy budget. Probably one of the biggest budgets that was over at Sony. So except for Concord.
Shots
fired.
Bang, bang. I already know.
All day.
Seagull gang early.
Gang. Anyway.
Sup with the ball.
Oh, for sure.
Kick the ball over the fence. Let them show whose yard is this.
That's right. Get down and lay down. You know what it is. So, that's crazy.
That was crazy.
I remember me sitting in the car like this.
We never heard nobody go at Jada Kiss like that. We was like, I don't know what he going to do.
Yo, I'm like, Beanie Siegel was about that work.
Yeah. I ain't go for us. Beans was on. I was Philly all day for that.
The funny thing is, like, if people watched our South of Midnight coverage, I even told people, even if this game might not appeal to you, it is good to reward people trying new things.
Yeah, you did say that.
And since it is a low and entry style, it is take a gamble. Because I know a lot of people don't want to spend money. We're in a really bad recession. Take a gamble. I even said that in the review.
You did say that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
so, all right. So looking at Last of Us, and I say it's tons of character development, tons of story, tons of scenery. Cash well spent. Gameplay is the same gameplay that you start in the beginning is the same gameplay that you have in the end. The same pistol that you use in the beginning is the same pistol that you use in the end. Okay. So I go to look at South of Midnight. Same way I play in the beginning, pretty much the same way I play at the end. With a little variations to what I'm using.
Yeah.
And then there's points in the game where, they force you to use some ingenuity in order to understand some things later on. And I'm like, okay, so they add stuff to it and they take stuff back. That's not in The Last of Us 2. Okay. I said, this is a AA title. Okay.
$30.
The production.
$30 price point, I believe. Or $40.
Yeah, $40 price point, $50 if you go get the 5-day special.
Yes.
Get it early. So I said, okay, story, narrative, from beginning to end, I played both of them, enthused, entrenched, cried one time in The Last of Us 2. Cried multiple times in South of Midnight. I can no longer say that Last of Us 2 is my greatest game of all time.
Wow, we doing that?
Yeah. Because now you had little AA come up and run scrimmages with the big dogs. And bar for bar, line for line, story narrative, it pushes Last of Us 2 up against the wall and tells him to close his eyes.
You doing that?
Yeah, because there's things in this game that a lot of you dudes don't want to confront.
Oh, I know why you.
And the story in this is you have to heal your wounds and move on. You have to bury the past, make peace with your demons, and move on. That's what the Weaver does. See, the thing with the Weaver is they can't mend their pains. They actually are on the kindness of others, that helps them move on. Right. So it's like you out here helping everybody, but who helps you?
Right.
That's the type of thing. So this is what this game is about. So me personally, from being able to, we played it a month before.
Yes.
All right. So we got a chance to sit down with Compulsion. We got a chance to sit down with the CEO, the head of the studio. We got a chance to sit down with the community managers, sound architect, designer, combat architect, designer, movement architect, designer, game designer, everybody. We got a chance to see everyone. We sat there with the stop motion people. We did everything, everything from top to bottom. So myself, I'm kind of tainted going in.
Okay, because they say because what you gonna say? Stop capping. What the hell's going on? The damage control for this big game, King. Keep it 100.
Well,
FGPT.
I'm keeping it a being with you just because I told you what I moved out of the way. You don't have to. I like shrimps. You could like steak. The hell with your steak. All right, on God and them. You're not gonna tell me what's my favorite.
They gonna tell you what your food tastes.
Right.
When he ain't experienced your food,
you can't
he
tell
didn't even
me
taste.
that.
He ain't have your plate. He trying to tell you how it tastes.
You sitting there waiting for that meal to be served to you, bruh. I done ate that and slide that to the side and then finished with it and did a whole dossier on how good the sauce was. So the moment you realize that you're gonna probably ostracize the game because you heard Timmy say that something about the game didn't fit your narrative,
and they didn't even play it themselves.
Facts. Or maybe you have a thing against women and say, I don't want female leads. Or maybe you have a thing against black people and you say, I don't want black leads. But check this out. Little known fact, Hazel Father's white.
But they wouldn't know if they played the game.
Facts.
Oh,
she has
man.
a whole white side of her family. So when I tell you it ain't about colors, y'all really don't understand. It's about poor and rich.
Oh, so they just listen to the clips on YouTube and people tell them how to think.
Facts. See, and the problem is you see a black girl and you say, that's woke. Opposite of sleep is woke. You should wake up because you sleeping. You sleeping on a game that could probably educate you and help you with some traumas that you got going on in your life.
Let's speak on that. I heard that some people they don't want to play games like that because it's too dark. It's too many issues. Too many deep stuff that people don't talk about in video games.
So let me tell you this. Majority of the games that we play take us to dark places. Slaughters, killing. How are you going to play Alan Wake? And don't say that you don't want to go. Don't pick and choose. But why? Because he's a white protagonist.
It's not a spoiler, y'all. It's actually in the game.
No, it's in the game.
It's in the game. It literally is
it's in the game.
Not a spoiler. It literally.
I'm not spoiling anything.
There's no spoilers in it.
I would not do that to you. But see,
we mess with the spoiler stuff, man. People are different in terms of what they put spoilers.
That's nice.
It's literally in the character dossier.
Yeah, if I
you can literally go to the.
If I spoil it to you, oh come on. Anyway, that means you didn't do your research before you purchased the game. You just looked at the cover art and was like, "This good."
Why they had to make that face with that mouth? Why your mouth did that? I was like, don't do that mouth. Don't do that. I see, like, we gonna call that woke mouth. What's that?
Yeah. That's it. See, this is the thing.
What mouth is that? Don't do that over the games.
Y'all gonna act like y'all don't like female.
Just say what it is. Oh, okay. I see what
you're gonna act like y'all don't like female. What? Laura Croft was a problem. I ain't hear nobody stepping out and saying anything bad about Laura Croft. About let's say The Last of Us. Y'all like Ellie, right? Y'all like Abby, right?
It's fair that some people ain't like it though. Some people
people spoke out on both. People
spoke out. You know what? You know what they spoke out on her? When they got to the part where Ellie is LGBTQ inclined.
Okay.
When it was a trans character in the game, dudes didn't want to confront that uncomfortableness that made them uncomfortable in their skin. Because apparently, if you read about it in the game, you can be affected.
I got you. Just don't do that mouth.
I'm just.
I have to push back on that.
Yeah.
When it was first announced that Joe was going to be replaced by Abby, people lost their mind.
Good.
But that's not what you just said. You said no one said that.
Listen.
Now you're saying it's good that they were.
They did say so.
I also
think
the biggest reason people were mostly upset with Last of Us and the whole Joel
Joel,
thing.
yeah, that's what. That's a spoiler.
That's the third of people because
I agree.
That character wasn't that kid. That character was a completely different written character throughout all of Last of Us. And then all of a sudden, Joel is in a situation that we would never see him in ever. And that's why everybody was like, "Listen, the thing that you made this character be, you completely flip that on its head for what reason?" And that's why everybody was mostly
Hold on, I gotta break protocol because this is funny, amazing. With the $5 super chat, he said, "I didn't make that face, King, but carry on." You gotta start that face. They don't like when you do. They call it that woke mouth. That's what that's when you have no information and you making a predetermined assessment of something. Yo, that face is wild. I'm sorry.
That's the majority of everything is. People love talking about stuff they know nothing about.
That's a fact.
People talk about movies they know nothing
and
about.
try to tell you in your comments that
they know nothing about.
They try to tell you how to feel when you beat the game and they ain't play nothing.
And that's the part right there. They're gonna tell me I'm not playing that woke propaganda. Listen, bro. Stay asleep in the Matrix. Do your thing. I'm the 5%. I'm here to enlighten you. And I'm going to tell you exactly what everything is. All right. I'm going to give you the real. Maybe you might not like what I'm going to say to you. You know, like this, like I told you, it should have had an M rating. But you know why the majority of the people that you look to for your reviews on this game can't give you the real? Because they sped through the game. They go and find the laws on, like, it's okay. So throughout the game, there's little notes and little stuff that you can go around and do. You guys say all the time, you want a game that is sensibly priced. You want a game with a deep, rich story. You want a game with great musicality, good platforming, good fighting, right? Well, hello. Game knocks on your door and you said, "I don't want that woke nonsense." That's exactly what you did. Before even giving it a shot, you already condemned it to something that you have no idea what it is, but it hits all those high watermarks that you've been asking for in a game. Now, I felt that it's supposed to have an M rating because if you actually go inside some of these houses and you
keep
read
it real with
stuff,
you, King, there was something you found out that I missed that I didn't even know about.
And I told you about that.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, I missed that. I didn't even realize. And it was way more traumatic once you explained that.
Once you put it together,
I
right?
didn't know that, yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. See, when I see somebody say the characters aren't fleshed out, you didn't flesh them out.
All right, but can I push back one thing though?
Yeah,
I feel
people can't attack from software for not fleshing out their stuff unless you go out and look stuff and then like say, okay, now it's okay to flesh stuff out. On
listen. I did not attack from software.
No, but I'm saying people do that. Like,
I know.
Say,
listen,
I want you to tell me what I need to know.
Right.
Not have me go and look at stuff that
some people need hand holding.
Right.
Some people don't like grimoires.
Right.
Some people don't like this. But you know what? There's a large segment of individuals that do. This is why game developers and people do this. Now, they again are a AA game. There are constraints to their budget. Their budget says we can't put voice and everything and go into a deep.
That's the only reason why they give it a just one energy, because I knew it was AA. That's the
exactly.
People like Cog, why you ain't giving this?
It's not a AAA
because I know they don't have the full AAA budget like someone else. That's the only reason why it's not a just one game. I just want to jump because you cook it. I don't want to interrupt, but I have to mention this one. The only thing I want to push back, because you are right with the notes and the lore and adding a different flavor, adding more context and depth to the characters' rest. I will say my pushback though is that you are introduced to these amazing characters, but sometimes I feel like between chapter to chapter, there's not enough connective tissue to all these awesome characters that they are introducing to you. They almost feel like some of them, without spoiling too much, like one-off folklore things.
It's just like the biome that you left.
Yes.
That's what they are.
Yeah.
They are for that area, and then you're on to the next to try to decipher what's going on. See, because as the Weaver, your thing is to heal and mend that area. Move on. Because and remember, it's a race against time to do your thing. So you're literally fixing everybody else's business, while trying to get your business intact and keep it moving. So that's pretty much the game. Now, how I feel about compulsion.
Yeah, let's get to that.
They're not going no place. They're not going any place. I spoke to them. When I spoke to them, I said, man, I don't see Microsoft allowing this. How did they allow this budget for the stop motion? And he said, it's wild the way it happened. You know, it fell in place.
What's that stop motion company? I forgot. Damn it.
Yeah, I think it's Gary Henry.
Gary something. Yeah. They were very good. Continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And listen, stop motion costs a lot of money, guys. So doing that, everything worked out. They got music videos for this game. The soundtrack alone is Oscar award winning. I think Oscars is for the music, right? Or Tonys or whatever. I don't know. Tony's TV, I guess. I don't know. I don't do award shows. But I would stand up and clap for this game because this game needs that soundtrack to be nominated, and it should win, period. I don't think, hands down, best soundtrack that I've played, right? And the reason why I'm telling you it's best soundtrack is because of every boss has its own song.
Facts.
And leading up to it, it builds up and tells a story, getting to the wherever you're doing. They're not going anywhere. They last game came in at a lower Metacritic than this. I think it was like a We Happy Few came in like at 67, something like that. Yeah. So progressively, they're getting better. Now, you can't blame them for Microsoft's strategy of putting their games inside Game Pass. You know, by putting it inside Game Pass, subs matter, right? So, okay. Now, you also know the problem that we're having with the stuff that was talked about early on.
Right.
Now, does this game make it over to other consoles? I think that is contingent on the game actual sales on the 8th or the 9th when it comes out.
8th is when it drops.
Yeah, when it actually drops. And then engagement numbers. And then the conversation after. Does it have a long tail with people coming back with their reviews and saying, you understand something? I was told a lot that I should have did this, that, and the third, and I went back and I revisited it, and I did these things, and this is my updated review. If stuff like that happens and the conversation goes deeper into this game, if this game gets picked up as a TV show and a movie and so on or whatever, like I'm hearing, it's a different conversation. You have a game that is actually, the foundations is there. This is franchisable. All right. So I don't want anyone to think that they're in the business of Tango. Tango was already out the door when Microsoft acquired ZeniMax.
That was the talk we heard.
They was one of the dudes that was out. So when Hi-Fi Rush comes out and it's a stealth drop inside Game Pass and it doesn't make its sales, but you send it to other people and it still doesn't sell, then that justifies the sale of the studio, and they gave them the ability to live on. Didn't close them down. Showcase their game in the best light.
They helped get them a deal
exactly
to get back on
so
the field.
They shopped them. I don't see compulsion going no place. And this is the difference. They went out and got compulsion.
Good point.
Compulsion was not part of no deal.
Good point.
Right? Like ZeniMax. See, ZeniMax has a whole bunch of studios in it. There's redundancy. I might not need you.
No, and to the point of the thing we also forget that being a Japanese studio, when you're not making a game, you know, if you're another studio based in the States, you could be put on support duty to do other things.
Exactly.
And it's harder with that thing. that is a factor. I will say that. But good.
Right. So again, they were targeted. They were purchased, they made their deliverables, and they did it in grand fashion. So at the end of the day, I don't see them going anywhere. And I think that's a 90-10 split, 10 saying they might go, 90 saying they're not going anywhere. And the game is a good game. So I appreciate anybody that listens to what we say. If you value our opinions, watch the review that we put up.
It's really good.
And then pick who you like. Like, let's say you like Cog's opinion on games. He's more sensible for you. Let's say you like Addict's opinion on games. He's more sensible for you. If you like my opinion on games, then choose
It was
wise.
a great decision. You guys got to watch it for the crouton debate alone.
It's
the
crazy.
funniest thing debating between me, Attic, and King on crouton. I think it's the most hilarious section of the or whatever review.
I mean, when it comes to compose, like, look, the combat's the biggest thing. It's like, you know, just improve on that going forward, because that combat, it's not that the foundation was bad. They never grew on it. It was literally almost entirely the same from beginning to end. You got slight changes, you know, that, you know, you might get like one extra move or something like that. But in terms of like combat, and, you know, if you enjoy combat, and that's like one of the pillars of a game to you, you know, in 2 hours, you'll be very repetitive when it comes to the combat.
Facts.
So, you know, I understand, like, a lot of people are mainly looking at like the time developed was like, you know, it is the amount of time put on the game and such a bare bone combat totally makes sense. But you got to keep in mind, this is one of the games that was designed during the pandemic as well. So it's not like a fair comparison to say that like all that time was put into the game, because realistically the studio is probably running half force during the pandemic. So there's some studios that took like 6 months. There's a lot of Microsoft studios that I was told wasn't even set to work from home.
I
heard when portion of that wasn't even
people
doing
complain like, what were they doing for 5 years, whatever, and they didn't even have a studio built before they could work on it. So it was really a 3-year development, as opposed to they were working on the day the Xbox Series consoles was announced. No, when Ninja Theory. So there's a lot there. We're gonna get some. I want to get some bars off though. I'm sorry if you ain't finished.
Pandemic was 5 years ago. The pandemic started 5 years ago. It wasn't just 5 years ago. We had 3 years of the pandemic essentially. Like, stop trying to like skew the argument in your favor, because that's not genuine. Look, it's not.
Well, I always tell people, if you want to look at it in the reverse, look at where PlayStation was at the beginning of the generation, where they had all their games basically already mostly done before the pandemic hit, and then look at where everybody was complaining about Xbox not having any first-party games, especially since they had just purchased all their studios and they released games. We all said that it's going to be a while till we see these things, and then everybody was, well, PlayStation was able to do it. Look at where PlayStation is now. For the last 2 years, they haven't really released as many. Like, they've been living basically off their partnerships for the most part over the last 2 years. Whereas last year we didn't even get a first party title from them.
So someone said the story carried the gameplay. Shut up, Addict. I never said anything about the story. I literally was just talking about the gameplay. Someone said God of War gameplay is repetitive for hours and no one complained about it, and it's AAA. God of War gameplay evolved the gameplay. It gave you new weapons, new abilities on the weapons. You're constantly getting runes. It's not fair to compare the two.
Yeah, use The Last of Us 2 or The Last of Us, and you win that argument every day.
All right. So look, I'll get my bar, unless you finish, I'll get a couple bars off for this.
So essentially what I was going to end it with is like, look, so I even said in the review, you know, even if something like this isn't your tea and you're curious to at least give it a try, I would say it's still worth the money to you, because it's like, unless we start coming together as a community to start funding people that's breaking boundaries, doing new stuff, you're going to continue to get the God of Wars that keep it safe, the Last of Us that keep it safe, the, you know, how many Horizons we're going to get. You're going to continue to get.
Well, Last of Us 2 didn't keep it safe at all.
Everything. But my point is you're going to continue to get the same franchises.
Oh, you're going to continue to get remakes and remasters of the same stuff over and over.
Because that's where we're at now.
Yeah, that's because it's safe.
If you don't come out of your shell, to risk your money occasionally, and I'm not saying do it to every game. If you don't risk your money occasionally to you know, reward developers that do something new, why should these publishers come out of their shell and fund newer stuff?
Exactly, because we're going to get an assembly line of safe things that stakeholders think work, and we don't get new ideas.
Live service games.
Right. That's why the AA scene and indie scene to me is thriving, because you actually get new ideas. Let me get into this. So
if this was a AAA title, it wouldn't be made.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a strong possibility. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Compulsion and them. And look, this thing is Southern culture at its finest. You know, I'm a kid from the North. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Yankee / Met. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know, just see the representation of the South. It's just
right.
The art, the music at its finest, the swamps, the when you walk inside these houses and the furniture and the antiques and the tapestries, and it's just beautiful. The game we're not talking about enough is actually a beautiful looking game graphically. 4K, right. 60, HDR. The lighting goes super hard. This is Unreal 4.
That's crazy. That's
what's crazy. You know the budget. They ain't even on 5. Yeah. They on 4, and it looked that crazy. Now I admit, I took the stop motion off for my platforming because I like my platforming with stop motion, whatever. But I'm not
down for features that make you seem like you're playing a worse performance.
Yeah, I want the smoothest, the highest fidelity. I'm just on my graphical bliss, and I
was surprised that it was 60 frames per second.
Yeah, 60 frames outside.
A lot of people, you know, because that's a style, but it's not my style.
Yeah,
you can keep all that.
And thank
I want
God
my
they
game
got
to feel
the
like
option.
it's running good.
Yeah, thank God they got the
thank
option.
You for giving the
thank
option,
you.
I ain't gonna lie.
They recognize that some people may think it's a technical issue when it's a stop motion bespoke thing. I get it. I love that they got their originality, but they also catered to us fidelity whores who want what we want, right? So we got that. Boom. Already talked about ad nauseum the music. This is King is not doing it enough, bro. Like this is the most
I think
amazing musical score ever. Like if they don't get a nomination, your award show is invalid to me. You know, if not only does it has original music, what we talked about, not only does it have, you know what I'm saying, sound design where Hazel jumps and it sounds happening, and Hazel when you go through the path and when you every little thing in this game, crescendo, e-crescendo, from when you stop the combat is when the music starts. This is master class. Right. Music design. So shout out to our man that we met, was it Christopher Fox on the audio team. Shout out to Olivier Derivier. This man, he's in another
genius.
The way he going,
a genius,
bro. Mama will be there in the morning.
That joint,
bro. Genius. I cry. I don't cry in video. It's been a minute since the boy shed a tear. I was like, this is the chapter 11 for me. This game has a lot of amazing boss fights too. We didn't even get into that. You know what I'm saying? But chapter 11, without spoiling, hit me very hard, y'all.
Because you didn't know.
I didn't know, bro. I was just like,
and I had got to a lore that I read, and I was like, oh,
Mama will be there in the morning, bro. That was hard body karate. You that's human being stuff. This ain't had nothing to do with race. That's just being human.
This
you know what I'm saying? That's just real talk. You know
and for you, that chapter that
hit me.
You.
Yeah, because again,
mine was Molly.
What I like about it, that's why I say I don't like this narrative that I'm seeing about, yo, if something has a dark theme, I'm uncomfortable. We need games like this. People are suffering real traumas in life that have been through these experiences. And again, this is not all racial and slavery. This is real situations. And all I'm saying, let me finish, is that at the end of the day, we gotta have games that's not afraid to tackle dark issues. If someone says, hey, that's not for you, great, that's not for you, but I don't want these games not to exist, because there are people that can relate to these traumas and be like, yo, this is what I want to see. You know what I'm saying? And we should be allowed to that. And the thing that's dope is that
maybe that will
help them heal and speak up.
Have the conversation.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, that's why I like these different folklores. Apparently, these folklores, King, are real folklores, and Mali's a real thing, and Two-Tone Tom is I have no idea. Like, so I'm only talking about it from the northern black perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, I don't know how people from the South, forget race, I don't know how people from the South feel.
They would tell you that in rural towns and stuff like that, that spirits would come and snatch your babies away if you're not close.
Right.
If you don't, stay close to it. So those things are like real type of things. So them leaning into stuff like that and going into that lore, they went to Louisiana and sat and lived I think he said for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or something like that.
Right.
With the culture to soak in the culture, and they send the expedition team out there like a month or two before to gain as much knowledge as possible. And they do some people that are from the area to give knowledge on things. It's very researched.
Yeah, for sure. The research was impeccable. Whoever did the research was impeccable. So look, you know, I get that. Now look, in fairness, and Attic, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to get that part off. You know what I'm saying? But in fairness, I do want to say where I do align with Attic is that I feel like this game is good, but I want it to be great. And there are some things that keep it back from greatness. And that's where it comes down to.
And I can agree with both of y'all.
Yeah, where you know, the redundant combat sometimes, or as Forte's like says, foundational combat, which could be elevated on. Then the game, you know, it really plays with a lot of things, you know, weaving objects out of space and putting them into tangible things, and like there's so much they could do, right? And then obviously watch our review for my issues, really, as far as what my most upset thing is. I don't want to spoil, because you got to watch our review, because our review is fire. It's out there. It's on the channel. I'm not going to spoil everything we did in the review.
It's the best review.
Yeah, it's the best review. I don't care what nobody say. Our group reviews, shout out to Attic, we're doing our thing. But I just think the foundation is there for something. I believe in it so much.
I do want to say this.
Yes, please.
Y'all have to super chat if y'all want Attic to wear that costume. I got a whole glizzy suit. I need y'all to step up.
Yeah, I mean,
get at it.
Are you done?
I'm not done yet, but I know you wanted to interject.
Yeah, when it comes to like the non-story stuff, I do think that like it's okay to be overwhelmed by certain like aspect that might hit like close to home and stuff for you. I don't think I'm gonna like feel like away with people saying stuff like that. Because it's like I know people that can't watch certain movies because like they get nauseous or they get lightheaded from watching it. I think it's like one thing to say, yo, you know, this hits certain aspects that makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't want to play it. It's another thing to say it shouldn't exist, but I didn't really see any of that energy. Because I know people that can't play. There's a couple movies that they won't watch at all because, and I do feel like maybe Compulsion and Microsoft should have did a little bit better on like warning people of different labels. I don't know what like
that. I don't like that because it's like, bro, that's what the mature rating for. That's what the rating system's for. You know
Is it rated M?
I don't know. I need to check
but that's my point. If it's rated M, they were setting people up with those expectations. Right. I don't know what it's
but I guess the reason why I'm pushing back so hard on it is because it's like a lot of this stuff is subtle and insinuated without the word actually being said. Yo, this is boom, 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 you know, exactly what happened to said person. But like you have enough clues and information and you know, okay, this is what's going on. Okay, got it. And I just feel it was done in a very respectful way without being.
I mean, if it's rated M, then that's you have no reason to complain going.
Yeah, font says M17 is what it's rated. I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh, good. No M17 is good.
Rated M.
Yeah. Now, everybody's saying it's rated M. Okay, got it.
What I'm saying is that this game came out not rated M, rated T for everyone, and then they were putting these tough situations in the game that would make people feel uncomfortable. But if it's rated M, then you jumped in there. No,
that's what. That's why I got mad. That's why I got mad.
Strong language in the game because
it is language.
It's strong language in the game.
I don't even think it's like worthy of getting mad. Like sometimes people come across situations that are like, look, I can't play it anymore because it makes me feel uncomfortable. And I think that's fair. If that's what you feel, then don't play it anymore. I don't think we should attack them. Now, if it's disingenuous, that's different.
I'm going to be real. There's certain aspects to it I feel is disingenuous because at the same time, we can't say, yo, we want the game industry to do trailbreaking things. We want the industry to, I am tired of these live servers. And then when people do something different, I don't want that. Like, nah, we can't have it both ways.
Yeah,
these things have to
affordable
exist.
New experiences, but then turn your nails up to it. No,
I'm also not for making someone complete an experience that they feel uncomfortable.
No, but then if you can't, that's one thing to say, hey, this makes me uncomfortable, right? But I also feel that it's another thing to be like, the game is terrible because of that. You know what I'm saying? When you have not played the entire experience because you are uncomfortable. That's cool. If you're uncomfortable, you can't do it. That's fine. No one's forcing gun in your head, finish this game, bro. You know what I'm saying? I get that. All I'm trying to say is, one, these games need to exist. And two, at the end of the day, it's like, I get it. I respect a person who has the complete experience and they can comment on it, and then we can have a full in-depth discussion. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of people that's taste testing or watching a video of someone else, and
but I mean,
that's all
I
I'm
feel
saying.
like that. I feel like that's everything though. Like, this isn't new. People constantly play 10 minutes, look at 10 minutes.
And I don't respect those opinions.
They come to their realization like off the bat.
I just feel like those people tend to be the most opinionated when they didn't complete the game. so that's where I'm at.
We've been dealing with this for a whole time.
And my thing is, I'm gonna keep calling it out for the whole time, because to me that should not be respected. Get from people who actually played the whole experience, and people who got different opinions. That's all I'm saying.
We have people that make content that's been caught dead-handed stealing gameplay, not beating games, and they're still respected. So it's like, to me,
I'm just saying that
I don't respect
I just got to the point with it. Like, we've literally had media come out and said you don't need to beat a game to play it. To review it.
I'm just saying, over here, I like how we do it. That's the nicest way I can say it.
I've just got to the point where it's like, if these incidences are happening, you just decide in your head, that's a person I no longer respect.
Fair. No, absolutely. Absolutely.
This is the internet. We're always going to lose.
Right.
We're always
not fair, but I'm going to go extra hard in the paint for this one. I'm just going to be, because you know me. One thing about Mom,
going extra hard in the paint because it's a black protagonist.
Exactly.
Don't get it twisted. I'm going to keep telling you till I'm blue in the face. She just happens to be black.
Bro,
I'm telling you,
I'm the dude.
About class.
I don't care what race to get. I'm the guy that I'm gonna go run out and get Kanutsugami. I'm gonna go run out and get the Italian whatever game, the Irish whatever game. If you telling the story and the culture and everything is fire, that's all I care about. And I'm gonna go extra hard when games do new things. The same way me and you added go extra hard when I'm like, dude, I know these dudes ain't play this turn-based game. They frauding. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't got no opinion on whatever. And it's like Kid would tell me, like, bro, they didn't play this, that, and the third. And he'd be like, this is what happened. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And for the games, we all got those subgenres of games that we feel should be way bigger than they are because we know people didn't play. That's all I'm saying. That's why I go extra hard.
I'm always big on transparency over everything. I do think you could review a game you didn't beat. You could review it on why you didn't beat it and why it was that bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I don't like when people act like they beat a game.
Yeah.
But they really played 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And they good too, man. I don't know, maybe they use a chat GPT or something.
As long as they honest about, they ain't beat it. That's all I care about.
To me, as long as you're transparent, look, man, because that's what I did with Assassin's Creed. I ain't beat Assassin's Creed. But I put about 50 hours in that thing, and I could tell you what my experience off of it.
Yeah, and I respect that. I actually do see people be like, yo, I got 20 hours in da-da-da, right? And this is my experience. 20 hours. Yeah, review it or impressions, right? I respect that. So it's cool. I didn't want to diverge just there. I want to get back on track with what I was going to say.
And that's why, we generally don't name our group reviews a review because there's always at least one or two people. But because of this specific time, we were all good on all plates, so we could have named it a review.
So that's how I want to get that off. Sorry, I was in my rant, but I had to get that out of there. But the last thing I wanted to say, we talk about the economic climate. I think they deserve a sequel. I really do. I don't know how it's going to work.
Great foundation.
It's an awesome foundational piece, and the way I look at this,
and I think 5 years ago they would have got a sequel. I just don't know.
We don't know what the
climate
today. Yeah, we got to see what the climate is, because I look at it almost like Psychonauts to Psychonauts 2 type of situation.
State of Decay 2 to 3.
Yeah, like you've got, she's a star, bro. Hazel's a star. You've got something here. And Crouton and the stories and the lore. And
the only reason why I think they will get a part 2 is because, and this is not about the game itself.
Right.
It's about
pump man, buy it. He said, you guys make me want to play it, and I have Game Pass. Go buy it. Go support it.
This is how I feel about Microsoft's stance on DEI. The government said they would stop funding DEI projects and DEI stuff that's inside companies.
Right.
And companies that were getting funded for it had to remove everything. Microsoft had built a culture all the way up and said, we're not removing anything.
Right.
We're just not going to be calling it whatever you think it's going to be called. It's just going to be called people.
Right.
right? Because your company is made up of diverse people.
Yo, the chat is killing me when I said I go hard for it. They say, get hard, Cog. Yo, they are right. They are so.
You gotta ask him when he gets hard. Pause. Does he have a collar?
Hey, yo, stop
I'm just saying.
Anyway, let me get my final pause because he's stupid.
All I know is it's 8 out of 15. Look like you guys are gonna be the only people wearing that costume.
Well, see, this is the problem.
So I'm good with this.
Y'all gonna stop with this card is hard stuff. What is going on with the chat?
7 out of 15.
It's 8 out of 15.
Listen, Addict.
Someone donated a 20.
Addict has not met his goal.
Good. It's good, King. We're fine.
No, it's not.
We gotta hit that goal.
I got on a whole. Don't let me go upstairs and get the glizzy costume. You know what? All right, check it out. Check it out, people. Check it out. Check it out, people.
And I'm gonna be Addict.
Check it out. Check it out, people. Check it out, people. If y'all finish his goal, I will bring my costume downstairs and show you what it looked like. I will show you.
That's not fair.
I will show you
that's not
what
no,
my glizzy costume look like. Y'all want to see? Y'all want to see?
You leading the witness.
Y'all want to see this dude in the glizzy, the hot dog, and the hot dog?
Well, he's saleable. He's saleable. They just gotta hit the joint. But y'all know what to do. Anyway, let me just finish. Look.
Yeah, they trying to brush it away. Hell no. I got a box upstairs with a glizzy inside. I ain't opened it yet. Hell no.
Anyway, back on to compulsion.
Get
that saleable popping.
Man going to Costco.
There it is. $10. 8 out of 15. There we go. There we go. Making it ready for Tokyo.
9 out of 15. Let's go.
Sarcastic Taurus. Salute.
Let's go. Get that man into his pigtails now.
Get that man that Sailor Moon suit.
Yeah, get him in his pigtails.
I feel like King was bribing the witness. I
don't care what you feel.
I feel away.
Whatever I got to do to get you into them pigtails and them heels, I'm going to do.
You want me in
I'm wearing.
What's going on there?
Bro, you had a cabal in the background and got me to eat a glizzy. Now listen, you got me to eat a glizzy and you got me wearing a glizzy.
You just said
you
want me in pigtails.
You know what's so messed up about you guys? I didn't even have a damn pole.
Pause.
Y'all just threw me in a glizzy suit.
Yeah, we did throw you in off the vert.
Y'all was like, this is what he is. This is what he's gonna do, and this is what he's.
And the realm decided, and so it was so. And thus it was so in the realm.
Figure out
that it was funded in 5 minutes.
King, yeah, it was funded.
It was funded immediately.
So how come y'all taking so long?
The one thing we did find out is King's wearing a glizzy. And King wants to see me in pigtails.
Yes.
So,
I don't care how you.
And hopefully we reach our goal. Let me finish my thought on my part.
I don't listen. I don't care how you slice it. I want you in the high heels and pigtails.
Oh boy. Okay.
Hey, we didn't talk about no high heels.
It got high heels. It comes in the box.
Speaking of pigtails and high heels, so Hazel, like I was saying, let's get back to the last thing was just compulsion.
Sorry.
No, you good. I feel they are safe, right? I do feel they are safe. I know 77 these days is not viewed as 90 Medicare, whatever. I get it, but there you go. $10 your Flyboy Sailor Moon with the cheeks out. That's what he said.
$10. We got 5. That's right. All right. That's right. Because he gonna wear a tanga.
Pause. So look, I am curious though. In a world where Microsoft is being a multi-platform, in its publisher mode, if they look at it like, hey, do we try to extract some more value out of it? I will say this: if they do go that route, I think Switch is a good spot for it. I think Switch 2 is a good spot if they could get into that launch window. I mean, not launch window, but within that first year or so, that'd be great.
Would it be $80?
No.
That'd be buck bananas.
We will get to that. You know what I'm saying? But other than that,
I hate King. His stuff's working.
Yeah, it's working. Shout out to Rook's in there. 10 out of chat. Compared to King's fixation on Cog's chain collar, I think the pigtail things is pretty tame. So he wants you. He said that's light work for you. That's light work. So
so we got two there, and that means you got 4 more to go. 4 more, and we get the pigtails.
You know what's better than me wearing pigtails? Cog having the collar on and wearing pigtails.
This guy.
Nah, he's not wearing that, but he got his bracelets on. He got bangles.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Anyway, with last for on compulsion, just curious again, when you look at the hierarchy of Xbox Game Studios, the class of 2018, final thing I would say is they kind of like, because everyone kind of almost had a game before they got signed, right? Like a game that was a critical success. They were kind of ones that they didn't really have that hit yet. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, Contrast, we loved it. PlayStation 4 launch title, part of the indie thing. I thought it was really cool, very dark, the light, dark thing. And then obviously we have We Got Be Few, you know what I'm saying? Go Take Your Joy, this, that, and the third. And again, dark game, but again, not the full thing. And it's just like, I feel like they should be afforded this joint, at least with this or their next project. And we'll see, because we got who's from 2018? Playground, Obsidian.
And they've never made a sequel yet.
Yes, that is true. They have not been allowed to make a sequel yet. So that's what I would like. Ninja Theory, Playground, Undead Labs, part of that. Initiative is part of that.
I think that should be the bigger question.
What's up?
Would they make a sequel or would they make an entirely new game?
That's what I'm curious about.
That's what we were talking about earlier. Like, look, the way, and another thing that we got to like worry about too is like, normally hardware manufacturers would have smaller titles to fill in those gaps between their, their AAA stuff and the AAA stuff in general in the industry. So, because even you see Sony even doing it. They're going away from the smaller
Bunty
titles.
with the $10.
There we go. We got 3 more. And I'm going to go get that Glizzy costume in a second. Y'all want to see him? That's it. All we need is $30. No. That was the thing. I said it.
Wow. PSG $10. Can we get him to dress as like Sailor Moon while in Tokyo? Hey, yo.
That's a whole different tier.
Wow, Pragmatic Eagle.
All right, I'll be right back.
I forgot this before I left for Japan. I'm going again. Peace, family. Hit the like.
I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah, messy. But look,
so, I mean, when it comes down to it, Microsoft does need more smaller titles. But it's just a fact. They need smaller titles. They need titles that they can actually function with. They should be funding this because even though that South of Midnight 1 probably had like a crazy budget because of just how long it took during the pandemic and stuff, now that they got a foundation, the way it usually works, the next game will come out quicker and it will be a fraction of the cost because they already have what they want to do. They have the characters. They just got to build up on the foundation. Like, I do feel like they get a good combat specialist in there to build on that combat.
And I'm gonna say that one. And story stuff. We need some conclusion stuff. I'll just leave it at that.
And then what you do is you find someone to get you a really good lore to it. You can do it. It's just
chat is not playing around. No games with you.
Needs to give them the opportunity. I mean, Compulsion needs to give Microsoft, let them have the opportunity to do it because they already have. Because to me, this only really works if they don't make a South of Midnight 2. I feel like they're going to be a support studio because it would take too much money. Kind of like the Ben Studio. Ben Studio, when it came to them trying to make another Days Gone, Sony considered it too much money to fund a newer title.
But we don't know. Remember, that's AAA though. We don't know how much this costs. We got to find out how much it truly was. We really don't know. And they're in AA. So maybe it wasn't. Maybe we overblown it, and Microsoft looking at us like, yo, bro, we giving them the green light. Like,
it would depend on how much, like how the money was allocated. Like, did they consider rebuilding the studio, like making a new studio from the ground up? Was that part of it?
That we don't know.
Or is that excluded? Like, there's a lot of things that
we just don't know. Through, so. But like I said, with class of 2018, the kid with the potential, we get a lot of people like, yo, well, they bought them. I get it. Art, style, heart, dark themes. They have something here. I would love for them to get a sequel, or if not, their next project.
And we wouldn't have. You could argue that we wouldn't have Last of Us without them allowing to go from Uncharted 1 to 2.
Exactly.
Because that was what they needed to really feel confident making this game. Yes, it's clear.
It's clear. Tom the exclusive. Moon Prism Power. Queen the Sailor Moon transformation music. Bunty.
So look, y'all.
The sauce. Look at the sauce. That's huge.
Dude, that's huge.
That is.
And what's crazy,
huge.
I'm a big dude, and it's a big hot dog. it has
Look
a
at the
whole
buns. I like you between those buns. Yeah.
Yo, what I like is
get between. Jump inside. Jump inside between the buns.
How about no?
Put yourself between the two buns. Let's see. Let's see how authentic it is. But you got your buns. Your buns is out. Your buns is out.
Why
so
is he
get in between
talking
it.
without his
And let's see the
collar?
sauce. Let's see the nice sauce on your chest.
Cog's collar?
Let's see it. Yes.
Cog is out here loose
Let's
without
let
his
you
collar.
get lathered up in that. Let's
How
go.
you feel about two brown buns?
Yeah, I like you between the buns. Let's go. That's where I like you.
Pause. Yo, look, but I want y'all to know it's leather. This is leather. This is it.
Leather.
So yeah, so y'all look at my dog. This is not a real hot dog.
Your dog was on the attack.
King.
Yo, somebody said, Bobby, look, it's the glizzy man.
Your mother.
I personally believe when it comes
you know how when you ain't got nothing else to say, your mother.
Your mother.
I personally feel like with the South of Midnight,
Yeah.
they need a sequel. Like
Yes,
some of the
absolutely.
best games, like Mass Effect 1 to 2,
Facts.
Uncharted 1 to
Facts.
2, like without giving them the opportunity to build on that foundation. I feel like more people need to do that.
Yeah, that's how the industry that we know was
and
founded.
if you need a scale, like I think we also as consumers need to scale our expectations back.
Facts.
Like don't expect because they did this AA, the next game's AAA.
Right.
It's like the only way this game gets greenlit most likely
Might
is
be.
a smaller scale AA
Yeah,
game.
Facts. So look, we beat this thing to death. Let's get these super chats and then we
King
move
needs
on.
to do this. Ask me about my wiener.
Live Q&A.
Good. What's that magic? What's that magic move that you got to do with your eyeballs twinkling at the camera while you say King is 98% right all the time?
You know what? I'm okay with saying whatever they want me to say if King says that.
What? Oh, ask me about my wiener?
Wow.
No, you have to say it with the
Don't worry, I'm gonna do all of that.
You can't say pause either. You can't say pause.
I got a
Wait,
lot
no.
of super chats to
Oh,
read.
listen on God and them. You ain't not having me in a hot dog
can't
suit
say
talking about
no,
ask me
you
about
got-
my wiener
no,
pause,
whatever
and I'm not gonna say pause.
in
You
that
out of your
nowadays.
mind.
Yeah, we're gonna do a Q&A
can't
with
say
the realm.
pause.
You gotta ask. They gotta ask about you.
And you
that's
can
what we gonna do.
you can do whatever
Yeah,
you like.
as the
Really
glizzy
good
man.
We have
that-
the Q&A with super chats asking
You gotta
us
get
about
Q&A
our
with the glizzy
our
man.
glizzy.
Ask
You can
him
do-
about his
the
wiener.
super
You
chat
can-
Q&A where you're asking
can you
us
draw the line
in
on this one?
character.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
no,
Yeah.
Forte.
Look,
He was popping
big
off.
brain move,
Pop
big
your
brain
collar
move,
to that.
Big brain move. Big brain move. A Q&A super chat during that podcast where they're asking us in character about something.
Y'all are gonna get the wildest hot dog you've ever seen in your life. I'm telling you now, y'all ain't ready for what y'all about to get. Y'all
They gonna
should
tell
have
you that.
never put
should've
me in this costume.
They gonna ask you to put some onions on that.
Oh
glizzy.
man, a little crazy.
Pause.
Let's get these super
Yeah,
chats, man. We
yeah,
got a ton.
Y'all did a lot. Y'all doing a lot now. I appreciate each and every last one of you dudes for helping me make sure my man is in red high heels and pigtails. Yes.
Anyway,
So we got Cog in collars and you got pigtail addict. We good.
So
we good.
here's the thing.
Yes.
I do want to set expectations.
Yes.
I'm not going to be able to wear any of those Hills things. My
Oh
feet are way too big.
no. We
show
know.
the legs?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
nah.
Well, as long as
I'm
you're sitting,
size
you can wear them
15.
when you're sitting down.
You can sit them down with
No,
him.
no, they're not going to fit on my feet.
No,
I have a
you-
size 16, 15 shoe.
Okay, so look, addict. Don't worry about it. Those
you
are
need red
boot
boots.
covers. Those are boot covers. So actually, you can have your toes out, bro, and just have the covers over your joint, and you can do it Flintstone style.
Well, the good thing I don't.
We don't care,
the-
son.
The good thing I don't have to get up, so you won't see them anyway.
Oh,
So-
your
Yeah,
camera
we gonna
do a
sit
lot.
right
Yo,
here.
the
I'm
Osbot does a lot. We can
camera
actually.
do a lot,
That's gonna
son.
be a request
Yeah.
there. That's
Yacht
gonna be
the
a request.
And if someone wants to super chat to see me in my shoes, then yeah, we go.
No, they want to see. They
No,
want to
that-
see you
that-
do the Wonder Woman spin.
The Wonder Woman spin, when we're doing the Q&A, if someone asks for a Wonder Woman spin, I guess they get a
Yeah,
Wonder Woman spin.
that's a super
I
chat
spin
situation.
it all back around, man.
Spin the block.
Oh.
Anyway, let's get these super chats. We got a lot. Shout out to Darren One. Shout out to Stu
Ask me
Jersey.
about my wiener.
Welcome to Lord Bronze.
Yo,
oh,
With the crest of the chat.
Yo, what? They said we should do like a
Man, bro.
Yeah, Bessie.
I will think
I gotta
about
get
how
through
to
them.
do that.
Keep talking.
The last one. Got a
Daring
video
one. We got a
last week
ton.
about my wiener.
We're going to get to it. Daring one. Shout out Towers aside. Are we stunned? There was zero Microsoft presence at the Switch 2 Direct. King going down to 97%. All right. Prolific. $2 super chat. What's up, fellas? Hashtag Turtle Wax Gang. Rise up. Salute, salute. Hector the Macho Man. Make it rain with the $10 super chat. If Microsoft makes any type of game that people anytime again that people will downplay them. It's like King said, they just don't like Microsoft serving them. But if it's Sony can put the meal on the floor, they will eat it. Frauds. All right, he feels strongly. Jay Rember. We gonna get to it. $5 super chat. Y'all take it easy on Addict. Pause. I brought the game specifically for the points that he was trying to make. Salute. Bunty, member for 44 months. Anyone who admits to crying over a video game is one, real with his feelings, and two, I give my enough respect. Boom, boom, boom. Salute, salute. Lord Metroid, member for 37 months. Don't forget Samus, Aaron, King, the OG. Salute to the Lords in chat. He wanted you to remember Samus. All right. Hollywood Rules, $2 super chat. Are female leads new? Lori fought Michael in 78. Okay. Then we got Amazing with the $5 super chat. I don't make that face, King. Oh, you talking about woke face? What we call it? Woke mouth. Woke mouth. But carry on, my brother.
So I don't like the cover. Oh. Is that a black character?
Not that mouth. I don't like woke mouth. That's hilarious.
I want to know if they from this land. Oh.
KSRT.
Like, whoa.
Oh, like the KSRT, the followers are here to pay respect to Pastor King as he is preaching to the congregation. South of Midnight had me in tears a few times playing it. Please continue to educate. Facts. Amazing with the $10 super chat. Make it rain, right, y'all? Nah, as a black man, I know what they mean by woke, but I didn't know anything about the backstory because I'm going in blind. That's all, fellas. Salute, salute.
Facts.
Donnie.
Yeah, you know what they try to make it mean, but don't let them co-op your word. You know, listen, everybody needs to wake up from this matrix. So if they telling you that word means something totally different, they just want you dumb, deaf, and blind. I'm here to enlighten you. Stay focused.
Donnie Jepp. That's a funny flip. $5 super chat. Some people don't want meaningful games because of politics and sorts of isms. Let's face it, there are a lot of isms in the gaming community. I know what you're doing. Bounty, $5 super chat. Even if you like someone's opinion, still check out something for yourself. Please, or else you still be a follower, not a leader. Facts. What's the expression, King? No one can tell me how my food tastes. Should you, even with us. Facts.
So I'm gonna tell you, dudes, if y'all are hell bent on listening to Digital Foundry, and I'm just not singling them out, or other people telling you about a game and stuff like that. Next time you're at the restaurant, tell your waiter to chew your food for you first, and then give you the rest of your portion. All right? See how that works out.
Yeah, you gonna say something, Alec, before I do the more chats?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I am a firm believer that don't buy nothing blind either. Like educate yourself, but always take that last decision on yourself. Don't buy something because everyone says to buy it, but don't also buy something because everyone says to buy it either.
Facts. I brought those tassels and I did mad research for them, Alec.
Shut up. Hollywood River for 30 rules, for 38 months. Happy Sunday to my New York City, West Virginia, Detroit cousins. I like you through the Detroit for 14. I'm about 6 hours in on South of Midnight, and I love it. Chapter 3 hit me. Oh, Ben Jesus' name. He was my brother. Oh, and I know where you at. Music atmosphere. Right. You literally smell the gumbo. Woo! Salute. Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. I visited NOLA last summer. I have family there, man. They nailed it. 2025 can't be scared of games with balls tackling issues. Lore is just incredible. Salute. Shout out to Iceland in the building, my man. Jovar Ingi, $5 super chat. Love the ILP review. Keep them coming. Love to all you guys. Waiting with the travel guide when you drive them. Yo, y'all got volcanoes, bro. I don't know, man. Y'all got them volcanoes, bro. I can't. Iron Rook, the homie, $10 super chat. Yes, Your Majesty. This is what the Attic Sailor Moon run starts to happen. Danny Passion official, $2 super chat. Kina of Midnight gameplay looks bad. Dune coming in hot, going up. All right, so you got your eyes on Dune, man. It's all right. It's cool. Sarcastic Taurus with the $10. Let's make it rain for Sarcastic Taurus. He says 8 out of 15. Flyboy, $10 super chat. Sailor Moon with the cheeks out. We did this. This is when they were making it rain. Iron Rook, $10 again. Compared to King's fixation on Cog's chained collar. We read that. Okay. Legendary Yobi with the $5 super chat. He said, I nominate the whole ILP to be excluded except for Cognito. The way you narrated Addict, sir, we have Cog questions. New name is Lord Cog Porno. You seem jealous, man. You don't like that I did that for Addict? You sound like you want a request? Bonty, $10 super chat. Salute. What's going on? He put no words on it. He just got a sticker.
He said King right.
Yeah. PG 2G salute, $10 super chat. Let's make it rain. Can we get him to dress like Sailor Moon while in Tokyo? We did that. Propagating Eagle, we did that for Japan. Bonty again. This is for the moon. Throw short the true feelings. Bo. We did that. More Prism Power. We got that. Let's see. There was a lot that came through. Jesus, I got skipped. Oh yeah, Bonty. There we go. Boo. Okay. Dr. Strangelove. I need you boys to rake Nintendo and their weirdo fan base over the coals for this next topic. Also, Addict, will you be wearing makeup with the Sailor Moon outfit?
No.
All right, there it is.
I hope it comes inside the box.
Yeah, makeup's where I do draw the line.
Iron Rook, $5 super chat. King needs to do the "Ask Me About My Wiener" line from the Accepted to Intro the Costume episode. The Black Harry Potter making rain for Tokyo, $10 super chat. Get the Sailor Moon silhouette transformation outfit so we know it's real.
He should change his name to the Black Snape.
The Black Snape. Iron Rook puts a link. He puts a YouTube link in the channel. Oh, okay. Ask me about my wiener. Okay, I see what he's doing. He sent us the link. He sent us the link. All right. So we got Black Ronin with 357. Tell him, King, I got the biggest glizzy you'll ever eat. Wow, that's nasty work.
This is different for Black Road.
Support South of Midnight. We need new IPs to flourish. The game isn't supposed to be DMC, so why is the combat being scrutinized? It's decent. We just want more. We feel it's a foundational piece. Dr. Strangelove, $2 super chat. Can we see a meat spin with the Wonder Woman spin? Okay. Chancleta Mangu, member for 16 months, put the crest in. Since Nintendo is reassessing price due to tariffs, will Attic have to give back King's knees?
No.
Yeah, baby.
King already admitted defeat.
Listen. If I had to take that back, we had to do a recount. If the wildest part about listen, the wildest part about that is Nintendo had a day that they was going to do pre-orders, right? They stopped, right?
Here we go.
Hey, Forte, what's the price that Nintendo just put up on their websites? What's that price? It's $450, right? Or maybe I'm tripping. just because that goes up because of tariffs doesn't mean you won.
You tripping? Listen, you tripping. You ain't regular tripping. You double up tripping. You tripping. And guess who else is gonna be tripping with you?
Look at your tuck and roll. You lost. Like it's okay. You even came on in a minute. You lost.
You like how I'm moving? You like how I'm moving?
Tuck and roll.
King is trying. King up here trying to benefit off reactionary tariffs from other countries.
It's interesting.
You lost. It's okay, King.
Forte.
See, you know what's funny?
Born in the USA.
Yes. Tell me if I'm tripping.
What's that?
I had him dead to rights on that. And I said, you know what, King? There's too much middle ground. I'm a dead that. No knees are given, no knees are received.
Facts, you're right.
King,
you're right.
He's like, oh my God, you won.
You know what's crazy? Me and Bruce Springsteen don't believe you.
Yo, you stupid.
Because we're born in the USA.
D Horn Thread with the $50 sex. We like that.
We like that money.
Shout out that.
Yeah.
Addict must sing the Sailor Moon theme while wearing the suit. For the next topic, Switch 2 Mario bundle pre-order in Sweden is at $750.
You want stuff like that with me and King? Save your money. Drop them orange super chats, because that's the only way I'm doing some crazy stuff during that podcast.
Shout out to the Dogster, Dog to Red, follow super chat. As a lifelong Southerner, the background, ambient sound in South of Midnight is on point. The birds, the bugs, the winds in the trees all remind me of being a kid. We got some down south, we got some representation down the south. That's what's up, man.
Yo, Lucius Augusta said we missed his.
All right, please take care of it, because it was crazy. It was crazy. And
I'm looking for it.
All right, we missed his super chat, or we missed his member chat. What we miss? See if we catch it. Lucius Augusta. See if we catch the home. That's
just
the
put
homie.
it again. I'm not looking. Just put it again in the chat.
While you keep going, Lucius. Let's see. There is a ton of stuff, man. Jeez, y'all was going crazy.
I'm trying to find him.
Wait, hold on. Yes, $10 super chat. Oh yeah, that's bad. My bad, Lucius. It got skipped. South of Midnight is a very good game. He was like, reminds me of Kina Bridge of Spirits, but instead of rural Japanese culture, it's rural Southern culture. The music is incredible and works with the gameplay. And I think Hollywood Rules, we got Addict, aka White Medea. $2 super chat was missed. Yeah, those are the two that was missed.
They were trying to
get the Sailor Moon. You got caught up in the Sailor Moon, Lucius.
I see it. Yeah,
we see it now.
Came after that was Will.
Yeah, we got you, bro. We got you. It's a forever. salute. All right, so we are going.
It said, the Addict? Did you answer it? It says Will said $2 super chat. Addicts, your favorite low key anime. What's your favorite low key anime?
I didn't even. My favorite anime overall is Death Note. But if I were to say my anime that means the most to me would probably be Inuyasha. I remember waking up to that outro when I was a kid,
that's
2 in the morning on Adult Swim.
That's what's up. So look, man, big topic now. This is the big one. Switch 2. Lot to talk about. I'm going to be talking for a little bit. Shout out to Arcade. Let me check his mic real quick. Make sure Arcade's mic is good. That's right. Lord's Gaming in the building. But we got to talk first. There's a lot going on. Obviously, we had the Direct. And I'm going to read from, shout out to Nintendo, hooking me up with the official Nintendo press release here. Just going to read a couple bars for y'all for a little bit. Switch 2 lineup launches June 5th at 4:49. Brings a whole bunch of communications. They talk about what comes with the Switch. You get the console, Joy-Con 2 Joy-Con controllers, the grip, the straps, the dock, ultra high-speed HDMI cable, the Switch 2 AC adapter, and a USB-C charging cable. Which also will be available will be the Switch 2 and Mario Kart bundle for suggested retail price of $500 in the United States. So during the presentation, they talked about game chat. They talked about what the actual magical C button was on the right controller. Up to 4 friends can share the screen, connect compatible USB-C camera, and get the play-in. Additional friends can join the chat via audio only. And then until the end of March 2026, game chat can be used without the need of having a Nintendo Switch Online membership. So there's a period there. They talk about the functionality of the Switch 2, 7.9 LCD screen, full HD at 1080p. Vivid. They got the Joy-Con controls with the magnetic snap, new freely adjustable stand, and an extra USB-C port. Powerful processing speed and graphical performance. Crisp audio. They 3D spatial sound. We got internals only 256 gigs, which is 8 times the capacity of the normal Switch. And then they talked about Switch games are also backward compatible with Switch 2. New Switch dock. We talk about you can play up to 4K and up to 120 frames per second on the Switch dock. There's also an Ethernet port on the dock. Multiple people can play one title with Game Share. They talk about virtual cards being the benefits to digital games. So once a virtual game card is loaded onto a system, it can be played even if the system is not connected to the internet, and other users who are on that system can play the game. We got Nintendo Switch Online. They showed about the GameCube, Nintendo Classics. We got accessibility features. We got the parental app, which will most likely be used for that camera. We'll talk about that later. New games that were announced. There's definitely some freak offs going on there. We'll talk about it. For brand new titles and system exclusives, MarioKartWorld, Donkey Kong Bonanza, then a whole bunch of third-party stuff, Madden, Cyberpunk, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Switch 2 Edition, Civilization 6, and much more. They go into Donkey Kong Bonanza with King, went kind of crazy on the show about. And yeah, so a lot of titles. But look, also a title I want to talk about is like I said, Metro Prime 4, Pokemon Legends, Kirby Air Riders, Drag X Drive, very unique game, the experience using the mouse controller thing. And they talk about the publishing fans. So look, a lot of news, a lot of stuff, but we got our mans on the scene. We got LordsOfGaming.net on the scene. Got a chance to go hands on before a lot of people. He has played Switch 2. So I know we're gonna get into Mario Kart, and you can talk about it. I know we're gonna get to the price point, stuff. I want you to save the price point bars, but I want to talk about your experience. What did you play? New York City, Nintendo Switch in the building. How was your experience with Switch 2, and what did you play?
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. But before I start, huge shout out to Don Otaku for absolutely killing it with his Switch 2 coverage.
Yes.
A lot of my hype was kind of deflated. So him kind of stepping in and doing God's work and getting so much good articles out and content out was really awesome.
Yes.
And it's just really great that he was able to do all that.
Killed it. Shout out to the Don Otaku. No doubt.
But
so how was he going to building? You know what I'm saying? Get your hands on what's the feel. Let's go.
I gotta go on. I'm gonna save Mario Kart for the very end then.
Okay.
To organically transition.
Yeah.
But just to kind of go in order. When I first started going to the event, they let us all in like a little lobby area. We got to see all the whatchamacallit, like the console, the accessories and everything. And I just published an article, try to get this done ahead of time before being on here. And it's out on LordCognito.net, and you can kind of see all the pictures that I took.
I see you right now. We got you.
And like I was able to see the GameCube controller, the Pro controller. Got hands on both of them, but I'll get to that.
Okay, I'll let you get your balls off when you're ready. Sorry.
Then it was the discount iToy. Then it was also but the main thing is, looking at all the accessories was really cool. But the main thing when looking at them I noticed was the dock actually looks really premium. It looks like a proper console that could sit next to the PS5 or Series X.
Okay.
I really loved how it's curved. I really liked how it feels like the fan has a lot of room to breathe, because unlike the original dock, there's actually stuff inside this one. So that means like it will help with performance and everything. But they had a hands-on like wrecked unit, so to speak, that we was able to kind of get hands-on with while we was waiting to start playing Mario Kart. And this thing doesn't feel cheap. It actually feels premium. The sticks, which I will...
Yeah, how them analogs? Let's go.
Thank you, Nintendo. Thank you for making good analog sticks.
Oh, we got good analogs now?
Yes.
That's huge. I was worried. I thought them analogs were the trash.
They feel premium. They don't feel like these cheap things.
Yes. I had an issue with those. Okay.
While I wanted to get an answer to this, but I couldn't get a confirmation. But these apparently are Hall effect joysticks, so there's apparently no more drifting. Thank God.
Oh, wait, you know they had the lawsuits out there, so you think this is a subtle way to address it? With okay, so you think no more drift because of this? They look like they may be addressing it with the analogs.
Yes, and the coolest part is that when you have the Joy-Cons are kind of connected to the console, you can't wiggle the Joy-Cons and really force them off. The magnets actually do their job, and snapping them in place feels really good.
So how you get them off? Then is it like a
there's a little lever on the back where you pull them down and you pull it off.
Got it. So the strength of it, so it feels sturdy. Doesn't feel like you could just come apart easy. So
yes.
Okay.
And part of my pictures that I took included the kickstand type thing in the back, and that actually feels it doesn't feel like you can break it. It feels premium. And
we had that little cheap joint before, that little baby kickstand.
Yeah, I can show you right now. I have my Switch on me. This cheap little thing here.
The worst. Continue.
Yeah, I never upgraded to the OLED, but regardless, I will save my thoughts on Mario Kart for later, but I will say this: that screen. I know people are gonna be upset that it's not OLED.
Yeah.
That screen is gorgeous. That's it. Getting hands on with the screen for Mario Kart. Everything I played was docked, save for Mario Kart.
Oh.
So being able to get that hands on with the system itself and playing a race, the colors popped off the screen. I don't know what frame rate it ran on. But it looked super smooth. It looked gorgeous on that screen.
Nice.
While I'll talk about everything else later about Mario Kart.
Okay. So what was the so you get your head system? What were the first games you played before other than Mario Kart?
Mario Kart was the first one we played.
Oh, they went straight to it. Okay.
straight to Mario Kart with standard racing on both docked and TV, and then there was the Battle Royale Knockout Tour mode. They did not give us access to the free roam, which again I will get into later. So after Mario Kart, we got to
No, go ahead.
Then there was the show floor experience where we got a little like pass system where you got to pick 6 different games you can play out of a large selection of third party and first party.
Okay.
So before I talk about the stuff I played, the stuff that was playable on the show floor from the third party was Split Fiction, Hogwarts Legacy, Hades, Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, and Cyberpunk. And I'm trying to think what the any other third parties.
Cyberpunk was there.
And Street Fighter. Thank you. And Street Fighter.
That's Street Fighter 6. Let's go.
And for Nintendo's roster, you have what should have been Pac-In games, the GameCube Online, the next-gen upgrades for Kirby, Zelda, Metroid Prime 4, and Mario Party. And obviously, Donkey Kong, but that was at the very end.
Wait, so Donkey Kong was there? Oh, can we get to that? Can we get to that?
Okay, we'll skip to that.
Let's get to
I just had a conversation with some online buddies about the Switch 2, and that was the first thing they wanted to hear about as well.
Yeah, that's what made King. We got King with that. He became Switch Gang at that point. He threw out his flag.
My Switch is right here, man.
You dropped your flag. You picked it back up, though.
I couldn't stop smiling with Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong was amazing. It was bananas, so to speak.
Bananas.
That's crazy.
And the way
there's another moment.
I love it.
So the game, it was a 20-minute demo, and it had the opening sequence where Donkey Kong is in the mine, just punching and breaking everything to kind of get the big golden banana at the end. Then you get the transition to
Bananium.
Yes. Thank you, General.
That's exactly what it's called. It's called Bananium. Yeah.
No, he's right. Thank you, General.
That man know the deep lore.
Terminology.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that was the only thing I saw worth getting. So I'm gonna know what to do.
Continue.
But King's right on the money. The Donkey Kong game is, if you're gonna be buying a Switch 2 this summer, that's what you get. That is exactly what you get, because it is a combination of the freeform nature of Mario Odyssey, the destructibility you would see in Red Faction or the Lego games, all DK's moves, not just from Country, but stuff like Jungle Beat. Yeah. Because you have a whole there's a whole music system where you press the button and DK whistles and claps like Jungle Beat, and you can actually collect items and see the path ahead.
Yeah, because it works as a sonar.
Yep.
That man knows.
And then
Nintendo fan on the low.
And then you have
that man right there, so that is good.
Let's save the messiness for later. We're gushing about why you buy a Switch 2 now.
Yes.
So, and the coolest part is that the mechanics are DK can punch forward, upwards, and downwards, and it's mapped to the different face buttons, with the A button being jump. And you button mash, and it's so freaking good. Charting your own path, because obviously there's the way the Nintendo level designers want you to get to point A to point B, but similar to Mario Odyssey, when hey, you can capture this dude and just turn into a little bird and fly, or you can just use your hat, long jump off that, and just get to the next spot. Same type of energy with Donkey Kong. There's a one spin area with a spinning platform, and I'm like, screw this. There's
you just go over there again.
Yeah, and I got the bananium. It was really cool.
Salute. So that car was there. Now you said you also messed around. You got Kirby was there.
Not Kirby Air Riders, but the next gen Kirby upgrade for whatchamacallit, the Forgotten Land, and basically what that is, it is a hard mode / Redux version of that campaign from the looks of it. Because the opening level was identical to the first game's level. I should know, because that was a Switch game I loved, and I played through that. It was really cool. The 60 FPS felt really nice. I didn't get a resolution number, but apparently it's 1440p docked.
Okay.
And it just was really good.
So you felt you feel the differences.
I felt the difference,
Okay.
and even though I don't really think Kirby necessarily requires like the 60 FPS like a 3D Mario would,
right?
It was appreciated and it felt great.
Okay.
But I didn't play it because I already knew what it looked like. I'm not the biggest Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdoms person, so I just looked at off screen. I'm like, is that 60 frames? Does it look better? Let's play something else.
Got you. Yeah, you like, all right, I already kind of know what that is. You know, they got the glow up and stuff like that. So yeah, so pretty much again, getting your feel. Most of your experience, it was docked, right? And then they had some third party games. They had some the 1 or 2 first party stuff, and there was anything else about the experience from the console itself that either surprised you or now maybe disappointed you. What are any of the negatives of your experience?
The only real negative I would say is I feel like there's gonna be some growing pains when using the mouse mode for some titles.
Okay.
Like with Metroid Prime 4, for example, the mouse controls are good, they are responsive. Problem is if you remember Metroid Prime, you had the option to press the lock on button and just you stayed locked on. Yeah. This is probably something that I noted this when I talked with the transparency with all the Nintendo reps. If I had any negative or any like feelings, I was transparent, including all my thoughts on Mario Kart, and there was okay. So with Metroid, I noticed that you have to hold the button down. So like it's so like I could just do a visual comparison since I have the Joy-Cons with me right now. You hold them down like the button as you're kind of like
doing this joint,
and it feels uncomfortable versus instead of just clicking the button and then just freely aiming the mouse.
Was the game that supports the
I didn't play that.
Oh, it was there. Oh, damn it! I should have pushed for that one. I was what I wanted to know about the wheelchair kind of one where it's using the mouse control because I want to get King in a court. You know what I'm saying? 1 for 1. I want him to spin the block on his legs and then I could, you know what I'm saying, take it to the Baja, bang it on him. You know what I'm saying? That's the joy I want for him.
So the problem is, your collar,
be going too much, man. Like he really be going.
Him, his collar, and his bangles ain't gonna get it to happen. So you
don't want to play that with me? You don't want to play?
Nah.
Get down?
It don't sound like you. It don't even sound like you want to play. You just want to watch him play.
I don't want to play that with him.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I want to take him to the courts on that, son. Whatever. Continue.
I will say, if you want an example, to kind of cover Metroid, I feel like the something worth a note for that is it didn't have the quality mode option enabled. It had the performance mode option enabled. Okay. So it was 120 FPS. It was the smoothest playing game at the event. It looked beautiful. It ran very well. And I asked them, hey, what about the quality mode? I can confirm 60 FPS and 4K support will be in the Switch 2 version. It just wasn't playable.
It just wasn't playable at that thing.
Go ahead.
Be in there.
Oh, that's what's up. No, it's just a final question for me before I open it up, and then we'll get into America. But a final question for me is just kind of like, you know, you had that experience. The undocked experience. You said they didn't let you play it just undocked, or that was one version of Mario Kart that you played it undocked.
The undocked experience, the only games that were completely undocked were the Mario Kart experience starting out and the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom stations where they had the game docked and undocked, where you play 10 minutes docked and 10 minutes portably.
Got it. And it's a shame because I'm assuming it's locked in because I wanted to like, how does it feel, the weight in your hand? But I'm assuming it's kind of attached to the base so you can't, or they let you rock.
It was locked to the station, but it felt good. I did not have any issues when I played the Mario Kart session. And I will say before the floor is open to everybody.
All right, cool.
The third party stuff, the developers were there.
So we got CD Projekt was in the building. Who else was in the building?
I only saw CD Projekt and Super Giant Games.
Nice.
And I made sure to talk with both of them.
Salute.
And I got confirmation that Hades 2 will run at 60 frames both in Switch 1 and Switch 2.
Old school. Okay, all right. Old school 60. All right.
I made a point if I could ask about cross-gen stuff, I asked because there's a reality the reality is that quite a few people aren't going to be buying this until the fall, maybe next year. So it's sort of cross-generational.
Maybe at all.
King, stop it.
But,
he said, maybe.
Shut up, King.
Shut up, King. But here's the question. So did they answer any question about the cross-generational support or progression?
Yes. For specifically with Hades, the Super Giant, I want to ask about I want to ask with them and CD Projekt, how was it like porting the games, or how easy it was getting them up and running? For the indie scene with like Supergiant, they said it was very easy getting the game up and running on Switch 2. And for CD Projekt, I wanted to really talk to them because Cyberpunk is a very demanding game.
Yes.
And seeing that run seeing that run docked on Switch 2 at a stable 1080p, I believe 30 FPS, with them assuring that hey, there's a 40 FPS mode, docked and portable at launch. I want to ask, how was it getting it up and running? And they said developing on handheld PCs like the ROG Ally, and it seems like helped a lot. That they were, and the big thing for them is they're so proud to have a game releasing at launch with a console. That was something they were so proud of, and they were everything they said about the Switch port. I could feel like we put a lot into this. We're so proud. We're so happy, and I feel like that's one of the reasons.
Right.
One of the only major third parties to have the full game on the cartridge. Right. And keep in mind, it's a 64 gig cartridge they're using, and they confirmed it's $70. While Mario Kart is below like 20 something gigs. Yeah, that's 80.
All right, we say we got 80 is the next topic. I got you.
Make it make sense.
We're gonna get to that. Everyone say they bars for 80. Yeah, Attic, we're gonna open it up
real quick. So the poll's over. 633 votes. 42% said Sailor Moon. 21% said Baby Suit.
How?
20% said the dude from Street Fighter. It's 16% said Spyro.
This is nonsense. Everybody knows it should have been Spyro. But I got your Sailor Moon. Y'all
got
good.
the worst idea compared to the rest.
My joint was fire. Kings is the worst.
my baby suit came in second place, sir.
Nonsense.
But guess who came in first place with you? Hashtag collars for cock.
Yeah, he got a collar on his joint.
Yeah. Hey, see you that day.
You just get between them buns. Anyway.
You watch out for them dudes grabbing your tail, spinning you into walls.
You watch out let dudes sauce you up on your chest.
Last time
Don't let nobody put nothing on your chest.
Last time I heard, 2 plumbers was looking for you.
Last time I heard, you like a lot of colors on your chest. Sauce colors. White sauce, your red sauce.
Listen, I heard they wanted to lay pipe. Pause.
You the psycho, but you are the pipe. Pause.
So,
welcome to the
Ask me
real
about my wiener. I'm just joking.
Back on point.
When it comes to the show.
Yes. Let's get back to the Switch now.
Yes. I feel like this is just the Switch. Like I see, and that's fine for me. I didn't. No, it's just the Switch, a better Switch. Like it's just a better Switch, and that's all I ever wanted. Like give me a Switch that is stronger, built better from the previous Switch. They took all our feedback, made it better. That's all I cared about. And give me good games. That's all I cared about, point blank. I don't even know like the whole mouse thing. I don't even know how much I'll realistically use that. We'll see.
Sorry to interject, Attic. I forgot one game that was playable there was Civilization, but I didn't decide to play that.
That's cool. Your time was limited. You had to make business decisions. You know what I'm saying? But was anybody using like a mouse control with it?
The setup was with the mouse.
Oh, going for the PC market. Okay, gang. Okay, Switch gang. Fix your face, gang. Fix your face.
So
they going for the Steam market, overpriced.
Here's the thing, though. Like, look, the handheld market is definitely growing and evolving. Yeah. But even when you like add all the other handhelds and you combine them into one figure, it probably doesn't sell more than what the Switch sells from every year. Like the Switch probably outsells all those other things in 1 year. Big facts. Than it makes in 1 year. So it's just like, look,
that's that thing.
And what you got there, Forte? Oh, Forte got that thing on him. He got that thing on him.
This is a Switch. That's a standstill.
He got that. Nah, that's the official.
Oh, you got the official. Why you putting it up like it's something special? This is a day one. Listen, this is a day one. Yours is a thought after. Use a thought after one. That ain't show up day one.
What that serial number say on it? Is that an A or a K in there?
Who, mine?
Yeah, what that serial number got on it? What is it, A or K?
He exposing your serial number, gangster. He exposed that's that GameStop.
Where you find it at?
You're gonna have to put that
at
up
the bottom of your
so we
system.
can
Okay.
Ooh, he said you're not a day one dude.
I'll tell you right now.
All power, you wasn't there. You wasn't blood from the beginning.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm gonna yell out, "Fix your face."
King is nervous. He's like, oh,
he wasn't a day one. He wasn't Red Gang day one.
Mine is 2008.
I'm about to get mine, King. They fact check it. I gotta make sure I was down with the squad.
Hold on. Yo, you know why he checking me? Because his isn't a day one.
Oh no, mine says it ain't the day one because it's a Tears of the Kingdom.
I got the revision. The revision when the battery got better. But I had the day one. I traded it in.
No, I just need to know if that's don't be looking up online to see exactly which one you got.
I'm not doing it. I'm taking a picture, bro. Listen, I'm taking a picture of what it is.
I joined official.
Robert, what's yours? A or K?
I'm not really sure how to check that.
You guys are cooked.
Just look at the serial number. If it has an A in it, it's one version. If it's got a K in it, it's the version. It's another version.
I'm not cooked for nothing.
I got mine.
Mine ain't official. This is the K. Mine's the K. But this is the second one because I got where they got the battery life a little better or whatever.
Now,
but I had the first one. I traded it in for this one.
Now, look at mine and tell me who the hell I am.
Oh, he said that?
It's XAM.
That's a series. That's a version one.
Oh, he got you official.
Yo, Forte. All right, Forte. Being the original in the group, I think I need all y'all to fall back.
Well, see, the reason I didn't question it is because
put your switches back.
Put your switches back on the game.
See, I had a day
one. King, King on the damn homies.
Listen. Hold on. Let me see that. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Pin that. Let me see that. Okay, put your setup. Throw your setup. Let me see your switch game. Okay. All the way higher. Put it up. Higher. There you go.
Listen,
on the green screen.
There's the green screen. That's why. Okay, but we can see it now. Okay, cool. You good. On the damn homies. You there.
Your joint's not official. I just want y'all to understand, right?
All right, OG Bobby Johnson.
Who's the OG in this right here?
Y'all sitting here. All right, Deuce.
Y'all sitting here throwing up switch gang.
Switch gang for real.
You know why it's still alive? Because I don't play it.
Your usage rate. Yo, Forte, he not active like that.
Nah, I'm not.
He not an active gang member
like that.
Here's my switch game.
Yo, you stupid. Yo, don't bring the ops in here, yo. Don't bring the ops in here. This is a gang conversation.
Your joint coming in hot.
I switched
You are not switched, sir. You are not switched, sir.
Use an Xbox, sir.
I like those Joy-Cons.
A lot of people don't see this.
Yeah, those Joy-Cons are fire.
I could use the look what's behind my monitors. And a lot of people can't see it. It's that
Iron Lord. Yeah.
I see the Iron Lord. I see the ILP. I see the Wolf.
I see it.
That's fire. But anyway, let's get.
Yeah, that's for reflections. That's what.
What about
Steam
this?
Deck
Is this a Switch?
Oh, we got that Vita. We got that
Vita. Hey, is that a two? Is that a 1, a 2, or that look like a 2? That's a 1. The 1000. That's what's go.
That's what's You want to test me on that too?
So, Addict.
No, you
guys, everyone, let's get back on topic.
Let's get back.
Listen, check it out. I'm so ill. I got 3 of them. Right?
Okay.
I got 2. That's the one that you can hook up to the 3G, and I got the original. And now I got a PlayStation Go, a PlayStation portable Go.
Yes, sir.
I blame you.
Thank you for your flex. Thank you for your flex.
Do you have a PlayStation? Do you have the PlayStation TV though? The original PlayStation.
Nah.
The 28.
I ain't got that.
You know we off topic. Well, RK said get off topic. Get on back on topic.
You know why I don't got that? Because I still got a Vega upstairs. They got the PlayStation.
Okay, that's cool.
All right, that's cool. Thank you, Life of the Rich and Famous gang members. Yes, thank you. For Addict, what are you getting on launch? What you liking? What you not liking on launch for this thing? Switch 2, man.
Probably the only games that's gonna
what you copy
get is
for the squad.
Is the Bravery Default remake and Mario Kart. That's it. Like
okay.
Nothing. Here's the thing. Like Bravery Default's an exclusive. But no offense. I'd rather play stuff on this or play it on my PC or like the consoles that actually can play that and make it look good. So it's like if it's a third party stuff,
you ain't
most likely like because if I'm gonna play something on the move, it's gonna be with this.
Yeah.
Or maybe a ROG Ally in the future.
Yeah.
It's not going to be with the Switch 2.
Right.
If there's a better place to play it, it's going to be played there. Mainly that Switch is going to be used for exclusives. Or like maybe a game will like get like massive sell on the Switch 2. So like say, oh, it's $10, but I got to pay for like 30 or 40 on here. Then maybe I'll do that. But in terms of like AAA stuff, and that's only really for indies.
Yeah.
AAA stuff will be played
on the big
on either Steam or Xbox. I don't even have a PlayStation in my house right now, so it won't be played there. But it will be played for Steam.
So Bravery,
or my Xbox.
you doing the Mario Kart? You doing the Donkey Kong? What you doing? You doing that?
I don't. Donkey Kong didn't get me yet. I don't know. Like I prefer like
get you.
I prefer Donkey Kong as a 2D platformer. So I'll have to see more from that.
It does have those aspects to the game.
It is in the game. That wasn't it playable in the demo that they gave me access to.
How convenient! It wasn't playable.
Notice how I know a lot about that game.
Right? They show parts of it during the stream though, where you can see the 2D side of it.
Yeah,
so it comes down to me. It's just like I'm not against the Donkey Kong thing. I think I would be more excited to play like Metroid than I would be that. I want to see the Pokemon game. I'm excited for that. They're probably going to have something in terms of something this holiday, maybe a Mario game or something like that. What?
I'm looking at the super chat.
I gotta break protocol. Shout out to Yosemite Blam with the Diddy Kong will get at it.
So it comes to that. I will say that Direct disappointed me in terms of first party.
Okay.
I don't mind not Donkey Kong. I don't mind Mario Kart.
Yeah.
But I would say out of like the anarchy when it comes to games that excite me for a Nintendo platform, it is one of the lower ends. It's a game that I'd like to play with people, but I don't see myself playing it for more than like X amount of times at a time.
Right.
So it comes down to that. I was disappointed
on the launch lineup for you.
Yeah, launch lineup for me particular.
Yeah.
Now I understand that's a huge platform for a lot of people, and love that you guys get that. But me in particular, I would have like maybe like a Zelda remake of like Ocarina of Time, or a re-release of something, or a new Zelda or a Mario or something. But the one thing I will say that definitely excites me with this is like the fact that this is going to have a lot of backwards compatibility.
Yes.
Because there are some games that I didn't beat on the Switch that I'll be able to play on there. And I'm not Cog, because Cog is like thinking that like, he's excited to play some of these older games because in his mind, he thinks they're going to run better. I don't.
Put that old thing away.
I think the Switch games are going to run unless Nintendo.
You ain't first generation.
I'm second generation blood.
Unless Nintendo specifically works on certain titles, those Zelda games.
What y'all know about that? Y'all don't know about that right there.
Guarantee you.
What you know about that Aston chair? Y'all wasn't there.
Here we go.
I was outside.
And what's funny? Cog didn't beat that game. But anyway, I highly doubt stuff like Astro Train to be worked on.
I got day one games.
Studio. You got day one games. I get games the whole generation. So I'm excited to play. I'm still getting it day one.
You still get it.
Like,
you're
doubt.
just a little disappointed with the launch lineup.
In terms of what I play, I'll probably play Mario Kart for like 2 or 3 hours, not touch it to someone else. Mario Kart's the thing, addict. Let's play Mario Kart. It's not the thing that I specifically put on for myself after I played it for a couple hours.
Addict, I got a question. So would you be more willing to be sold on Donkey Kong if you knew that the 3D Mario team was working on it? Because everything seems to imply the Odyssey team are the people making this.
Platformer, you like that?
Yeah, I would be a little bit more. It's not about. It's just the Donkey Kong brand. Like I remember, like Donkey Kong, the N64 one that was 3D.
The Congo.
I can't remember what it's called.
The joint that came with the bongos.
Yeah,
That was
they
Jungle
did,
Beat.
they did the rap.
Yeah,
they
Jungle
did the rap.
Beat. Yeah, Jungle Beat.
They did the rap at the beginning. I
Yeah, I
can't
still
remember what
got
it was,
that,
but Donkey
yeah.
Kong rap.
Still got
So
that.
stuff like that is I'm not against it. I just need to see a little bit more from me, particularly.
I like
But,
monkeys,
at that
bro.
point, and me and Fortes argued about this a couple times throughout the years. I personally feel like Nintendo doesn't mind third parties coming to their platform, but they don't care if they do or don't, because it means that their stuff's going to sell better because there's no competition on that platform. Because it's like, what am I going to play month 2 into the Switch 2? It's got to be Donkey Kong at that point. So I would have to buy it just to have it to play it. So yeah, it's something I'm definitely entertaining. That most likely I'm still going to play, but I'm more excited for like the Pokemons, the re-entries of Zelda, the GameCube thing. Now,
you want me to comment on that, Attic? I got hands-on time with the GameCube stuff.
So when it comes to like the Wind Waker one, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the GameCube port.
It is.
And I'm less excited for that because the way they did the Triforce in the GameCube is so time consuming for no reason. So I don't know if I'm excited to play that because they fixed that in the Wii U port. So I don't know if I would jump into that. Okay. But they are having like the Pokemon Coliseum games in there. DX is going to be in there. So I'll play those games. I'll probably start Wind Waker. I don't know if I'll actually play Wind Waker.
Do you want impressions on how the GameCube stuff feels?
Yes, please, quick, because I got to get Forte a kick.
Okay, so the GameCube, they actually
Did you use the GameCube controller?
Yes, it feels exactly like the GameCube controller, 1-to-1.
Nice.
Same analog stick, same pressure sensitive triggers.
You mean this?
Awesome. Yes.
Hold on, keep that up, Alec. Let me see that. Let me see that. There you go. Keep it up. There we go. Ooh, the old school. That's what's up.
Yeah, but it just got a Cash App button at the top. Right?
Yo, do not call that the Cash.
That's C's for Cash App.
He said they got to deal with Cash App. Yo, you stupid. We gonna get demonetized.
Someone said Addict's like, shut up, let me complain. What did I complain about?
Oh my God, this man.
I swear, this community,
I can't look at it the same no
like
more.
any criticism whatsoever unless it's PlayStation.
Would you Cash App me? I said, would you?
I'll just say about the GameCube stuff.
This
like,
man said
yeah, I'm sorry. It's a tip button.
I'm sorry, we derailing the conversation.
It's wild thinking about tipping $1 billion corporation.
Continue RK with your assessment of the controller. What else you play?
Okay, hold on. So, someone's given. You cannot compare the repetitiveness of South of Midnight comparing it to a Pokemon game. Like, that is a wild comparison. There is a variety of things you could do with Pokemon that is nowhere near repetitive as South of Midnight. Like, that is such a disingenuous take. Shows me you don't even know anything about Pokemon.
That was a super chat?
No, actually, I don't know why he be
I'm
battling this. Exactly.
Put
it in color.
All the time in the chat.
True that.
Don't even give me that.
We do those sometimes.
Actually, not me, because I can't read.
It's me.
Yeah, I got on shades.
You can't see the screen.
Time. Let's get back on focus. We got a lot of Switch stuff to discuss.
Man.
Continue, RK. Finish your ball, and then I got to get what you go for. Take it.
So the GameCube lineup, what was playable was F-Zero GX, Super Mario Strikers, Soul Calibur 2, and Legend of Zelda Wind Waker.
Can you back that up? Can you back that up?
Zelda in it.
Did they have the link?
Yeah,
Soul Calibur 2 was
he's in it. Yeah, he's in it. He's in it.
Yeah, obviously. It's Soul Calibur 2. He was in there.
I never copped that one because every console had their own exclusive.
That's what I'm saying. I think it was,
and I never got a chance to play with Link in Soul Calibur.
That was the first thing. That was the first game.
Link was
I played with Link in Soul Calibur 2 back in the day.
That's cop day one. Continue.
So
he was the best character besides Spawn.
Yeah.
So
the grappling hook and everything.
Yeah. Well, so play. I know we keep interrupted like hell. Okay. What you call it had Link. PlayStation had Spawn.
PlayStation had Hayachi. Xbox had Spawn.
Xbox had Spawn. Yes. Yeah.
Hayachi was there with his fist.
With his fist. Yeah, it was whack. Okay, good.
That's kind of crazy that the only true exclusive
at
character was Nintendo.
Yeah.
The other one was third party stuff put on other platforms.
Much. Yes. Continue. Okay.
But the lineup, like I said, was Soul Calibur 2, F-Zero GX, Zelda, Wind Waker, and Super Mario Strikers, and all those 4 games will be playable after Switch 2 launch, with more to follow, like Addict suggested, like the GameCube Pokemons,
Nice.
Sunshine, etc. And if the game supported widescreen on the GameCube, it natively supports widescreen on Switch 2. So F-Zero GX, Soul Calibur 2, and Mario Strikers all had widescreen, while Wind Waker just was, the
4:3.
Yeah.
And
Can you force it to go widescreen, or and it just won't be native? It just looks stretched out.
I didn't ask that question, but I looked at the options menu, that wasn't present. But they had the CRT filter. You can remap the controls, and the games ran like how they did on the GameCube, just with a higher resolution. So
that's what's up.
And the best part is that I was assuming that there would be like a bit of a buffer or low time between games, because these are bigger than N64 games.
Right.
It was finger snap.
So they got like something like quick resume?
Yes. And you have save states just like N64 as
Let's
well.
go. That's what's up. That's dope. We get it's King, because you've been chirping a little bit. We can save for last. Let's get King. Wait, yeah, man. The release, obviously, I know your topic also was battery life, in reference to that. But just now that the system, what you saw and in the hands on, what are you excited? What are you not excited about? And obviously the battery life, I know you want to talk about.
Okay, well, I see a lot of things that they're doing differently now, and I know that Miyamoto is kind of taking a back seat to this with the 3 like the heads that were there. I apologize. I didn't. I got the picture of them.
The young leadership.
The young leadership.
The younger leadership. Yeah.
So going forward, I think the philosophy in the building has changed. I'm going to push back on Addict's thought that Nintendo doesn't want third party, or doesn't care about third party on their machine. I think actually this leadership actually does, and seeing Elden Ring there eloquates that part. Seeing that Blood game,
the exclusive from software,
software. That's a big
Dust
get.
Blood.
Yeah, Dust Blood. That's a big get, because normally that would be something that PlayStation would pull. Yeah. And the fact that PlayStation has a large stake in Kadokawa, and going forward, they knew that game was for Switch 2. So I think that seeing Cyberpunk there, and then seeing the devs there, because you got a chance to watch the Direct, you got a chance to watch the Treehouse both days back to back, going into the games that you wanted to know more about. So they went in depth on the Mario Kart. They went in depth on the Donkey Kong. That's probably the only true game that I care about. Everything else there, I really don't care about. I'm gonna have Mario Kart by default, because I'm gonna pick up the real combo price version. Yeah, the $500 price version. Yeah, because it really makes no sense to get a butt naked Switch. Who wants a butt naked Switch? All right.
But real quick, before I forget, I gotta ask. Okay, was the game that's supposed to debut the features of the system that they making you pay for? Was that there?
I purposely didn't play that because I'm like, you know what? That and the wheelchair basketball game. I'm sorry, that's not the name.
Yeah, whatever.
Dragon Drive,
yeah, or something like that.
There is zero chance you get me to buy that.
We're gonna play together. You're gonna put the 2 mouse on your legs, rub your legs, and we're gonna
I'm good on all that.
Wow.
But both games I felt should have been pack-ins, similar to what they did with.
Carl gonna get himself canceled, man.
I'm telling you what the game.
I think it's more like ARMS. Because remember, ARMS was showing off the movement controller.
For the record, Steven Titello said you could put the mouse Joy-Cons, because he said on a flat surface it was uncomfortable. Yeah. He said for the record you could put it on your legs and it played better. You rubbed it on your leg. He was doing the game. So I'm reading his article. That's what that man said. I ain't get canceled.
That was a save he's just trying to do.
I'll send you the link if you don't believe me.
He had that quote ready for you guys.
Here's the thing when it comes to the third party.
He wants you to rub those Joy-Cons.
Switch was mad about third party at the beginning too. The Witcher, all types of games came out there at first.
But I don't think that was at launch.
Which one was it? Which one
Like,
was
it
it?
was a
What
launch.
doing?
Yeah, we're talking about the direct. Like the direct was a third-party direct, which sprinkled with Nintendo stuff there.
Yes.
I go to
Do you guys
Nintendo
remember what
Directs.
the launch titles for the Switch was?
Yeah, we got a kind of idea. We got kind of.
Yeah,
I can
the
find it now.
I have the
Arms.
press release right now.
Yeah, I got all the
No, I'm
games right
talking
there.
about the original Switch.
Oh, the original. Oh,
Yeah,
I mean,
I got all the games right there that came out that day. But anyway, it's just I think the tone in the building has changed.
Okay.
They're going to high resolution graphics.
Yep.
They're going to back compat. They're going to online. They're using your cell phone. They're using more connectivity to engage with the populace in a way that they never have before, with a reliability on technology opposed to innovation. And I think, yeah.
I kind of disagree because I feel like Mario Kart looks great, but it's not like a drastic improvement from Mario Kart 8 either. Like it looks like the natural progression. I just think Switch 2, in terms of graphics, is just the natural progression from Switch 1. Technology's improved, so things are going to look better. I don't think they're aiming for that. They're like, this is what we need to make the type of games that we make. This is what we get. If the other third-party people don't want to get with this and have other people that specialize in making games on this hardware, that's on you. That's not on us.
I disagree, though.
I'm gonna totally disagree.
Yeah,
for
totally
you, with
disagree.
you. Let me tell you why. Because you going into this would have never thought there would be 4K anything at all. All right. No, I'm talking honestly. You'd have went into this direct and you would have never in a million years going into it bet anything saying that it would be 4K anything. The fact that they said 4K anything and they said screw the battery life, it's the battery life is 2 hours. Like they said we don't care about that part. What we do care about is I think this Nintendo Switch is out to play ball now.
Yes.
I think they see, before we would say they off to their own thing. They doing their own thing over there. I think those three dudes that you saw there want yo pie and yo pie and don't give a damn. And they would listen, the doc tells you everything about it tells you that they're gunning for space with that consumer.
That's a console.
It is a console. It's a console now in the sense that if I could see channels put up Cyberpunk going against the PlayStation 5 Pro, their version, and then you see their version of Street Fighter going against the version of Series S.
Yeah. And joint looking better than the Series S.
Do you understand? That's the part that I'm talking about. They are unapologetic in setting pace, in pushing the technology forward. You would have never saw Nintendo put a camera anywhere. They put a camera right there. They're putting voice chat. All the stuff that these other guys are doing, they got it, and they're doing some innovation to it. So you are directly competing with these dudes. When you can go out and get a game in a Souls-like genre from Software, and you got Elden Ring. So what you're doing is you're setting that person up that purchased Elden Ring to get ready for the next From Software game that's only available on the Switch to come and purchase a Switch.
And that's where I disagree. Because, I mean, we can disagree on that. That's fine. We can have different opinion on this. In my personal opinion, the reason you're seeing a lot of these third-party games go over so easily is because of stuff like this. It's because of stuff like the Xbox Series S. More developers are working on smaller platforms like this that aren't as strong as the other ones, and that is why you're seeing more of all this.
Series S paved the way. Little man paved the way.
Intentionally pushing for it. Switch is encouraging. I'm sure they're sending people to help with it, but I don't think Switch cares if you port to it or not. Now, if you do port to it, that's cool, and I think they encourage that because of the money that they'll get for it. But I don't think that's like their number one priority. Like
no, okay. What I'm trying to tell you is they're competing now. When before they weren't competing.
Yeah, they kind of care a little bit now.
All right. Yeah. They are actually aggressively pricing everything from from the games themselves
to the console themselves, to the peripherals. Everything has been aggressively priced. They are aggressively taking a stance from you've never seen them.
I don't know. I think that's greed. I don't think that's trying to compete. That's greed.
Okay, well, what is greed? Competition. Because if it's about competition, let us have competition. And
I don't disagree with him on that when it comes to what King's saying.
So, King, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Are you arguing that Nintendo's higher prices is more of a statement of we're not the second console, we're the first console?
What they're saying is they set it
That's
pace.
like backwards. You compete when you lower prices to meet your competition.
No, see what it is.
Raising prices to
they
exceed their competition.
understand what they have.
They understand their worth.
Right. When you understand your worth, you set pace. Now everybody's saying, "Oh, is PlayStation gonna raise their price to meet with the
save the $80? That's the next one. Save everything on 80.
I understand that, but I'm just saying is they are aggressively attacking the market with the only game that you thought to command that type of price, and I know that's the next thing.
We'll go back to what you were about to just say on that. Go to just last year alone. They did a live case study of that with their biggest IP on the Switch with Tears of the Kingdom. It said we're going to put this out at $70. It's the only Switch game that is, and I told people as soon as that I was like, bro. They know what they're doing. They know that this game is going to sell no matter what. They just want to see how
much it's going to sell.
Money bars.
We
finish the experience, and then I got to get Forte on the experience. Yes.
So the fact that they did one direct for the ending of the original Switch, right, and the symbolic nature in that within itself told me Miyamoto was on that last stage.
Yeah.
For the last Switch.
Good point. We ain't see him.
Oh, exactly.
We did not see the god.
Exactly. And the last game was Xenoblade Chronicles, right?
Yes,
yeah.
Xenoblade Chronicles came out for the Wii U. It was the last big title, last big RPG for the Wii U. I got it. It's the last big RPG for the Switch. It's a changing of the guard. This is their machine.
Young boys in the building.
And everything about that Switch is telling you, like, I didn't know that they will have 1080p 120 frames per second. I did not know they will have VRR on their on their display.
And DLSS.
I did not bro, they are using technology inside that handheld, docked and undocked, to push it forward. They're pushing up against the Steam Deck. So my question is, are they competition? Yes, they are. All those directs and Treehouse, they brought Treehouse back with all their games. But that Treehouse
what happened to Treehouse, Eddie? Why you said that, baby?
Let's keep going.
You gonna tell me? You gonna tell me that Treehouse was where? They just brought it back.
Eddie had a funny reaction to Treehouse. I wonder what
happened. All right, so they have two Treehouses back to back, following the direct. I think, honestly, by the end of next year, if they're not number one, they're going to be pushing for that number one spot. And think about it this way. They entered this generation late. So by next year, I'm predicting that they already done sold 80 million consoles.
Damn.
Because of the fact of what they're doing in Japan, with we'll talk about price later.
Yeah.
What they're doing in Japan and what they're doing in America.
Adequate screen sharing.
Nintendo Treehouse 1 year ago for Tears of the Kingdom. What are you talking about? Treehouse.
Okay, so what date was that? You said 1 year ago.
Last year.
So apparently Treehouse has been going on, I guess.
What date? Because it said 2023.
Okay, your point? They haven't had any bigger games to show.
Oh, he tried to say there hasn't been a Treehouse in a minute, is what you said.
They show Treehouses when it's relevant to the conversation that they're going on. Last was Tears of the Kingdom, and now is this one.
All right, whatever. Anyway, there's not
that was just ridiculous.
Both of y'all are wild with this, but so finish. You got your joke.
Also, Switch is starting the generation, just to let you know.
Yeah, facts.
So, just
The
saying.
Switch 2 is technically next generation.
So the chat saying they do tree houses for big
Gen
games.
10.
Yeah,
Switch
so
starts Gen 10.
Okay.
So again, they haven't had Treehouse in a while. So they did 2 of them back to back.
They did do them back to back.
Right? Back to back. Right?
Back to back.
Two days in a row. They did them. Anyway.
Yes.
I think they out here looking for food, and I think PlayStation and Xbox better watch their damn step, because Nintendo, if they held the big guns in the background, bro. They threw out Donkey Kong, Mario Kart.
They got stuff.
Lucia said there was a treehouse a couple days ago before the Switch 2 came out.
They said King is crashing out on Treehouse.
They
said Unk is crashing out. This is hilarious. I'm sorry. All right, look, we got to get Forte.
Yeah, let's go.
This boy, he been patient, and then we're gonna spin the block back on the price, what everybody want to talk about.
Just
so
laughing.
Twitch Direct features, console, what you looking at, how you feeling, are you copping, what would you be copping, anything you didn't like, and no price stuff to share.
No price stuff.
No price stuff to share.
What can we talk about, Yoshi? Can we talk about it all? Okay, we'll talk about it all. The show. Yes. I thought the show was freaking incredible. I thought the show was incredible. Listen, listen. People talk about third party, and I get it. It was heavily third party, but you know, just if you look at this screen, there's a lot of third party that's on that Switch right there. You know, a lot of third parties. Like listen.
No, I mean that's what I said. Third party's always been a part of the Switch.
Yeah, but the biggest thing is I think it's now because with the Switch, the original Switch, I think it was spec to what they wanted to do with their console. I feel like they pushed it a little bit more to be spec for what developers also want to do with it, because we already know Nintendo builds their systems to basically work with their games. That was the main reason of the original Switch, and why you didn't see like games like, you know, other games hit it, because in their eyes, it just wasn't worth the trouble to bring them over because they wouldn't be able to do or perform the way they wanted it to. That has changed with this system to an extent.
And to support your point,
Go ahead.
Games that were present at the hands-on kind of just signify that. You have games like I was just casually looking, Hogwarts Legacy, Cyberpunk, Street Fighter. They may not be exactly one-to-one with PS5 Series X, but they look damn close enough to where you're not really like, if you buy the Switch version, you're not buying a gimped version. You're buying a genuinely not just playable, but a enjoyable version.
Right. And then if you just contrast that towards just even like the original Switch, Hogwarts Legacy was it was the first time we ever saw in a long time a game outsell Call of Duty over a year.
Facts.
And the Switch had a lot to do with that. Yeah. Because that game sold like crazy on a regular Switch, where the experience is like like completely.
Wait, it sold over there with on the dog water one.
It's so like crazy, and guess what? It was even delayed on the Switch.
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, it came last. You're right.
It came last. To the
I told
Switch.
people them 30 party parts
was
moving. I was told that.
Well, and that's the biggest thing, though. So for me, you know, just talking about just the show in general, like as soon as I can tell you for myself, Mario Kart was it for me, because I have my 2 kids, my 2 daughters, and my wife. That's the one game that we bond around the most in this house. We play like as soon as they saw the trailer, I'm getting phone calls. Literally, my wife's at work, and I'm like, "Damn, you actually watching?"
They coming at you for a day. They like, "Cat, bro, those third party games on Switch, they coming at you."
They was like, "How much are Joy-Cons going to cost? How much is this game?" This before they announced the price. Yeah. They say, "Okay." My wife was like, "Listen, we got to make sure we get this. We got to get that." And then she called me on the phone when Donkey Kong happened. And she lost her freaking mind. She said, they finally did Donkey Kong right. They put respect on his name.
Game of the show.
It was
game of the generation.
Damn. It was really cool to just like have that experience, because I just feel like as I'm watching the show, I feel like King just said, I feel like there's a turning of the guard at Nintendo. Like the fact that all you saw was just the young version of Nintendo out there with the presentation of all these games and stuff. And then it just kind of speaks to the fact, like, I'll tell you, like, for me, people always talk about, like, why do you want to buy this game on the Switch when you have an Xbox or you have a PlayStation?
Right. That's the argument. That's what they were trying to come at you.
Or you have a PC like me. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you for like me. Like, okay, so the reason I have Witcher. I have Witcher Complete Edition on my Switch. I beat that game on my PC long time ago. Like before it even hit Steam, it was on Good Old Games on GOD. I beat it over there. I played it on my Switch because I wanted to go through it again, but I didn't want to like commit to like at home playing it. So whenever I had time just on the go, I just play it. Same thing I did with like, I can count probably on both hands how many times my Switch has been docked to my TV. I barely play dock.
Yeah, I think that's what the difference between a lot of, I think Attic and King are more.
No, mine stay docked.
Yeah, docked.
I never play.
Listen, and I think me and you are more on the go. I think that's what it is too.
I've never said that the third parties don't sell good on the Switch. I'm saying when you took all the third parties, here's the thing. When you're trying to appeal to a Switch person, there's a lot of variables. One, Switch is used as a huge second console to the majority of gamers. That's why they sell so many. They sold so many because a lot of people will have like a PlayStation or a PC or an Xbox alongside their Switch. Okay. So then a lot of those people generally probably won't gravitate towards Switch on a third-party level on like a Witcher because they have more places they can play it on. But when you appeal to like just the Switch person, like my cousin, he used to have a Switch for a long time. He bought The Witcher on the Switch because that was the only place he could play that game. Was because he only had a Switch.
Do you see what this is? The inside of my Tears of the Kingdom box. Do you see what that is sitting in that box still?
Yo, the dock is in there.
This is the dock, still wrapped in the original plastic.
That's crazy.
With the HDMI still wrapped in the original thing. Look, the Joy-Con grip still wrapped. I'm telling you.
Yeah, all right. No, again, we see your usage habit. But continue.
You're right because they wouldn't have made the Switch Lite unless there wasn't a demand for people wasn't using the dock.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but
the dock or non-dock is not really a conversation of people buying third-party stuff on the Switch because you can play both of them on the Switch regardless if you're docked or not docked.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, the biggest thing for me is I just think they knocked it out of the park. Once they showed, I was like, dog, this is Elden Ring.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I said, we getting Elden Ring over here? Yeah. And then I started
Elden Ring was so good on the Switch.
Then and then Cyberpunk, even though shout out to the $1 billion company having streaming issues.
And that was a pre-recorded video. Why didn't you just premiere something? That's the wildest mess I've ever seen.
If you got some insight, please let us know how the $1 billion company did this.
It's not even just insight. It's just more like after. I just feel really bad after talking with the developers because they were so happy and passionate and proud of everything they're doing with the Switch 2 version from gesture shortcut. Gesture shortcut. Jeez, I'm tripping over my words. Gesture shortcuts, where like in Cyberpunk you do in the breather to kind of heal up. That's like a gesture you can do with the Joy-Cons.
Okay. So they have functionality that they would have been able to show. Yeah. And they can't even show it because they lost their moment because of the stream thing. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That was the thing.
It was a big moment. You know what's a huge moment that we lost? That was annoying. We heard that Final Fantasy.
We heard the Final
before we.
I was tight. Bro, I was tight.
Like, what Final Fantasy is that?
I was so tight. Square
I know.
I knew what it was the moment you heard it.
The moment I heard it, I knew what it was. Yep.
Has a unique sound.
That unfortunately wasn't playable at the event, but I'm guessing that's like a post-launch thing.
Yeah, because it's gonna launch for.
Because it's gonna launch on Xbox too. They just can't announce it yet.
I'm down with it.
Or Xbox just doesn't want to now. They want to get Nintendo their flowers right now, which for me and people don't understand that too. We talked about this on DPS when it comes to that Final Fantasy announcement. People was like, well, usually third party just comes out and they'll say, congratulations being on the Switch 2, and then these are the other platforms it's coming to. But then I was like, well, no, because it is a console launch, brand new console launch. And then I would say, if you kind of think about it, Phil Spencer and everybody at Xbox, like Phil, Matt Booty, Sarah Bond, they've always congratulated other people for achievements and things that they release, like games or anything like that. So even if they didn't come out and do it during this, in my eyes, it was more of let's let Nintendo have
their moment.
Let's let them have their moment. They're during a console launch. We're gonna talk about this in June when it happens.
Yep, they coming at me. I said the same thing. They coming at me. They like it's not happening. I was like, all right,
that showcase
is like,
whatever. A week after the system comes out.
Yeah,
it is what it is. Now I got you. I'm saying finish it. I was gonna get my boss.
The only thing I got left is I think, like, in general, it's going to be something that's going to land really, really well. Like, it's kind of hard to talk about one without talking about everything that happened after the fact.
We're about to get to it.
We're going to get to that. But I'm super excited. I already had, God forbid, I still have the amount of money on my gift card that's going to cover this. We'll figure that out. But Donkey Kong's a day
not
one
if
for
it's
me.
$900.
We get to it.
I
We're
pray
gonna
the
get
gift
to
card
it.
covers it. But that's the thing. Donkey Kong's a day one in July 17th. Mario Kart. Mario Kart. That's a day one no matter what. First of all, I'm buying it with the system.
You're getting the $500 real version.
I'm getting the real version that comes with the game that you can save $40 at least on it. Puyo Puyo Tetris, love Puyo Puyo. That's a day one. Cyberpunk's going to be a day one because I definitely want to just do that game on the go and stuff. Pause. Yeah. But
and that should have cross progression because their cross progression is online through their.
And that's the only thing I want to see more because that's the thing that kind of makes me want to buy certain games on the Switch because there is some type of cross progression. Yeah, like the fact that I saw Madden on the screen.
Oh God,
gives me hope.
Oh God,
gives me hope.
Woo!
Gives me hope. That
we made it.
NCAA football and everything.
Cyberpunk has cross progression on Switch too.
Yes,
see,
I knew for a fact it had because it already has their cross progression is through CD Projekt Red site. No matter what the platform is, you just got to log in.
You have to log in.
Yeah.
So that means everything that I did on my PC, I could just
go straight through. Go. Fire.
So that's all I'm looking forward to. But let's just get your thoughts.
Yeah, I get my thoughts. We're gonna get to the heavyweight part of this with it. So look, obviously, I'm very biased. I've been very hard on Nintendo. I don't care about they're the cutesy company and it's okay they don't have this feature.
That playground just right there.
Yeah, it's okay. Like no, I've been on their head. I've been gang. I felt Switch was the best joint they put out, but I've been on their head with their terrible lack of features and the fact that they've been so antiquated for so long. So I'm all about the new leadership. I am all about getting up into the new generation of things and how things are supposed to go. So for me, it was very peachy to hear 4K, 60, anything, HDR, anything, 120 frames per second, anything, DLSS, anything. Oh, you want to talk to people? You want to have party chat? You want to do social features, Nintendo? Let's go. That's what's holding you back.
They put that behind their online membership.
Absolutely, as you're supposed to, as PlayStation does.
No one else does that.
Well, PlayStation does the cloud saves.
PlayStation doesn't do that.
Well, they do cloud saves behind the paywall.
No, I'm talking about just a party chat. You have to be part of their membership.
Yeah, get down and lay down.
No, that's what leaders do. They set the trends.
Xbox doesn't do that. PlayStation do that. Discord doesn't do that.
Get down and lay down. You want this premium feature?
You want to play? You want to play or not?
Guess what, Addict? All those platforms you just named drop their prices of their games, and Nintendo does it like once every decade.
Yeah.
So my thing is, I was just so happy because look, one of my favorite games was exclusive to them for so long. Marvel Alliance 3 was my joint, and it killed me that me and 108 Drag could not talk to each other in this game. And I was like, nah, son, we ain't doing it. So for me, this is a new lease on life on all the old titles that I just refuse to play over there because I'm like, it is just
it's gonna run at a stable 30 frames now.
Hey, let's get
I
the
guess
first.
Come to the party stuff. Like I'm so in tune to Discord now. Like I think it's a little too late for me on that one.
I feel for you. I know you're a Discord guy. For me, like I said, I am here. This is what I'm not making no more excuses.
Cause the minority in this.
No, I'm not. You know how many people was popping bottles for this? You the bottle. See, people. You think that people play like you, and I'm the reason why Nintendo won. I'm the reason why Nintendo Switch won. They're coming for my demographic.
And when you come in my chat room's a lot. The cameras is on.
So this is a game changer. I'm telling y'all right now, when we get to the Mario Kart, it's gonna hit different. See, y'all making fun, but it's gonna hit different when it's 24 people playing a Mario Kart game and everyone's talking to each other.
Yes.
They're just experiencing this for the first time. They are going to pop off by just having this. They've been playing in a little silo bubble with cardboard for years. It is time.
You think Call of Duty's
been
lobbies
doing
are
that.
toxic?
No.
The Switch
Mario Kart
demographics
lobbies
been
are
using
No,
Discord.
bro.
Wild.
Here's the thing. No one, the average family is using what's in the box. They're not, a lot of them not PC savvy to be like, we're going to connect it and do Discord. They are playing what they got in the box. And the same thing with third party. You're acting like no one cares about it. There are people who are just Switch only guys. So these are new titles
And I
to
know them,
them.
and they all use Discord.
That's your limited people that you talk to. You're using that cross section of game. You know why I know it's wrong? It's the same. It's like the same people that say it's the same people that say, "Yo, Switch." I mean, what you call it? Sea of Thieves. No one's gonna play. That's old game. As soon as it went on their platform, what happened? That's the difference. People are locked into their ecosystem. You assume everybody's like you. There are people who do not play on PlayStation. They do not play on Xbox. All they play on is Switch. So to them, it is going to be amazing. They don't live in a bubble. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is going to pop. And there's a reason why Nintendo is doing this. This young generation they know what they're doing. They're trying to compete. I'm telling you. Yes, I'm crashing out for Party Chat.
Playing Fortnite and they're using Discord.
Well, I will.
I think you're completely underselling Discord on every.
I think I'm not saying Discord is not some popular thing that people are using, but you are underselling that all Nintendo fans is using Discord.
I didn't say
they don't
that.
even. They just got YouTube. They only got one app on Switch.
The bulk of people are still going to use Discord.
No, you don't know that. Week to the data, you don't know that.
Wait. I will say this though. Fortnite was the catalyst probably for this because on the Switch, because they implemented their own voice chat in Fortnite on Switch.
Yeah.
Like they were because no game had it. You had to go through the convoluted way of going through your phone and everything. Nobody wanted to do that. It was news everywhere. Outlets picked up on it. And then it got so bad to the point where Epic literally went in and made a voice chat for Fortnite only for the Switch.
Yeah, they had to accommodate that. And I totally get that.
So with that being one of the biggest games on that platform, I guarantee you Nintendo sees the data on that and was like, yeah, it's about that time. We have to.
Yeah, they got to do their own thing. So look, at the end of the day, look, I thought that was cool. I think they're in trouble with one thing, though. Look. Nintendo, I'm a former integrity operations program manager.
It's gonna get wild.
I think you don't know what you're about to get into.
Lord Gene gave me context to that one.
With that camera.
Uno.
I'm as an Xbox 360 camera veteran.
We back, baby.
I don't think you're ready for After Dark. I don't think you're ready for After Dark. You better have a strong parental system. There will be things and objects that will appear on cameras that people and kids will not be ready for. So I'm just saying,
the Joy-Cons.
if you need help in the integrity space with your camera, I'm just saying.
Joysticks.
I'm just saying, yeah, Donald Taco. Parental controls better be on deck. There's gonna be Nintendongs. There's gonna be a lot. People gonna be playing their own Nintendo games in that ecosystem.
Well, you did see how fast they shut down the Smash Brother maps that they made. Yes. They had them bouncing those dildos and stuff.
I get why.
You can't shut down none of my private rooms. Lights out.
Now, and the other beef, I gotta call y'all to the carpet. What I don't like, all right, yes, y'all got party chat. Thank God, right? But what I don't like is, hey guys, if you don't have a mic, right, you could just talk to it and the noise. I don't want to be playing with that. Hey, Ma, where's the meatloaf dude when we in a game? Like, that dude that you got background noise.
That's the joint that I be doing.
Yeah, like I don't want to hear, because you did not show me a feature that says mute the dude in the party chat. I want to see that feature. Dawn, school me if they did it. I just didn't see it.
I can answer something.
All right, please, if they got that, please.
When I played the iToy Mario Party game, I'm just gonna call it that because they had it used the mic for a mini game where flail your arms and shout, and I awkwardly go yay, and it actually picked up.
And they talk about we've got noise cancellation, so that no, Nintendo, you better have mute that dude in the joint. Like, you better have that feature. It's going to be a problem for you. I'm telling you, that's going to get annoying with Call of Duty lobbies and all that other stuff.
I think you're able to mute them because the people are able to mute themselves. So
they're able to mute themselves, but I want to be able to.
I think you can go
manually. Because you know how some dudes leave their joint on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
I highly doubt that they would not let you mute people.
I would be shocked.
I want to hear heavy breathing.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Or somebody fall asleep while we playing Destiny.
We got dudes who fall asleep in our fight.
And that's why I'm staying on Discord, because I can mute people.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
So the fact that you have Vita veteran in the building,
Same.
Gio Corsi, kind of handling some stuff with
I
the
feel
Switch.
good. I feel good.
I imagine a lot of the modern stuff you would see on the PS
I
Vita.
hope so. You're right.
present.
Gio Corsi in the building, that's Vita, and they're doing that. And what I like is their party chat is not just for the game specific. Everybody could be in different apps doing their thing. That's beautiful. And then
you could see the games run, and you could see everyone's captures at 10 frames per second.
How many people you think's gonna actually use that camera?
I am. I'm buying it day one.
You gonna
I feel like that's an accessory they're going to discontinue in like a year.
I ain't gonna discontinue mine because I'm gonna have mine and lock my rooms down. Hit the cash app button.
Hit the cash app.
Hit the cash app button.
So yeah, for me,
it's different kind of Smash Brothers.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
You want to smash?
You want to play Smash Brothers?
Who want to smash? King running up with you. Want to smash?
You want to smash, bro?
All right, we gonna move. We doing that. You want to smash, bro?
You want to smash, bro?
We going over.
You gonna find out who's in relationships with each other with their serial numbers.
That's a fact. That's a fact. So look, and then now we're gonna move it to the main event.
Do they still have serial numbers for friend codes? I don't know if I saw that.
I think this time with that app, son, is how you do it.
It's how you doing.
It's howdy doody time.
How you doing? Anyway, so we gonna move this whole text and pause. So look, here's the main event. Obviously these prices, Mario Kart.
I'll pay $500. You don't tell me nothing.
Mario Kart debuted
I got impressions
at $80.
$50.
That definitely set up a tidal wave of emotions. We also did not talk about, which is the tariff threat. I want to shout out GameStop for putting out the announcement that Nintendo had talked about in reference to what potentially could happen. Looks like everything right now. Update from Nintendo: the pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 in the U.S. will not start April 9th. In order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions, Nintendo will update timing at a later date. The launch date of June 5th, 2025 is unchanged. GameStop will continue to work closely with Nintendo and provide updates as soon as more information becomes available. Stay tuned for details. So the fear is that not only the people that may have issues with the price now, the price could go up further. Then we got the $80 game situation. Then we got out to Z Huge talking about the tariff impact affecting other consoles, how PlayStation may be doing preparations as far as where their production is in preparation if a tariff does happen. We also have news. This is a big one. Nintendo is selling Switch 2 for $350 in Japan.
Yeah.
And it is region locked.
Yeah.
It is. So if you think you're going over there to get the hustle for the cheap, because whatever, it's not happening. They said okay, get at it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, was the original Switch region locked in Japan?
No.
I don't know. I don't ever try to import anything. I'm not keen.
So they said, So they said Nintendo Switch 2 will be available regional lock for Japanese stores. It's been revealed. They said the domestic only, so they call it in Japan, will retail for the cheaper price at $334. Will only have Japanese as the console's language setting, and the only Nintendo. Okay, we'll have a king. Okay.
I said I'm just laughing at how they're framing nationalism as domestic only.
Domestic only, and then only a Nintendo account that can be linked will be created with the country region set to Japan. They said a more expensive Switch 2 model with multilingual support purchased at will be at $467 equivalent, will be available to purchase from the Japanese store later, I guess not right now. They talk about how this is in preparation to combat what potentially could happen. They also said that means Nintendo will again subsidize Japanese users with the domestic version of the Switch 2 in order to make sure they continue to dominate in the market over there. So they said that the vast majority of Japanese users do not care about multi-language hardware, so the price for the international version of Switch is inconsequential to them. So that was the other bombshell. So let's get it. Arcade, this is you. I'm sorry, yes, please.
A comment on that real quick?
Yes, please.
Is like in Europe and stuff, is it still the same price it would be converted to Europe that it is in Japan?
That is a good question because, from my understanding,
because the way it looks like it's only Japan that's getting that.
Yeah, it looks.
Discount.
Yeah, it's a Japan only.
That's throws the whole tariff thing out. Like if that was the case, it would only be America that's raised, and everywhere else would be the same price.
To your point.
Well,
I'm sorry. No, Forte, you go because you could speak on it probably better than me.
Well, so the tariff thing. So it was a reactionary tariff. It's what the thing is. So if you kind of look at the breakdown of how the tariffs are here in the U.S., basically the U.S., since we bring in more than we send out, we only basically impact who's bringing in stuff at a lower rate. So for I believe for Japan it was or China is 64%. For America is 32%. So anything that we ship out is only 32%, but anything we bring in, they were charging 64%. Well, Japan reactionary on that tariff, and we don't know what that number is going to be yet. So depending on what that number is going to be, if America follows suit, that means that tariff in America is going to go up. And if it right now it's at 32%. If they raise it to 80% over in China, then that means the American tariff is going to be 40%. And then you're looking at another 8% difference that you're going to be talking about stuff coming into America.
So the difference in the prices right now, I do feel, is just they know that maybe it's a combination of that's their native country, so they're giving them a little bit of a break. Maybe not charging as much over it costs to make the system in general in Japan, but I do think the rest of the world, I think that's just what they know. They know we're gonna pay for it, and they're gonna hit us with that with that price. Now, as far as what happens now with the reactionary tariff, I do think that is involved in the tariff, but I don't think the price right now, the $450, I don't think that has anything to do with tariffs. That is just what they were going to charge from day one. Because in my opinion, if that was like an anticipation for tariff thing, they wouldn't have gave no price until they knew what the tariff was. They gave us that price because they knew that was going to be the price, regardless what happened. But now, when they're delaying it, it's because of the reactionary tariffs, and they're going into that. That's my opinion with the pricing itself.
So yeah, this is the big one.
No, Robert.
RK, RK, man. Obviously, you played the Switch. We talked behind the scenes. You had very strong thoughts about the hardware price, the value. Now playing Mario Kart, the $80 games. No one's bingo card was Nintendo setting off 80. What are your thoughts on all this pricing?
Yeah, so just gonna go in order, just for my impressions on Mario Kart.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be transparent. If I didn't know the price, my general impressions on Mario Kart would have been completely different if I didn't know the price, and B, if it was 60, 70. The fact that the $80 price point was like a cloud above my head the entire time I was playing Mario Kart, and the end result was it's more Mario Kart. And while in the past I would have been like, this is great, this is fun. I even saw dynamic track designs, returning courses from Double Dash, and being completely different now. And the Battle Royale knockout mode was kind of fun. I had fun with that. But again, in the back of my mind, I kept thinking, this is $80. What's going to justify that?
You're not screaming $80 energy right now.
It's interesting, but go ahead.
And I think the thing that's going to either tip me over the line and be like, this is fine. It's going to be what that free roam mode is going to be, because I played my fair open world arcade races like Burnout Paradise, Need for Speed Most Wanted, Forza Horizon, obviously, is the big comparison point.
Yes, because it's basically Mario Kart Horizon.
And that was not playable. And I talked with the PR person. After the knockout mode, the way that works is you fall in a certain bracket, you go below, say you're in you're 20th place and you're supposed to be 18th or higher, you're out. I had a lot of fun with that, but I got knocked out towards the endish, and I just used that time to just talk with the PR dude. And I got some context. Oh, the open world, you use you get these food items on a track, and you can. That's how you unlock skins and characters. There's a distinction, and it's not just so that's why the roster looks so big. And then there was whatchamacallit, the fact he mentioned like elements, things that just happen dynamically during just racing, where like UFO, he said UFO kind of pick you up and stuff, and it reminds me of Kirby Air Ride City Trial, where like some random stuff happens, you have to kind of navigate around that, but I didn't see that in person, and I feel like that's going to be the make or break for justifying the $80 price.
Right. So as of right now, you don't feel it's worth $80 until you experience the full game. As of right now, from what you experience.
As of right now, it's more Mario Kart, and it looks really nice, and that's cool. That's fine.
It's really
the thing is
$50.
I have deluxe on here. I can just play more Mario Kart there.
The thing
it's really $50.
The thing is how
it's really
King. If I can get that bundle, then it's $50. But if I can't find that bundle, it's $80.
I pretty much believe that that's the only bundle that you're gonna find. Pretty much just like you couldn't find the disc version of the PlayStation, or you couldn't find a lot of Series X's. You found a lot of Series S's. I think they're gonna have what they want to have in the consumer's hands, and I really think they want to sell the higher price bundle on that part, and probably have a bunch of those lower price joints left over in Japan for their peoples, and have you out here fitting the bill for everybody else.
That makes sense, but in my mindset, that $80 cloud, I feel like that's going to be a big issue for a lot of first-party Nintendo games that decide to go there, because I didn't have that negative cloud over me when I played Donkey Kong or any of the next-gen upgrades or any other game at the show floor. Donkey Kong, my language, I fucking loved it. I really enjoyed Cyberpunk on Switch. Right. And again, CD Projekt told me that's $70, and the full game is on the cartridge. They're eating the cost. Nintendo's not eating the cost.
And Nintendo ain't playing with nobody, son.
And that $80 cloud, if Mario Kart, like King said, it's a bundle. You can get the bundle. If you can get the bundle, it's not really a problem. But if you can't
that's gonna be the availability. That's gonna be interesting.
That's gonna just negatively cloud stuff. And then I'm just kind of putting the dots together. The next 3D Mario game, the next Smash Brothers.
They set the precedent. Which
the next Tears of the Kingdom game.
Definite.
The next Pokemon game.
Definitely.
I'll tell you right now, if the next Pokemon game looks and runs like, again, my language, ass.
Language. What was they? Save that for home. You're in the room. No language.
So it's a case of like, I'm going to be a lot more critical, because as of right now,
you can't say "pardon my language" 2 times in a row and get away with it.
I know, right? And then bomb the
in that case, I could cuss all day long by just saying "pardon my language."
I will stop. No more.
Yes.
No more.
No pardons. No more. You're out of pardons. Continue.
I'm out. So like, for me, it just feels like with Nintendo. The reason why I give Nintendo's games a bit of a pass sometimes is because they're not $70, or they're or it's like, hey, this is lesser hardware.
Yeah.
Now
see what happens when you keep letting them get a pass?
Exactly, King. You're on the money there. Now that Nintendo is playing ball with higher prices, hardware specs that fall more in line with PS5 Series X, you can't. I'm not going to excuse
can't justify that. I
can't justify it.
I feel that.
So,
remember when I got attacked because I said Pokemon shouldn't have been an open world, and they ruined the whole franchise doing that, and everyone and their mom came at me saying I was being too hard on it.
The Attic was right on the money. Pokemon is. I'm not cursing again. Point is, Pokemon is everything but the games of quality, and that is frustrating. But going to the price of the console itself, I didn't mind the $450 price.
I was about to ask you the console.
I feel like the console price, especially now that I got my hands on it feels premium. Feels quality. It feels, in my opinion, that price is justified more so with the tech built in that future proofs it. Having a VRR screen, 120 hertz support, a pretty seemingly beefy NVIDIA GPU ensures that even if games can't hit 60, they'll be in that VRR window that it runs well. And the fact that it is comparable to the current gen consoles means that, for right now at least, multiple third-party games will still come to the device. And again, as you guys mentioned, Nintendo is positioning this as, this is the only console you get. This isn't the second console anymore. So what it tells me is, They are going to try to be competitive with performance for third-party games. We're not going to get a situation where we have Hog Leg running at 15 frames per second. We're not going to have a situation where Mortal Kombat is...
Or games just missing the platform in general because they just can't work sorcery to that level.
And this is a big deal for Japan because a big thing that Square Enix constantly complains about is on the expectations. Well, you're launching the Final Fantasy VII Remake Saga on the Switch 2, or Final Fantasy 16 on the Switch 2, or whenever it comes out, Kingdom Hearts 4.
Right.
Yeah, you can't tell me that's going to be on the expectations because it's going to be on a handheld in Japan that is priced competitively over there that the majority of that audience will buy.
Yeah,
so you can't tell. So it's not going to be a situation like with the 7 games and 16 where they say it underperforms. That's not going to happen anymore because those games will just work on there. But going back to pricing in America, if they can't lock down the 450, 500 after these tariffs.
He had tears in his eye. He's like,
I'm just gonna say right now, a lot of my positive comments go down because if it hits 600 or higher, we're reaching. You can get another job to buy this territory.
I mean, but that, in fairness, that would affect all consoles.
And this is going to affect all consoles. But I feel like it's kind of hard to put this like.
Not all platforms are releasing a console this year too.
True.
Xbox had a couple.
That's a good point that King just brought up. There's a real possibility that the next Xbox handheld is probably going to get $100 to $200 price bump.
Yeah, because
it's going to be the same case across the board for everything because, while Xbox might be willing to take the hit, PlayStation isn't, Nintendo isn't. So I expect the PS5 to go.
Xbox ain't taking no hit like that.
Yeah, it's ASUS that'll be taking a hit this year.
They ain't
doing that.
So I'm guessing like we're gonna be seeing the base Xbox Series X and PS5 going to 600, and you're gonna have to sell 2 kidneys and a newborn to get the PS5 Pro.
All right, you heard it here first. Let's open this thing. Unfortunately, you've been patient. I want to get your balls off on this.
Yeah, what's up,
bro? So this is the biggest thing. This is probably the most backlash I have ever seen from Nintendo, and we've been covering them a long time.
The Treehouse.
Normally, every single comment. I've never seen this. I'm used to Nintendo fans bending the knee and justifications, but they are not about this $80 Mario Kart. They are not about this price point and potential more higher price point if things may go where they go. So where are you at with this? Let's start with the Mario Kart, the 80, and then let's talk about potential tariffs and stuff.
Oh man, I love my Nintendo fans. They're great people.
They're great people.
They're great people, man. They're great. They listen. They are great people. They are. But I'm gonna speak to them firstly.
Speak to the people.
When it comes to price, you are the one that allows that price to maintain at the price point that it's gonna be at.
Wow, they gonna roll over on the stomach. Damn.
Well, they may not want to roll over on the stomach, but they had a chance over the course of 8 years to change the philosophy that Nintendo has. Like, we may have not seen we may not have seen an $80 game from Nintendo. We've seen a 70. We've seen 170, which was the test bed for all of this.
Are you implying that Nintendo was habitually line stepping?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, they're definitely doing that. But on top of this, though,
Forte, it's wild that you make $170 game and you go straight to 80.
Are y'all implying that was too aggressive by Nintendo? That once they slipped that through, it was a wrap?
I think Nintendo has no problem charging $10 extra if they know that game's going to sell regardless.
Yes.
And
guess what? And it's the thing. All games are not created equal when it comes to what's going to happen with this. But also this. Let me ask you this. So we've seen $170 game. We've never seen an 80 until now. Let me ask you this. Tears of the Kingdom, not Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild came out in 2017.
Yeah.
How much is that game right now?
$70.
He ain't playing no games with y'all.
How much is the regular Switch version of that game? $59. You know how many times trust me, I know how many times that game's been on sale in 7.5 years?
Never.
Twice.
Twice. Okay.
Twice. Twice. Both times $29.99 for like an extended weekend for like the holidays. Yeah. That's it. That is it. So over the course of a generation, everybody basically told Nintendo that, you know what?
They like it.
We like the value. We like the value that our Switch game. I'm one of them because I only buy, for the most part, I only buy physical copies of Switch games because they hold value. You could buy Mario Kart today and still get rid of it for $34 later, so you don't lose as much as you lose on other platforms. So I'm part of the problem.
You could do it right now.
Everybody love
it now. You could do it right now, but this has been the precedence that's been set on this. You basically gave.
You said the president said what?
The president said, "This is it. This is it."
So, but I will say this. So this is the one thing I will say about Mario Kart in particular.
All right, let's go.
Mario Kart in particular.
$80 on your chest.
$80. You notice they didn't call this Mario Kart 9. It's called
Mario World. Yeah, I see what you're doing.
Meaning this is at least for Switch generation. Whenever they got a Switch in the name, this is it for Mario Kart. You will never see Mario Kart 9. So this is basically their games as a service.
Yes, 100%.
Mario Kart.
100%.
So
I mean, Mario Kart 8 was pretty much that. That was two generations of the same Mario Kart.
And that is it. Well, and that's where I'm going with it. Mario Kart 8 2 years ago when they released the family plan and they did that $80 price plan where they gave you the expansion passes for free in it. What game benefited the most? Mario Kart, because every year they added a new set of maps to that game. So what they're basically doing now is saying, like, listen, we got 2 years of data that says that Mario Kart can be the game that we want it to be and make it one time and just integrally update it.
Mario Kart's the game that Mario Kart's the game that Nintendo wants it to be, not needs it to be.
Yes.
So I have a question.
So you know what the funny thing too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I saw it wrong, and maybe you guys can correct me. But I saw on Twitter, if you want the update grades, you don't have to pay the $20. You just have to sub to their subscription service.
Get it for free.
Get down,
or lay down.
Get down or lay down.
Bend the damn knee.
That's a
hostage situation.
Let me tell you this.
Like upgrades.
You shouldn't be paying. Hold on.
We didn't even get to that.
You shouldn't be paying for upgrades. But at least I'll give Nintendo something that they would do that PlayStation wouldn't do. And at least they're like, look, you don't want to pay the $10, $15, whatever it is, 20. You get in our online, you can download all of them.
So at least typically it's only the 2 Zelda games.
Right now, it's only the 2 Zelda games.
Yeah.
Well, that's the most criminal
one.
Because
I think the Zelda games are the only ones that's officially been confirmed they're coming out on the launch.
They charging people for patches.
Listen, Tears of the Kingdom. I can't listen. Tears of the Kingdom. We can't be mad at Tears of the Kingdom. It's already a $70 game. They want to charge you $10 to do the upgrade on that. I'm not mad about that. That game's a year old. I'm not mad. But being a Zelda fan,
quick, how do you? Let's say you're subscribed to their service and you download the patch, and then you unsub. Do they unsub?
You lose it.
They'll block your joint.
Do they take your upgrade?
Block your joint.
It's literally
just like
it's just like Game Pass.
Think about it. How do you do you downgrade? Like
you'll see when you go to log in and your joint got the Vaseline edition.
Guess what?
Hit the cash out button, King.
That's right. You better hit that cash out button.
Listen, it's just like Game Pass. You got that game installed on your
hard drive?
You ain't got Game Pass no more?
No,
you can't play this game that's on your hard drive.
Hold on. I think there is a difference between a game that you could download part of subscription service and a patch that's connected to a game.
No, it's not a patch. It is a physical, literal download that you get for the game. It's not a patch.
This is DRM at its finest, my guy. You do nothing. All boxes and lines on Nintendos.
I can answer questions too about this because because with the Switch 2 edition upgrades, only game that's it's not even the full physical thing. The physical thing is the Switch 1 version of the game. So for example, Metroid Prime 4, that's probably going to be $80. Let's just be real. So that's probably going to be when that releases, it's gonna.
I don't think they'll charge $80 for Metroid Prime 4.
I hope you're right.
I think that's going to be a $70 game.
But Metroid Prime 4, you buy the Switch 2 edition, you buy the cartridge. The cartridge is the Switch 1 version. It's going to come with a little voucher code inside the box.
Right.
You redeem, and that's the Switch 2 upgrade.
Right.
And I feel like the way it's going to work is specifically for the Tears of the Kingdom, but for the Wild upgrade with NSO, is very similar to PS Plus games, the Game Pass games. If it lapses, you're gonna get a question mark or like the error thing. Because I know
you get a check engine light.
Exactly. Like, you're gonna
go start your Mario Kart. You're gonna have a check engine light.
You know what'd be crazy? You know, I'm even taking this further, and I know this isn't realistic. Let's say you're playing the game, you're playing it as the updated version, and things fall tough, man. Things fall tough. You don't pay them their $4 a month or whatever it is, and you get on, and it's pretty much like you're playing the standard version. You have to restart the game because what you were playing was the upgraded version. You no longer have access.
No, addict.
This is more work like that. It doesn't work like that on Xbox and PlayStation.
This is more egregious.
You have to log out.
Let's say on the 31st, you didn't pay on the 1st, and you playing overnight. And you in the middle of a Mario Kart racing game, you like, or whatever game you playing. You like, you turn in the corner and your graphics just downgrade. Check engine light.
Check engine light.
Something that was funny.
And the Cash App button go up.
Y'all messy. Super messy on this.
Said something that was funny.
We will wait for factual information on this.
Nah, we invented
we going wild out here with this.
King, imagine you and my brother are talking mad smack to each other about I'm gonna beat you on Mario Kart World. So you guys start playing, but Zachary don't have it, so I gotta lend him Mario Kart World. And then midway through that track, Zachary's whooping you, man. You're like, you call
take it back.
take it back.
Messy. Continue for
so Robert, you said the price. Okay, going back to price. So you said the price of Cyberpunk is going to be what on there?
It's going to be $70. It's on a 64 gig cartridge.
And it's the Ultimate Edition of the game, right?
Yes.
How much was that game on Xbox and PlayStation when it came out?
It was $60 originally.
$60 originally.
Oh yeah.
So CD
but that's
said
not really Nintendo. That's
no. I'm not
They're
talking
the
about
ones
that.
determining the price.
I'm not talking about that. No, that's not even it.
It comes with the Phantom Liberty expansion, though.
Yeah, it comes with the Phantom Liberty for $59.99 on Xbox and PlayStation when it first came out. It's gonna be $70 on the Switch. You said and I'm not saying you, but this is why you got to. I read between the lines when they say, "Oh no, you know what? You're good. We love our players. We're gonna eat the cost of that." No, you're not. You're not eating the cost. That $10 is covering that 64 gig disc that they're putting it on. Just like and that's the other thing. I think price is going to be subjected to the fact of what game it is and what piece of cartridge is on. If Nintendo has to put it on a bigger cartridge to make it work, you're paying that. Just like every other developer is going to do it too. Like, I'm not saying that CD Projekt Red probably isn't taking some hit, because cartridges do cost more than disc, so they're probably taking some hit. But they raised it $10 for a reason. They could have easily let that boy go out the door.
In defense of CD, they do got all the DLC though, right? Like all the
Donkey Kong.
It's the same thing that everybody else already has.
Oh, I see.
What if they have a 75 gig cartridge? Now, does the price go up to $100? Because we're in uncharted territory now.
They'll make you download the other.
We already know how cartridges are.
Yeah,
Nintendo. We have precedent. We know what Nintendo did with cartridges in the past.
Right.
Yeah. Well, once you exceed that cartridge, they'll make you download the rest of the game through the internet. So let me ask you guys this, because I think this is really important when it comes to this tariff stuff.
Yeah.
Because obviously, the market has a cap. The market has a cap where even Nintendo knows they'll start to get to a point where they're going to lose the general audience. You know, that kid
Oh,
thing.
you
Because
want
I
to
do
know
think.
the real answer to that question? I know what you're about to ask, but go ahead and ask.
So how much do you think Nintendo knows that? Because there is a point where the Switch 2 comes out and it's dramatically impacted by a price,
right?
Like 6 to like 8. Because I think that sucker comes out like 6 to 8. That's dramatically hurting their bottom line.
So I will. So just now, like you said, all about tariffs and stuff.
I want this to
when it comes to that, the one thing I will say is Nintendo's not gonna eat that difference on that tariff. Consumers are gonna eat that.
Yeah,
but
that's how tariffs work.
But what's ultimately gonna happen if it gets to the point where it gets that bad, to the point where you're talking about an $800 Switch 2? If you're talking something like that, at that point, I think Nintendo delays the Switch 2, and you don't see it. You don't see
I
it.
get a Lockhart.
No, it's interesting.
No, because at that point, it will be the first. I don't think Nintendo wants their first system to come out the gate to be at a price point like that. I think they're fine at 500. They may be good at the upper 500, like close to 600. That might be their cap that they're willing to go up to.
But if
it gets so bad to that point, I think at that point, tariffs aren't going away anytime soon. By the way, you're going to be looking at this for like the next couple of years anyway.
Well,
but there will probably
this
be
whole presidency. I ain't learned about them until the last time this dude was here.
Right. So ultimately, what's going to really come down to is, do they have the stomach to release product at that price point, or are they going to say, hey, let's delay this and try to come up with a compromise system on the back end by having government officials to talk to people like that to get that price to come down? Because they're not going to sell it at $800. I'm even out.
Right.
$700, I'm out.
Are you ain't gonna be a day one?
No, 600. Listen,
you wasn't a day one last time, but you ain't gonna be a day one.
Hold on. What do you guys think the max is?
You're a habitual line stepper.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Right now, I have $700 on the GameStop gift card that covers my system and the games and the extra Joy-Cons that I want.
Oh, you had this all planned out, didn't you?
No, since October last year, I
and
literally
told
put money
you
on the gift card and I put it there. I was keeping this because I'm a huge Zelda fan and I want to keep my Tears of the Kingdom Switch. If I have to get rid of this,
have to sell that.
If I have to get rid of this to pay for that Switch 2, if it exceeds the price of me getting rid of this with my gift card, I'm done. I'm not doing more than that.
What you buying?
$1,400? Real quick. Then we got to Okay, then we got to open up to
buy a PC at that point.
Yeah.
I think if Nintendo wants families to even humor buying this, the most it can go up is $50 to $500, $550. If they hit the 600 plus price point,
it's a result.
What the reality is, in this current economy, people aren't going to be spending that much money, $600 plus for a handheld.
That thing gonna sell out. Period.
Initially,
got thoughts.
Initially, yeah.
I'm just talking as someone who lives paycheck to paycheck, someone who is doing the best he can, and I imagine a decent amount of people.
Yeah, the average American.
In this environment, and I feel like if people are kind of just paying their bills, just paying their whatever, I feel like they're gonna be looking at the Switch 2, and if it goes beyond $600, they're gonna be like, you know what? I'm just gonna lock up my regular Switch and just play like the Switch 1 versions or whatever I can get.
They can hold out to the FOMO though.
And they got a Switch. They got a Switch for you.
Yeah, exactly. I have a Switch for me right here, kid.
That's right. And you know what they say? They said they don't care about your situation.
Well, then
they're gonna tell you it's a hobby, B, and they're gonna say, listen, this just ain't for you. Over in this area, we have a Switch that fits your budget.
You know what I think?
You know what the funny thing is?
You know what? That's fine. I'll let other members of LOGNET do Switch coverage then, and then I will just joyfully enjoy Game Pass.
You know what I think is
good.
Welcome.
You know what? I want to ask you this, General.
Yes.
We all know if this affects Switch, it's going to affect everything.
Yes. I like how conveniently acting like Xbox is not going to be affected by this.
No. So this is the thing though. So that only goes into effect for things that are shipped, that are in the process of being shipped. The reason why Nintendo's delaying this is because that product hasn't shipped to America yet, so it will be affected by the tariffs.
Right.
Everything that's here now isn't. So price points in store right now are going to be. So let me ask you this, King. Lord of Xbox.
Get him.
What's going to happen? What do you think the bull run on stuff that's in the States right now is going to be when that number goes up?
Yeah. And they ain't trying to sell that Xbox right now. It don't matter if that shit goes
No.
up.
Language. Stop being slanderous.
This is what I think. I want King to answer this because he thinks about this type of stuff all the time, and that's why I wanted to ask him. But I think, in my opinion, this stuff, you think $600 for $700 for a Pro right now is a deal? Is not a deal? Oh, that's gonna be, you'll wish you could find one at that price if this happens.
if they have to import them, right?
If they have to import them, and then what do you think is going to happen on the secondary market for the stuff that's already here?
The secondary market, you're already gonna see people go back to the scalping, situation, selling consoles for absorbent amount of prices. I honestly think if it will behoove them, once the tariffs do hit, hold off on resupply, sell everything that you have here now, go into that dramatic deficit of not having consoles at the ready. Because, all right, so let's say for at least 4 months, you don't sell consoles at the rate that you normally sell consoles. For Xbox, that doesn't matter.
They comfortable. They know about that.
Exactly. They're like, we know about this.
We know about that. Like, y'all got to get used to that.
We've been practicing fire drills for a minute.
They probably have like 3 warehouses full of them. Like,
so we good. So we got consoles at the ready.
So check it. I think this though. I think you'll see a lot more sales on digital games. You start seeing them aggressively pricing because Nintendo uniquely placed itself in a position of attack. The tariffs not only just attacks the pricing of the console and getting the console here, and then games, because remember, a lot of this stuff is physical because you got to get the hardware first, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to pay a premium price for the hardware. Once the hardware is here, you can probably pay for the digital price. But the physical games that are coming in, that's going to take a bump up, right? So now you remember when y'all saw the thing that said $90 for physical games, $80 for digital games?
Yep.
You could probably look at $120 for physical games, $80 for digital games, right? If the tariffs take effect how they expect it to. I see, like I said, Xbox and PlayStation aggressively selling digital games.
Right.
Continue to sell their stock and don't restock at the price point that they're at now so that the tariffs don't affect them. The only person coming in
it'll be crazy, King,
Nintendo.
Is if the digital is the same price. Physical. The physical is going up by 40%. We're charging 110. But you know what? We know that digital media has no effect whatsoever on tariffs. Right. We raising that sucker at 110 too. You paying us.
I think it works in Nintendo's favor to upcharge the physical and to keep the digital as low as possible. Honestly, I think they should have went to $70 for digital. And that way you can push your whole ecosystem to digital while forcing the physical people to actually pay and fit the bill for actually making.
It's like you want to collect, you're going to pay.
Look, we open it up.
I agree with that, though.
Addict, your thoughts? I don't know if I got your thoughts on this whole, the price, $80 Mario Kart. Do you think that's justified? Obviously the tariff situation. And there's another question I forgot to ask all of y'all, which is,
what's that?
Mario Kart has set it off, right? Nintendo has set it off. So
GTA is next, baby.
Who is next? Who does it? Word, Nintendo? 2K. Word?
2K.
And what GTA does. Okay,
2K already jumped out the window first last time.
here's my thing. It does feel like that. I feel like these companies are all in this like room, like this room with all these executives in this circle, in this circle thing,
a cabal.
Yeah, there's some cabal, and they're deciding who goes first. It's like Nintendo. You have a Switch 2 coming out this year. You're going first. And Nintendo fights. Well, we don't want to be the mark. It doesn't matter what you want. You going first. You're gonna be the person that lets us all walk through the door. You're gonna lock the door. You're gonna get arrested because you're gonna get jumped by the whole internet. But what they're not gonna see is 2K's going right after you. No one's gonna say nothing to them.
What's that GTA doing though? What's that GTA? $100? What's up?
Nah, I don't think
we can flex. We can flex better than Mario.
It's gonna be
129 cash, bro.
Nah,
wait, base?
Base is gonna be $99.95. That is gonna be some digital deluxe joint. Gonna be $129, $150 for physical.
Deluxe. Yeah.
Blast off deluxe.
I think
dudes is gonna
100 base.
I think they're gonna have
a twerk button.
GTA gonna be 80.
Okay.
And GTA's like deluxe edition gonna be 130, 140.
All right, so you say the base gonna be that? All right.
Yeah, I highly doubt.
Oh yeah, you crazy? They see. It's no way.
You generally believe that they're going to raise it by another $20 in 6 months
because they're the one game that can do it.
I doubt
they're going to do it because they can do it. Let's add it.
You are bend the knee on it?
Add it.
Bend the knee.
Yes.
Oh, you said yes.
I will.
Yo, listen, I'm with him.
Versus Forte. I haven't seen this in a minute.
No,
let's get the terms. Let's get the terms.
Bend the knee.
What's the bending? Let's get it right. Let's get it right.
This bend the knee is the base version of GTA.
Base
6.
version.
No early access.
No early access. No extras. No fillers.
It's going to be $80. Nothing above
Who put the knee up?
It's got. So you think it's? I will go your way and say it won't be over $80.
Okay, and it's going to definitely.
So you're standing on business. So $80 base added. GTA 6 $80 base. No tax.
It would be wild if Forte got the price already. Like, that's one dude.
Yo, why you snitching? Why you snitching?
That's one dude I won't bet nothing on price with.
I mean, you messing things up for the homie.
You know what though? You do realize that a year ago when everybody was like PlayStation 5 Pros was gonna be 600. I said no, that thing gonna be 7.
King did you dirty?
And while you were King were arguing about price.
Here's the thing.
You said 450. King said 5.
Here's the thing.
I hate no my inside man.
Imagine my hand is the Thanos thing with knees. I got so many King knees on this hand.
Your knees was gone.
I need your knees like.
Oh, you want to add him to your? He just 6 Infinity Stones.
Put it on here, and I want the Infinity Stone to snap on my finger, man. I want it to snap on my finger, and if I gotta potentially lose my knees. Which is fine. I'll just give you one of King's. If I got to potentially lose my knees,
don't do it, transferable.
Don't do it, Addict. Don't do it.
There's no such thing as Addict. Don't transferable do it. Knees.
Don't do it.
I'm willing to do a bend the knee with you that says GTA will not be above $80.
We still standing on. That's gangster.
That's if it even comes at 70.
That's gangster.
And they don't try to hit the 80. That still means I win because it's not 100. Because I learned with the King thing. There was too many gray areas. Hold up, I'm not done.
No. Get your balls off. Get your balls off.
Let's just do this. Okay.
All right,
so you taking price. So this, okay. So I'm down.
He down. We know you're down.
Details here. I'm down. We're finalizing the details here.
Let's get it.
So you're basically taking everything at the $79.99 price point and under.
Yeah, he's taking the under.
No,
so you're taking the under.
80 and under. 80 and under. That's what he's doing.
Well, they ain't going to take $80 either. It's going to be $79.99
I'm taking the 100 and under because you said 100.
Wait, you can't do that.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
You say, you can
do that. You sitting there. Forte. He sat there. Yeah, he said, you know you done effed up now, right?
Hold up. So you're saying, is it 90 or 100? Because I said it wouldn't be 100.
No. You said
it won't be more than 80.
You said it won't be more than 80. That's what you just
that's the
said.
bet. That's
so
what I heard.
Are you saying it's going to be 90
I
or above?
I think it's going to be
I got
100.
you, okay.
But I'm going to win no matter what, because it's definitely going to be more than 80.
It's not going to be 100 or above.
It could be $85. You're done, son.
$85 I'm going to win because I know it's going to be more than 80.
So just to clarify, you think all I'm saying is if you're so confident it's going to be above 80,
no.
It would be above 100.
No, stop trying to backtrack. You're backtracking.
No, I'm not backtracking. Literally,
No.
Rewind the tape. I said I'm going up your $100 for this
Let me tell you, Addict, I'm gonna listen. Negotiations are not your strong suit right now. Let me tell you what's going on here.
Negotiations.
Let me tell you what happened here. I'm very well at listening. You know, salespeople have to convince people to buy things that they didn't know they wanted. So I'm gonna tell you what you did. I literally jumped out of the plane right off the back and said $100. You said it was gonna be no more than $80. I'm like, okay.
That isn't what
that's what I heard with both of y'all.
No, that's what you should have just came off the plane and said, Forte, it's not going to be no more than $100. You should have just said
my
under
opinion.
$100.
My opinion is it's not going to be above 80.
Okay.
But
you standing on that or not?
The bet that I put, if you back and listen to it, is I said I learned my stuff from King. I'm not doing that here. I'm going. It's not above 100.
Right.
And that's what my initial reaction to that conversation was. My opinion is it's not going to be. It's going to be $80. But that's not what you're saying. You're saying it's going to be 100.
But you also just said, once again, listening. You also just said that you also win if it's $70.
No,
because it's under 80.
But your conversation is it's not 100. That's what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing for 70, 80 or...
But if the price is over your number, I should still win.
Your number is 100. My number isn't. What do you mean?
Let me step in. Forte, I heard you had said you think it's going to be 100, right? GTA 6 was set the tone, right?
Yes.
I had heard that Addict said it's going to be 80. So in my opinion, as the neutral listener, the way I interpret what y'all said is that shut up, is that if, let's say that the news comes out and it's $85 and $90, I interpreted none of y'all won because you said 100 and he said 80. Right. That's how I interpret y'all conversation. Unless y'all changing the rules now.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
You said 100. I'm telling you it's not 100. That's my bend the knee. Take it or leave it.
Wait, nah, Addict. That's not what you said. You said 80. You said 80.
Realized he messed up.
You said 80, sir. So your only win condition is 80.
Yo, Forte, he doing a fat tuck and roll.
Yeah, that's a tuck and roll.
You guys let me speak.
Go ahead.
I said I believe it's going to be 80. That's not what I wanted to do to bend the knee on. There's miscommunication. My bend the knees, it's not 100.
This sounds like a tuck and roll.
No. Are you confident it's going to be 100 or not?
No. You can't. No.
It's either $100. Pick the price and stand on it.
No.
How are you going to tell me what I believe?
You got to pick. You got to pick your price.
You got to pick a price.
It's going to be. You got.
I think it's going to be 100, but you don't. This is about your price.
No, I get it, but that's not what you initially said. Y'all initially said a hard price.
It's going to be 80, but I'm doing the bend the knee on that it's not 100.
So then why don't you stand on 80?
To stand on 80.
The bend the knee is that's not 100.
Yeah, but why don't you stand on 80?
So it look like it's no bet, y'all. It look like it's no bet.
All right, so we ain't got a bet.
We ain't got a bet
No, because
scared.
I literally just got
you know what? Let's debt this right now.
Let me finish this. No, hold up. Before you speak. No, I got to say this before you say it.
Let him get it off.
I literally just got put through with this King stuff saying, taxes, this, that. No, we ain't doing that. It's a pure price point.
Okay.
You don't believe it's $100. You believe it's $100. I don't.
You know what?
That is the thing. We're not having this giant $30 gap.
Just because I just because Addict.
Yes.
You know what? Fine. You know what? Fine. $100. No matter what, you get all the leverage on this. All of it.
It's not leverage. It's either it's 100 or it's not.
You can win. You say it's not going to be over $80. You can win if it's $89.99. I don't care.
Come in at $99.95.
Yo, what if they come at $99 for you? Then you're going to be done.
No. But
$99.99.
Then it's 100. We counted that as 100.
It's $100.
So basically, the only way Forte can win.
Even if you went back, I literally said My part in that was it wouldn't be over 80. So it's literally, you still would have lost because it would be over 80.
What?
Huh?
You would have lost.
You would have lost.
I literally said that GTA wouldn't be over 80.
Yeah, and everybody over here saying that it is.
Been. And if it would have been,
you'd have came in with $80 and don't get the game.
Oh my God!
So look, so the bend the knee is got to be $100.
Yeah, do we got that?
Are we doing that, Forte?
Nothing.
No,
$99.99 still counts.
$99.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Bend the knees official. Y'all heard it here. It is April 6th.
All this arguing for something that's going to be damn near 100%.
It's gonna be so hilarious because I'm gonna listen to it when it happens.
Attic is crashing out.
I'm just gonna tweet.
Attic is being super disingenuous.
The moment this happens, I just
out
gonna
is when
tweet
someone does something out of pocket. Someone acts out of pocket. I come on this podcast every week, 7 days. Well, how many years? How many weeks? And act the same exact way. And I'm crashing out every week.
You ain't crash out, but this is a finesse.
I just.
You were smooth with it though. I like how you did it. I like how you did it though. I like how you got out that one. That was ill.
I like
that. Forte stood on it. He's like, all right, cool, whatever.
Listen, I like when he used me.
Yeah.
He was like, I just got out of something with you.
I literally just got out of someone trying to get around it because of taxes. It's not happening this time.
All right, we got you. We got you.
I just like how he just walked. He literally was walking down the street and forgot to turn right, and he had to find a way to backtrack.
Yeah, to get back on point to where it was at.
Doing it fast enough. No,
I love it. I'm with you, brotherhood. I love Bad Addict too. He the best.
Yeah, I love this. This is what the show is all built on. I love it 100%. But guess what? I just want to leave you with this.
What's that?
People don't okay. Mario Kart's going to be 80.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. We don't 100% know what the physical is going to be yet. We're going to have to wait for the tariffs to come. We definitely know tariffs are going to be in play when this game comes out.
Facts. Oh yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Definitely, we definitely know that's
a fact. So I see what you're doing. It's leading you. Okay.
But we're not even talking about that.
All right.
We're just going to talk about initially when a game releases.
Okay.
Call of Duty was $70. How many people went out and bought the Vote edition of that game day one just to play it day one?
That's not the conversation. We're talking about the base.
Wait, be quiet. No, be quiet. We're just talking about the
Attic is right. We are talking about the base though. Okay.
Yeah, we're only talking about
I know what Forte is going to talk about, but go ahead, because he has metrics stating that dudes buy the highest edition of every game regardless, and they're going to go ahead. Forte.
They do that at launch, but I'm willing to bet you after the game comes out, more people pick up standard.
No, absolutely. But guess what? We're also talking about the biggest game that's coming out in the last 20 years.
I got it.
And just like trust me, we already saw 2K jump out the window one time when they said $70 games versus $60 games when they did it with 2K. And they already had the numbers saying that more people initially at launch were buying $100 bundles of the game, so we'll split the middle and bring the game out $10 more. Then we saw the rest of the industry follow suit. Now we're seeing somebody else. We're seeing a main platform holder jump out the window at $80.
That was wild.
You don't think that 2K gonna be like, what? We can sell. We're out here selling GTA right now for $29.99, not even for the price of the game because it comes with shark cards in it. That's why people are buying the game still. They're not even buying it because of the game. They just want the currency that comes in it.
And the shark cards and the online infrastructure is exactly why I don't think they're going to try to raise it 20 more percent over everything, because the microtransactions they know on the back end is going to be more than enough money for whatever they want to do. Here's the thing. You tell Zelnick that as he's walking to the bank with all our money in the next year. Okay, but my thing is, look how much Nintendo's getting over a $10 raise. You telling me with a straight face that 2K is going to raise it $20 more in like 6 months?
I guarantee you that more people are going to jump out the window for GTA.
We'll find out when the bet's been made. It's been made. So look, we got that. We get my boss off. This was wild.
And it's still
I still
my bad, King. I didn't even get your boss. My fault, King.
And it's still going to be 100. It's still going to sell over 100 million copies. At $100.
This is it, man. Nintendo wasn't in our bingo card for 2025. Nintendo said $80, get down, lay down. Mario Kart World Where you at with it? We got a system. We got potential tariffs. Where you at with all of this, King?
I told you it was gonna happen like this. I told you the console is gonna be crazy, and I dared to say that they was gonna do this for the games, but it makes perfect sense. Coming off of the Wii U, the Switch was. I don't want to make no waves.
This thing to lose so bad it's unreal.
The same way you want Xbox to lose?
I never said that. What have I ever said I want Xbox to lose?
You call my man Lord Doom and Gloom?
No, you gonna sit there and say stuff like that? Give me examples.
Doom and
you just talking? Oh, so now we're just saying names.
We call each other out? We being that transparent?
No, he's just talking. That's all he's
just talking. Good.
Doom and gloom all
right. It's RoadToTokyo. That's all.
Doom and gloom on your
Stop making songs, sir, and let's continue.
like, let's get to it. It's like this is what was it? It's SouthofMidnight.
We call him. Don't be making beats for Addict. Let's go. You're not producing that.
Until you give me an example, you can keep on with your nonsense.
The next thing you said about Xbox, doom and gloom.
Everything Xbox, that's what he do. But he said everything Switch, you doom and gloom. He said you doom and gloom Switch.
Listen, and I've been right. I'm standing on my business.
You own it.
On my business.
You want the film.
How it tastes? How the Switch burger tastes?
Cog, isn't there a lot of comments in the chat that said, "Man, Addict was actually right the whole time." We're literally mirrored right now.
True that. There's a lot of people that's riding with King on this one too. Both of you on that. Continue.
How that Switch burger tastes? It don't taste like nothing right now because you don't know how much tariff sauce is on it.
I've never talked about I'm not buying. I've been very clear I'm buying it anyway. So
yeah. Well, we'll see if it's 1,000 where you at.
Let's get it.
Back to
$1,000.
If it is, you're already crying for $80 games. I'm just saying. You sat there and said, I looked at this dope game and heard it was $80 and it was whack. He said, why
you gotta say tariff sauce?
Yo, just sprinkle tariff sauce all over your Switch, son. Because you in trouble now.
I don't want no sauce on my Switch, bro. You put tariff sauce on my joint.
I told you what it was gonna be. So when dude said to me, yo, King, what's gonna happen? When they came off of the Wii U, it was all we just want to do is make our money, stay out of your way. We're not trying to compete. We're going to be in our lane playing Labo and stuff like that. These dudes sold 140 million. They had a bug out moment. They said, we can do anything.
They'll do anything. We got to buy cardboard. We got to.
I will
King, I'm with you on this part.
I will agree with King that they are definitely on some.
Bro, they high on their supply. You can't tell them that. Bro, when you got a dude who almost was broke, was out the game, and now is caking up billions.
You
can't tell them.
You remember trading places?
Yes.
Imagine investor meetings. Imagine investor meetings talking to people that aren't familiar with Nintendo products. They just invest. Yeah, we sold them cardboard. You what?
What?
We sold the cardboard.
And it worked.
It's not even that, man.
Tariff sauce.
These dudes are the most egregious. They have done the most egregious. They said, yo, what was the worst thing that happened in video game history? He said, E.T.? Nah, not that. He said, what, Concord? No, chill. He said, Xbox coming out talking about they got DRM and all this other stuff. And this is, they said, yeah, let's do that. They said, let's do that. He said, yo, and instead of putting the camera in the box, let's sell it separate. He said, let's do that. And he said, yo, how about, he said, anybody ever charge for patches? No. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's charge for patches.
Do that.
Say, so what's up? Yo, you know how we down for battery life? We always talking about extending that joint for 8 hours. Say, yeah. How about we push it to hard 2? Let's do that. Said, all right, cool.
Let's do that.
Said, yo,
you sound like Zip with the drip. Nintendo with the drip.
Yo,
let's get to that.
So he said, yo, so how much we gonna push the games for? Yo, B, what we did last year on that digital on the rise, my guy. He said, what about these physical dudes? They always talk about they physical. They always showing their collection. How can we just capitalize on these stupid idiots? I say $90 on the physical and $80 on the digital. How about we do that?
They did debunk the 90. They did debunk the 90 for factual.
Yeah. Yo, they said, yeah, but watch. Keep looking. Watch. He said, yo, you want to lend games? Yeah. All right. But they got to be in a family plan. They can only lend it if they're in the same room with the dude. How about we do that? All right. They say, yo,
that's genius.
How about we have a Nintendo Direct with only 2 of our games and the rest everybody else? All right. Let's do that.
I called them out.
Said, yo,
Attic does not like
we're gonna do the most to you, and you're gonna bend over and take it. Pause. Y'all still said, I'll buy that for $1. Y'all still said,
but King, this is the most backlash they've ever got.
Yo, but you know what they still doing?
What?
The price is still at the website. They don't care what you say. You know why? Because they know you just this.
Yo, I ain't gonna front. King taking my balls. King taking my balls. I was about to go in.
You know what they said? This is the icing on the cake. This is how I know Big Nintendo don't give 2 Fs. Everybody in the world is upset with our prices. How about we get some hometown cooking?
He hooked up the whole region and locked the dudes.
If you in Japan, we got a Switch for you.
He ain't lying on that point.
330 for the team. They said nationalism. If Xbox came out and said for Americans only, all Xbox Series X's
for Americans only
is $250
for the set.
For the home team, Suwoo.
You right.
The
Suwoo on Pyro.
On Pyro. On the dead homies.
On the dead homies. That is a very interesting thing if Xbox did that.
Something similar when PlayStation increased their prices on everything but America. Remember that?
Right.
Imagine being a non-American country like
But King is right though. Could you imagine the Xbox said for Americans only?
If you wave that red, white, and blue, we got some for you.
And we locking y'all rest of y'all out.
And you think you gonna buy this? You ain't getting this.
King
it's
cooking.
locked.
King is cooking.
It's locked.
You're fine with that.
Dude said, yes. Yes.
On the dead homies. On the dead homies.
Nintendo is gangbanging actively with DRM in your face, laughing at you, filthy Americans. And y'all are saying, well, they just selling it over there. It's region locked. Like, you got an excuse for the bad business practices, and y'all are not even calling them out. And y'all like, yup. I like how that Mario Brothers look. Like, yo, did you see the Donkey Kong? It was Buck Bananas. I'm tired. I'm tired of the hypocrisy.
Oh, man.
If Microsoft did and they did.
Right. You're right.
They did all of that. They did all of that 12 years ago.
Right.
You know what they did? They lost a generation.
Yeah.
Now check this out. This is how I spin the block on you nasty dudes. Microsoft lost a generation 12 years ago based off of all the stuff that they did, TV.
Mm-hmm.
They even reversed what they did and still couldn't win the generation.
True.
Nintendo's not going to reverse a damn thing, and they're going to win the generation, and they're going to laugh at you. And guess what?
Mm-hmm.
You know how y'all sitting here trying to figure out how y'all going to juggle some ramen noodles for the week in order to go get your Switch at $500? You know how y'all doing that? Y'all sitting there
like that. We're struggling.
Yes, not talking about him.
Okay.
I'm talking about people in general.
Yes.
Right? People in general is trying to figure out how to get a second job for a Switch 2. You know what's happening in their home country? They ain't doing that.
They ain't doing that. That's a fact. Let me get my bars. You stole all my joint. Damn, King, you on fire. Oh, look, I will say this. This is the most
that
backlash.
American Series X sleeve though. Like King just made me go.
Yo, could you? I'm just visualizing like a red, white, blue Series X, a Series S in red, white, blue. It would be bad funny.
That was the best Olympic
Like
track
a Series S looking like
it comes.
They don't have a Series S.
It comes.
America only.
American flag wrap.
That would be nasty, bro.
And on the top of it, it said tariff free.
With no tariff sauce.
No
tariff sauce over here. No
tariff
sauce
sold over here.
Look, man, I will say, yeah, it's hilarious. Like, with the, somebody said the Series X Apollo Creed, yo, they stupid. So the whole thing. Remember that? Anyway, classic, y'all, classic. Yo, they said American Series. Yo, the chat is stupid. Anyway, I will say, yeah, this is probably the most backlash I've ever seen for them. Through all of this, I will say, man, this makes me appreciate Xbox big time. Only for the simple fact that free FPS boosts, auto HDR, cloud saves, play anywhere, Game Pass. Like, you can see the difference between the most consumer-friendly console versus the most anti. And I get it. Look, Nintendo got the games. People love it. It's a ravenous fan base. It's nostalgia. It's all of that. It's just, I'm with King. It's just one of those things that, look, we don't know how the terrorist thing is going to play, and I get it. They're trying to protect themselves to see whatever. But I do feel when all is said and done, bro, they know you gonna fold. You are going to fold. And that's what it is. Just one of them things like, oh, you're not gonna buy that Mario Kart? You're not gonna buy it? They're gonna get real goofball on you real fast. Oh, you know what? One of those features. Yesterday's price is not today's price. You're gonna lay down. You're gonna pick it up. No, we're gonna see what the data says, because the data.
You'll be crazy if this actually does blow up in their face tremendously.
It would be. I would be shocked. I would be shocked. It was just interesting because we did see, you know what I'm saying, that show did Don man. He's like, how's Nintendo the most anti? They definitely are.
I'm with you. Like, at the end of the day, like, do I like the tariff stuff going on? Do I like the raising $80 thing? Because I don't see this as Nintendo raising 80. I see this as the whole industry raising 80 at this point.
It's a precedent.
Do I like that? No. Am I gonna stop gaming because of it? No.
Right, of course not. Look, at the end of the day, in defense of them, yes, the production price of games and the market has changed. It's not the same. And then when you add all of this technology, which for the record, I like, right? There's cost with that. You know what I'm saying? And now you got speeds. So Arcade was there. You talk about the loading speeds are fast. Like, but before, that used to be the problem. They didn't really have no NVMe. They didn't have any of the technology to put things on par. So when you have that, they're not taking the cost. I really don't have a problem with the price of the console. I really don't. Honestly, for the tech that they're given, I don't have a problem with that. My issue is, yeah, like it's a new era with this $80 joint. You know what I'm saying? And to Arcade joint, he didn't play the whole thing. I like Mario Kart. Mario Kart is a fun game. That's the most shiesty racing game going. It's hilarious. Get your red shell, get people mad, you know, that kind of thing. I do want to see them in that Forza Horizon. Bro, it's the perfect game to do it. If I put on my corporate card for a minute, it is the perfect game to do it because it's going to get the most engagement. You're going to have 24 players, and then you're not going to be that dude that's like, damn, I can't get down. I got to get down with that. You know what I'm saying?
That dude.
Exactly. It is the ultimate get down with it game. And then they talking open world, all the stuff that, you know, Forza has. But where it is a level above Forza is in the sense that you could be shiesty in Mario Kart. Like, you could be evil and create rivalries, and you could do this on the way to the next race in an open world. Like, that's going to hit different. You play the different modes, the knockout, the border roll. It's going to be crazy. So, look, I agree with King, man. I just think that at the end of the day, the data that they've got from whether it be Tears of the Kingdom and all the other stuff with the $70 stuff, they've proven our base will buy this. And, yeah, you will kick and scratch now. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to bend the knee. Now, the only thing I will admit, Attic, if it changes, is if these tariffs happen and it is really absurd. If they hit like a $600 price point, the market will hit them. And it's going to get interesting for that. But that's all I got. That's all I got.
Bigger question I have real quick.
What's up?
The question I have real quick is, and this is really to you, King. let's say this tariff happens, right? And then let's say like giant repercussions and America and all of them like it ended up rescinding the tariffs in like 6 months because like serious negotiating in the world.
I don't even think the tariffs was going to last a month.
Do you think? Well, okay. Regardless, let's say they raise it to 600. Do you think they lower it once it's out, or do you think they keep that tariff?
No. Nintendo's price point is egregious for the tech that's inside the box and everything that's going on.
For the hardware?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That old ass tag and the stuff that's going on in that box.
They believe. I mean, Nintendo themselves agree because it's $350 in their home country.
Exactly. They told you what the real price is, $330. Because they're gonna sell it just a little bit above cost to them. They're probably making what, $10 on a console over there. So, in order to get a greater foothold in their home base, but nah, I don't think so. I don't think that they keep that price. If tariffs affect their import price to America, I don't think so. I think once the tariffs is rescinded or they come out and work out a deal, they'll go back to whatever the normal price was that it was going to sell it for.
Now, if they did do this $100 thing as like a premature thing on like tariffs from the $330 to the $450, do they go to what they're actually supposed to charge it, or do they go back to the $450?
No, they're going to go back to $450. They're going back to whatever their initial price point is, regardless of what, because it's okay. So whatever suggested retail prices that you stamped and you put out there, when you bring it into the country, you have already declared at the price point that it is. Right, so when
Nintendo's new slogan is "No Diddy, but brace yourself."
Facts, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
And I think one of the new items inside Mario Kart is baby oil.
Yo, you messy. Look, anyway, last thing I'll say is just that
oil slick.
That was nasty work. The only thing is, look, the upgrade stuff I do have a little issue with. I like that some games they put a feature, right? But to Arcade's point, Tears of the Kingdom is literally just, a performance boost, right? Where you have a competitor like Xbox who is literally giving you that, for free, and you're not having to pay that full charge. So, I didn't even talk about this earlier about when I'm buying it. One of my games, like I said, Astral Chain, am I going to get natural off the vert performance? No. And Attic is laughing at me, right? He's like, "Oh, you think they going to do that?" And I'm like, "I'm hoping." I mean, it's a more powerful thing.
They have to go reach out to Platinum. They have to contract Platinum to work on an older game,
right?
What are you imagining? Like what?
I'm just looking at because
that's if Astral Chain is even part of that list that's going to be compatible.
You're right about is it made to be enhanced, right? And they didn't have to put the developer work for that. But what I'm hoping for is just
they're
like
not going to let him download that just so they could sell him the
remaster
Astral Chain.
I'll be tight. I'll be tight. I would just love to see that. Remember, I think it was PlayStation or somebody even when you had downloaded it. Even though they didn't have the PS5 enhanced version, people were still seeing some differences in frames. That's all I'm saying.
That's what you're going to be seeing, I imagine.
That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping.
I think what you're going to see is...
You ain't going to see a difference in anything.
You're going to see the game running how the Switch intended it to run.
Right.
At locked frames. And that's pretty much it.
Probably without an unlocked frame rate, which is probably right. So that was that thing. It's just like, again, just little things they keep doing.
You're going to put that game in. That game going to say, Switch 1 mode.
He's gonna put.
It's gonna run just like this.
He's gonna put that Astro Chain in his Switch 2, and it's gonna say not compatible.
No, I mean there's a chance. There's a list right now. They hit me in the chat and saying there's a list about compatible. Let's get these super chats, and then we gotta get the
let's get out of here.
We got it because I'm gonna have to skip the ROG Ally. It was just a tease, y'all. I'm sorry, it was a tease. That they drop in. We already kind of knew, but this time they were a little bit more vocal about it. ROG Ally X. All I was going to just say on it was that it looks like the rumors could be that it is actually the Ally 2. And, I'm excited for that. And as a ROG Ally only, it's going to use the Z2, hopefully Extreme. I'm curious about the price now. If they
$1,000.
Right, with the price now. everything changes with this type
I'm
of
good
situation.
with my Steam Deck.
So you good, but I am a ROG Ally guy. I want to see what that does. So that was pretty much what I was going to say. That so we can wrap that up. Let's get to super chats to that. We got an angry Donna Taco in there to correct us on misinformation.
Yeah, he tried to come on, but it's like we already going to.
Yeah, we went super late.
Don, stop. You stop making excuses for these dudes running the old
I don't
playbook.
know if it's going to be negative or positive.
No, some things he agreed with. No, but he did correct some things. He's got it in the super chat. So
he said that Robert was putting out misinformation too. I don't know what that was about.
Yo, God, what's up? They using my move that I was using Baby Paw.
Yeah, Baby Paw.
They using Baby Paw now in 2025. Man, we know the move, bro.
It's all good. It's all good. So look, let's get these. So shout out to Chancleta Mango, $2 super chat. I think these should be based on the June 5th price. We already got the bet. It's done now. Yeah. D Horn thread with the sex. Oh, this guy. With that collar, I'm gonna bring the leash. This guy here, Yosemite Blam, Diddy Kong will get at it. We got that as the super chat of the night. New Zombie $5 super chat. I'm glad Nintendo went full price gouging. To be honest, no Zelda, no Mario, no Metroid. I don't know if you know I was even hyped in the first place. Hold this L. Hashtag consumer power. He is with Arcade. Flight 116 with the $2 super chat. PlayStation knees. Just letting y'all know. All right. Hollywood rules, like these nuts, I guess. Hollywood rules, $2 super chat. Agree, King. First time they're competing since GameCube. All right. Shout out to Donna Taco. Here comes the long list of edits and corrections. Strategy Fighter 6 has higher res and textures than the Series S. Yes, I did mention that. I did some comparison videos. Champagne Supernova, $2 super chat. Is COG waxing South of Midnight for Road to Tokyo? Yo, you are wildin'. Chris with the $5 super chat. To Addict's point, nobody ever accused Nintendo of caring about consumers. They slide under the radar, but straight up might be the worst one. Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. OF, what's OF? Is going to be lit on the Switch too. OnlyFans. Cheeks time. Hey, yo.
Yep. Hit that cash app.
No camera for you. Daring one.
Oh, a different kind of Mario Party.
Yeah, he playing his own Mario Party. These tariffs absolutely are going to torpedo the Switch launch. Donna Taco $5 super chat. Didn't remember Nintendo fans bending the knee for the Wii U or the 3DS before the price drop. We not PlayStation fans. It's all right. Everborn, $5 super chat. 2 questions. Will devs complain about having to optimize for Series S ports? I know what you're doing. Or do folks accuse the Switch 2 of holding back the generation? Yo, Switch,
don't complain about anything.
Yeah, little man walk for y'all can run. Facts. Shout out to Donald Taco, $10. He was this way. He was itching to get it. Hell no. Send me the link. Gotta correct all this misinformation. All right. Chancleta Mangu, $2 super chat. Gamers are in an abusive relationship with Nintendo. Donna Tackle, point number 1. Nintendo wasn't using Tears of the Kingdom as a test. It's the only $70 game on Switch 1 because it's only 32-bit cartridge. Number 2 point of his $5 super chat, these new cartridges are making the new speeds so they're more costly. 32-bit gigabit and up will be $80 and possibly more if a 64-gigabyte game hits. Wow, that would be crazy. Point 3 from Donald Taco. We shouldn't be paying the same price physical and digital, but the industry made that the standard before Nintendo. Can't blame them for following.
Why are we having to fit the bill for Nintendo being anti?
We're not continue.
We don't need the. Everybody's on disc, bro. Get your disc game up, bro.
He did heavy. Remember, for 56 months, I've been paying $150 for NBA 2K the last 3 years because they include League Pass. GTA could be up to $150 for sure. All right,
I told you already.
Donald Taco,
99, 120, and 150.
Donald Taco making it rain. $10 super chat with the 4th point. The industry as a whole is not going to follow like we saw with $70 game, excluding Take-Two. Yeah, I was about to tell you, Take-Two doing that. Who would have done it regardless?
I hope Don's right.
There's a very specific instance with a reason, not a precedent. Stay tuned for Call of Duty, though. We're gonna see.
No, the whole industry's gone. I completely disagree.
I think if they got a big name, yeah, they gonna go. Hollywood rules. $2 super chat. COG, those Mets open City Field with a sweep. Let's go, Mets. Yes. I seen it. Donna Taco, $2 super chat. Now Nintendo is the most anti-consumer. You don't like that comment. Donna Taco, $5 super chat. Vouchers. Xbox, PlayStation doesn't have that. Virtual game card. Xbox, PlayStation doesn't have that. Game share. Xbox, PlayStation doesn't have that. GameCube added it with the extra charge. What's up?
Can I comment on the vouchers real quick?
Yes, please.
The vouchers were
don't work on the Switch 2.
They don't.
I know they don't work on the Switch 2, but I feel like if the prices keep going up and Nintendo they're not getting the sales they want, I could easily see like a Switch 2 version of the vouchers come out. Where
I think there's going to be vouchers for Switch 2. Yeah. It's just they're not going to let the Switch 1 vouchers carry over to the Switch 2.
Well, of course, I feel like it's going to be like $120 vouchers, and you get 2 $80 games.
All right. Donald Taco, follow us in the chat. There are free Switch 1 patches as well. Switch 2 editions are only for games with extra content or graphical work done. But that didn't say in the Tears of the Kingdom, sir. I didn't see where it was free there. So please explain that.
He's referring to the fact that
he's referring to the fact that what? No, finish your sentence.
Okay, I think he's referring to the fact that both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have support with the new mobile app thing. But you can get like a GPS map and like new voice memories or something. It's not just performance boost.
Shout out for the $10.
They should let me opt out of that so I don't buy it, so I have to pay for it.
Shout out to the $10 for that. Donald Taco, $2. King, show me a reliable, cheap alternative to cartridges.
Show you a reliable, cheap alternative to cartridge disc.
Okay.
Don't. Oh, you don't have an Xbox.
Close,
I forgot.
We're so close.
You don't have an Xbox. I'm sorry.
Take it on the face.
I'm sorry.
Take it on the face.
Pause. I'm
Pause.
not taking
it on the face.
I'm going to leave you alone.
Last one. $2 chat. For portable devices, obviously, he means. That's what he means, King. You know, for portable. What did they do?
Technically, the PSP has...
All right, for portable, just download it to your SSD.
Yo, the chat said Donald Taco was crashing out.
Why don't you don't have a Steam
Donald Taco defending a corporation is so sad. Yo, they go at my man. Yo,
tell me you don't have a Steam Deck without telling me you don't have a Steam Deck, bro.
Oh my God, we were so close.
We were so close.
Go.
No, but there are patches for games they didn't show, like Pokemon Scarlet, Violet, that are free. God bless. You're in there. You like paying.
They're free until you turn on your console.
And if they're free, that's good. That's good.
And then you're gonna get hit with that check engine light, and then Cash App button gonna light up on you.
No, he's just pointing out there are some free ones. It's all good. All right, so that's
it. It's the Cash App.
It's the Cash App. Let's get up out of here. This is a stupid long show.
You're stranger to danger.
Yeah, Arcade, where can the fine people find you? Thank you for giving us the exclusive behind-the-scenes, hands-on, one of the first to play Nintendo Switch 2. Where can the fine people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Yeah, maybe the last.
Kingsman, I'm probably not going to touch a Switch 2 till next year anyway. But thank you guys so much for letting me talk on the show. Major shout out to Don and Taku again for both the additional information and context he gave towards the end. And for
I'm a crash out. I got Nintendo money. Don't play with me.
Nintendo got your money. Don't play with them.
That was funny. Though. I like that he crashing out.
You better stop using their name in vain.
That was funny.
But you can find me on Twitter at RK1283.
Ow!
On LOGNET, and continue to see more articles, editorials, and everything from everybody. And it was really fun being on the show today. Thank you for having me on.
Yes,
blessings.
And hopefully I was able to answer any questions.
Nah, you did a good job, brother. You did a fantastic job.
I want our meme dude to put a picture of me with Don Otaku, and it says, "You crashed it out. Is this your first time?"
That would be the way. If Astro Parrot was there, it would have been up in seconds.
I want Don Otaku with the Pirates of the Caribbean meme where it says, "Is this your first time?"
Is this your first time?
Crash it out, and Don Otaku.
Right. Shout out to our man Soil Tech, Lords of Gaming in the building. Yeah, he did a good job, man. Okay, appreciate you, brothers, taking the time, getting into that Nintendo building again. You also said the Lords got some kudos from a couple of developers that they saw you with the Lords of Gaming logo shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Project Red, they recognized the Lords of Gaming shirt, and they gave
that's fire.
A shout out to you and the general.
Oh, that's what's up. Salute to them. Blessings to them. Always good to see the developers that we get a chance to cover the games and talk about the games. Show some love to the realm. Always love. Forte, the homie. Crash it out on bed, bend the knees, standing on business. Doesn't even matter.
Standing on business.
Doesn't even matter. He's like, I take whatever you gonna throw at me. I'm gonna do it.
I'm very looking forward to taking my GameStop knees.
Ooh.
That's fine.
Does Attic get a voucher if he beats you?
Yo.
Listen, man. Attic feeling spicy today, and that's okay. I like when he has that type of energy. It makes it all that much
better.
I
love when you scraping the
scale. So much better to take your knees that way.
Yeah, knees are. Hey, they say a dish is best well served cold. And,
you gonna put your knees on ice.
Oh
I'm
my
telling
God.
you, man. I ain't got no problem. I like being a part of this. So this is like the first
What's
time.
funny is this chat acts like they want me to not wow out, but
they love you well.
Oh no, they love you wild out, bro. They love you wild. They love you.
That whole treehouse thing had them popping.
Yeah,
they was mad. It's like, yo, it was literally a treehouse yesterday.
No, see, what I was trying to tell them, if they were ever pay attention, I said they weren't doing tree houses before, and they did tree houses back to back. Oh, it's literally a tree house. I just told you that, but. Why am I even paying these dudes any mind? They just want to go at me. They just want to make me 98%.
He's crashing out.
Yo, you just notice I just got to just be quiet with that dude.
Good to you. So that's it. Where they can find you, bro?
Man, they can find me DPS Podcast Thursday with the homie Slumbo Backslap. Always a great time. Check me out at Gaming Forte on the YouTube channel. Same place on Twitter or X or Blue Skies, wherever you frequent yourself during all of these conversations, but wherever you frequent yourself, right? But I appreciate everybody in here. It was a great show. Can't wait to do it again next week with you guys. And something crazy. Maybe we'll find out that the Switch only went up $50 next week.
That would be interesting to what it actually is.
Please just be that.
That's what I'm hoping for. But once again, if I hear anything, I'll let people know on the back end. But once again, shout out to everybody that reached out to me. Like, let me tell you, bro, my phone
blew you up, son.
People was like, yo, what's up with pre-orders? I was like, bro, exactly what they said.
Dudes trying to get the drop.
More. They was like, so what does this mean? I was like, listen, I'll let you know when something happens. It's gonna be well. What about that? I say, listen, man, just be happy that Nintendo decided to say we ain't gonna screw y'all after you already put money down.
Shut up, dude.
Oh, that would have been so awful. They put the pre-orders up, and then suddenly everyone's credit card goes, wait, why is there an extra $200?
I just don't like that kid calling that the Cash App button. That was wild.
Listen, Nintendo know what they can get away with, and and they're gonna put out a number that the market can bear, and I'll let you guys know. But this is the other funny side. The other funny side.
The market can bear, but the fan base can't bear.
This is the funny thing. This is gonna make people make like with games. Business decisions are gonna have to be made, but this isn't all that bad though, because you may have something super valuable in your possession in the near future due to the fact that prices of the actual media is going up.
Yeah.
That means your stuff that you own, your Series X, your PS5 Pro, all of those things, if you want to get rid of them, that price goes up too. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if the tariffs do go into effect like that and the price of the Switch 2 does go up. GameStop had a marketing ploy out there where they were actually giving people a certain amount for Switches. I wouldn't be surprised if that changes, due to the fact that, the system's going to be worth more now because of that. So, it's never always got to look at the bright side of the situation. You never know what's going to happen until it actually happens.
No doubt. Yo, Realm, everybody said, they love this episode. He's like, fun episode. Y'all entertaining. We love Attic Crash Outs. Great show, guys. Yeah, appreciate it. Just hit the like on the way out, man. Y'all came into the run. We gave out a ton of content. We went extra long, pause. And you know what I'm saying? Just hit that like button.
And watch that SouthofMidnight review.
Watch that SouthofMidnight review. Go over to Xbox Frontline. Subscribe. Go to DPS Podcast. Go to LordsandGaming.net. Subscribe to my man, Robert Kelly. Like, we try to give y'all good content. All that stuff helps, man. I really appreciate it. Lord Addict. It looks like he disappeared for a second, so we get kicked until he comes back. Lord King. Absolutely ridiculous today.
No. Give me an outro. King, give me an outro. Gotta go.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I got you, Addict. My man, Lord Addict, please go to Addict Arena and go over there and sub. He streams video games daily. Yeah. He throws up reviews. He drops videos daily. So you just go over there and check my man out.
He plays 88-hour games twice. Watches DVD series twice.
Your man is He has. He's the only man I know that got 48 hours in a 24-hour day.
But not 28. Whatever that show's called, not that show.
24, 28.
28, let's go.
28.
I told you he had extra time to his
He had extra time now.
Yeah.
Continue.
But yo, thank you guys for showing up.
Yes.
We had so much fun today.
Man, fun.
But in every little nugget that I throw out at you, there's truth in it.
Yes. South of Midnight section. He was awesome.
If you see the nationalism that Nintendo is actually parading in front of your
Xbox
face.
to do that now. Now you got me thinking, bro. Like I want that.
I
want that all-American Xbox.
you know why they can't do it?
You get destroyed.
Because they're a third-party publisher.
Well, now they can't. Yeah.
You understand? So right now they're beholden to a different higher court. Right? So actually, they got to lead the example. You know how your mom tell you got to be an example for the other kids.
Example for other kids.
Yeah. So right now, Nintendo is acting bad, and he's going to juvenile hall. All right. Right now, he should be in Spofford with the stuff that he's doing right now.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you, this has been the most disrespectful I've ever seen one company be to the consumer and fan base, and you suckers are soaking it up like gravy in a biscuit. You want more gravy? Yeah, yo, listen to the hypocrisy.
They got me. I knew what was going on.
Cod. Listen to the hypocrisy. I'm buying too. All right?
That part.
I'm buying too.
That part.
I'm telling you. I see what they're doing, and I said, okay, and what?
Yoshi
like you thought you was gonna stop me? Yeah, Yoshi was.
Yoshi got something to say.
First of all, I would like to thank the Academy and everybody out here that supports Nintendo through these trying times and making sure that we make sure that all of our consumers have an amazing gaming experience, one that will transcend generation after generation, so they can have their kids follow in the footsteps of other Nintendo gamers. I wanted to say thank you for Nintendo allowing me to be the first person that they showed during their Nintendo Direct.
Yes, Yoshi was the first thing on screen.
When they showed me in Mario Kart before they even showed the name of the game.
That is
because
true.
I am Yoshi and I
You
appreciate
him.
all of you guys.
You are him.
And I also,
thanks, Lil.
They gonna play the most. They play the music on Yoshi now.
Yeah, wrap it up,
And last but not least, I would like to thank Forte for stepping out on that limb. And I'm here to announce in the near future, when GTA announces its date, it will be available on the Switch.
Wait, we getting the Switch? It's over. Definitely $100 then. Wait, right. Switch GTA 6 will be ill.
Yeah, it's definitely coming out. All right. Anyway,
so I can counter that.
So Ruli,
yeah, he was definitely interrupted.
No, we got
to get Sonic out of here.
Hi, I'm Sonic.
All right, I gotta get out of here. My wife is downstairs.
We gotta go. We lose sleep. We bug it out.
Listen, dude. Nintendo's being the most egregious that I've ever seen. I've never seen a company do this and flaunt it in your face the way that they doing it, and they doing it the same way PlayStation came out and told you. Every time one of these idiots win a generation, they come out and they do some buck banana stuff the next time they show their face. Xbox won the generation with the 360. I don't care what the PlayStation 3 did. They already moved on to the next. They came out with the Xbox One X. I mean, the Xbox One. And then PlayStation wins the generation with the PlayStation 2, comes out and tells you need a job. Now, these dudes come out right now after the most successful hardware that they've had with the Switch and told you everything that Xbox did, we're going to do, and we're going to do it better because we're going to put it cheaper someplace else. Imagine you go into a store, right? And they have the Gucci bag that you want. And your Gucci bag costs $450. And right next to it, they got a Gucci bag, but it has Japanese lettuce. And it's $330. and you go to reach for it and they smack your hand and they said it's not for you.
Smack your hand.
That's exactly what's happening. I'm telling you, I don't like it. I thought I was gonna go to Japan and go get me one and just come back with it. I thought I was gonna have the finesse.
We go to Japan to get yours. You can reach a lot like the old days.
King, you should work with physical cartridges so you could save money, I guess, maybe?
Nah, it's not even gonna happen. You're gonna put it in and the check engine light gonna come up in the Cash App button. Right? So I'm out of here. Yo, make sure you hit the Cash App on your way out.
Anyway, yo, shout out to the realm, shout out to Arcade, shout out to everybody that pulled up. Again, salute to everybody in the realm showing the support. We look like we've locked down all our characters for the physical event. Now we just got to order the Road to Tokyo outfits. We got Sailor Moon.
Got mine.
Sailor Moon Addict, King Glizzy, and of course Collins for Cog with the stupid King Cooper. So we all lined up. We just got to wait for the equipment. We'll let you guys know. We'll give you the date for that show. We guys owe you a stream. I believe Addict, will let you guys know soon. I believe it's next Saturday, but I will let you know on that. We got a stream with the realm. And again, salute to everybody supporting LordsOfGaming.net. Really means a lot to us. Go hit the articles, go click, go retweet, and all that good stuff. And also, again, go check out the review. Check out King's review in depth on South of Midnight. Check out our review and all that stuff. And it's going to be fun, man. But I appreciate y'all to run. Anything else, Addict? We got anything else? Nope. He's muted. He looks like he's got to go. And we are out. Peace.
Peace.